시립국악 관현악단입니다. 네, this is 진주 City Traditional Music Orchestra. Please give a big round of applause. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 여러분 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 보내드리기 바랍니다. 진주시립 국악 관현악단의 멋진 공연이었습니다. 네, 정말 멋진 공연 여러분과 함께하고 있는데요. 이곳 대한민국 기업가 정신 수도 진주에 어울리는 공연으로 여러분과 함께하고 있습니다. 잠시 후에는 오늘 세션을 함께 시작할 텐데요. 세계 기업가 정신 전문가 세션으로 9시부터 함께하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 잠시 안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 후 진주 K-기업가 정신 국제 포럼 행사가 진행됩니다. 모두 자리에 앉아주시기 바랍니다. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 진주 International Forum on Entrepreneurship will begin shortly. Please take your seats. 지금 소지하고 계신 휴대폰은 무음으로 바꿔주시면 감사하겠습니다. 또한 원활한 소통을 위해 동시 통역 서비스가 제공되고 있습니다. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번입니다. 감사합니다. We kindly request that you set your mobile phone to silent mode and simultaneous interpretation services are being provided during this forum. Korean is channel 1 and English is channel 2. Thank you. 네, 지금 바로 이제 네 번째 세션으로 함께 할 텐데요. 지금 저희 자장님과 연사님들은 무대로 모시고 함께 진행해 보려고 합니다. We are delighted to welcome to today's moderator, Ayman Travis, CEO. Please come up to the stage. 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 지금 호텔에서 출발한 버스가 아직 도착하지 않아서 연사님들이 자리에 모두 안 계신 것 같습니다. 그래서 지금 저희 자장님이 5분에서 10분 정도 행사가 조금 지연될 것 같다고 말씀해 주셨는데요. 괜찮으실까요? 네, 그럼 잠시만 기다리면서 이곳 저희 진주에서 특별한 시간 오늘 세션을 함께 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 간단하게 오늘 세션에 대해서 설명해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 저희 잠시 후부터 시작되는 네 번째 세션으로 오늘 오프닝 무대를 함께 할 텐데요. 세계 기업가 정신 전문가 세션으로 CEO분들이 함께 합니다. 세계에서 함께 하신 CEO분들과 함께하는 행사이니만큼 더욱 특별한 세션으로 운영이 될 것 같고요. 다음 세션은 저희 창조와 혁신 라운드 테이블 세션으로 함께 할 겁니다. 이때는 또 저희 김기찬 세계중소기업학회 회장님께서 진행을 하면서 저희 함께 할 거고요. 이어서는 오늘 청소년 영어 에세이 스피치 대회가 함께 열릴 예정입니다. 그래서 여러분의 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 바로 오후 타임에 또 한국경영학회 세션이 함께 이어지고요. 마지막에 아이탐 소사이어티 세션으로 오늘 행사가 마무리될 예정입니다. 그럼 잠시 후에 다시 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 이제 준비가 되었습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to begin session 4 of our forum. 네, 그럼 여러분께 소개하겠습니다. 세계 기업가 정신 전문가 세션으로 오늘 이곳 네 번째 세션의 좌장은 아이만 타라비 씨, 세계 중소기업 협의회 회장입니다. Mr. Travis, thank you for joining us today. We are very honored to have you moderate this session.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And we are delighted to be on day 2 of the Jinju Global Forum. I want to thank you all for coming this morning, and apologies for the little delay, but trust me, we have a great hour-and-a-half session here, and it'll be very meaningful and very interesting in ideas and thought-provoking questions and answers. And my name is Ayman Tarabishi. I'm the president and CEO of the International Council for Small Business. And it is my delight and honor to introduce the panelists for this morning. First, let me introduce to my right, Mr. Stanley Au, Chairman of the Delta Asia Financial Group. And to my farthest right, and it's with great delight I introduce my dear friend, Dr. Winslow Sargent, immediate past chair of the International Council for Small Business and Chief Counsel for Advocacy 2010-2015, U.S. Small Business Administration, and most recently, just yesterday, he is honorary citizen of Jinju City. So we can give him a big round of applause. And I told him that because he's honorary citizen, he has to pay taxes now. So with that, on my immediate left, and a great thinker, a philosopher, educator, and person that makes things happen, is with great delight I introduce Dr. Stephen B. Young, Global Executive Director of the Cox Roundtable CRT. Let's give him a big round of applause, everybody. So I wrote just 2 paragraphs that I want to read to you to set the tone for this session. And then I'm going to give each one brief time to give us their initial input, ideas and thoughts and reflections on this session. And then from there, I will ask 1 or 2 questions, and then it'll be a very dynamic session that you get to ask as many questions as you want, and my job is to moderate these questions and to make sure that you get as many people in to ask these questions. So, the world stands at a defining crossroads, where rapid advances in artificial intelligence and technology promise unprecedented innovation, yet also pose profound questions about humanity's place within the new order. As we navigate this transformation, it becomes clear that progress must not come at the expense of people. Our challenge is to harness innovation to empower, not displacing people, but including them. The future of entrepreneurship will be judged not only by how fast we innovate, but now by how deeply we care for those impacted by that innovation. 2 sides of the equation. This session, Entrepreneurship in the AI Era, Human-Centered K-Entrepreneurship for Quality Youth Employment and Startups, brings together leading voices from across countries and globe as well, right? To explore how humane entrepreneurship can bridge this divide. By integrating Eastern values of empathy, wisdom, and harmony with Western models of creativity and innovation, we aim to shape a new generation of entrepreneurs, those who see technology as a tool for dignity, opportunity, and shared prosperity. That is setting the stage for the session today. The challenge now is, how do we make sense of it? I'm going to ask the wisest person in the room, Mr. Stanley Au, to tell us what he thinks as he was a leader of the only family business bank in Asia, Delta Asia Bank, right? And throughout the years, what he can understand about technology and how he sees the future. Let's give him a big round of applause, everybody.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to explore with you the profound influence of Confucian culture on contemporary business practices and the practical application of human entrepreneurship across Asia. Let us begin by tracing the intellectual roots of Asian culture. In East Asia, in particular, Confucian philosophy has shaped a wisdom tradition that spans more than 15 centuries. These timeless teachings have provided enduring guidance in governance, family ethics, and social harmony. Core Confucian values such as benevolence, reverence, and righteousness continue to shape our understanding of leadership, interpersonal relationship, and the ethical foundation of society. Secondly, it is remarkable how well Confucian thought aligns with modern management science. Surprisingly, these ancient doctrines harmonize with contemporary systems that emphasize efficiency, productivity, and key performance indicators, that is KPIs, by integrating Confucian values such as trust, integrity, and mutual respect into organizational development. Business can enhance employee motivation, strengthen team cohesion, and ultimately achieve sustainable competitive advantages. Third, let us consider the growing relevance of human entrepreneurship. This people-centered management approach is providing particularly effective in areas such as talent retention and worker relationship. When companies treat employees with genuine respect and fairness, they naturally foster stronger loyalty, improved teamwork, and increased motivation. Human entrepreneurship not only creates a harmonious workplace, but also provides a lasting solution to the challenge of retaining top talents. Fourth, how can Western enterprises effectively incorporate Confucian management wisdom in today's interconnected world? Western business have much to gain by drawing upon these time-tested values to enrich their organizational culture. For example, first, on practice the rational philosophy of benevolence. Cultivate trust and genuine care between management and employees to foster a sense of belonging and loyalty. Secondly, on implement principles of respect and fairness. Uphold the dignity of every individual, as emphasized by Confucius, to boost morale and minimize workplace conflict. Thirdly, on foster a harmonious environment. encourage collaboration over competition to build unified high-performance teams. Lastly, on adopt a long-term perspective, move beyond short-term profit maximization by investing in employee development and community engagement to ensure sustainable growth. It is important to note that Western enterprises need not replicate Eastern models entirely. Rather, they should engage in what we might call cultural crafting, that is, adopting core elements of Confucian wisdom and integrating them meaningfully into their own organizational context. The key lies in genuine leadership, commitment, and consistent execution. Embedding these values into performance management, leadership, development, and internal communication, while measuring outcomes through indicators such as employee engagement, will allow these principles to take root and flourish. In conclusion, as Asia continues to evolve in a globalized world, the fusion of traditional culture wisdom with modern management practices presents us with a unique opportunity. The integration of Confucian virtues with a human-centered entrepreneurial spirit offers a valuable model for building resilient, harmonious, and sustainable economics. Thank you for your time. Let's work together to build a new era of business civilization rooted in compassion, integrity, and shared prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stanley Au, Chair of the Delta Asia Group. I'm going to now give it to Dr. Winslow Sargent to give us his initial comments about this topic. Dr. Winslow, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Dr. Aminel Terbishi. It's so great to be here. Greetings and good morning. It's a pleasure to be on this panel, to have this topic. This is a timely topic in terms of where does AI go and what does it mean for us as a human race. And so when we tend to look at what are the philosophies between the East and the West, because that's what we're talking about in terms of entrepreneurship, in terms of business, we tend to break them into two categories, right? For example, when we talk about ethics, the West has traditionally focused on the individual rights, right? Individual rights and fairness. It's the me society we like to talk about within the West, while in Eastern cultures, it was more about what is good for society and what will be good for harmony, right? So that's with regard to ethics. With regard to privacy, in the West, there's focus on data rights and minimize the surveillance aspects. In the East, it's what are the trusts? How do we make sure that data is not being abused? With regard to employment, employment would be more about job satisfaction in the West in terms of what will happen with displacement. The East is in terms of how can skills be adapted in terms of AI, and in terms of government, There was in the West, it's the decentralization in terms of that the government should have no role to play, kind of like with, with Bitcoin or um, with crypto, where with the ledgers, where that the government should not have a role. While in the East, there is a role for government to play just to make sure that there's social harmony. So when I talk about these two things in terms of AI, um, they're competing, but at the same time, they paint a view of the future. And the great thing about entrepreneurship is that entrepreneurship is forward looking, right? You always want to do something that's never been done before. And I like to paint a picture in terms of where the future is going, right? When we look at what's in Hollywood, there are two views of the future. There is the George Lucas view with Star Wars, where the machines are always there, but they're never a threat to human beings, right? When you see the characters in R2D2 and C3PO, they're not going to take over. They're going to do as they're told. That's one view of the future. But then there's another view of the future. There's the Matrix view of the future. It's that no, the machines are going to take over, and we're going to be relegated um, as more as servants, and this is creating very much concern. And I like to share that about a year ago, I went back and I watched the movie called The Matrix. How many of you have heard of The Matrix movie? Okay, for those of you, you may not have been born yet, but it's a fascinating movie. You should go back. It came out in 1998. But the great thing about this movie, it talked about AI, a word that we only have come to know in the last couple of years. But in the movie, there's a character called Neo. Neo is a programmer who he knows that there's something wrong with society, that it's not what it seems. So as he's seeking to find the truth, he comes across this group who is trying to fight against the machines. And so in the beginning of the movie, Neo hooks up with this group, and then he has a choice between the red pill or the blue pill. And so whenever you hear someone give you those two choices, the red pill or the blue pill, then that's where it comes from. It comes from the Matrix. But he chooses, I believe, the red pill, right? Where he wants to know the truth. And then he's told about what happened in the future. He's told that there was a fight between man and machines. In the late part of the 20th century, there was a fight between man and machines. And when he's being told this, he mentions for the first time that I can remember the word AI. As soon as he said that there was a fight between a man and machines, he said AI, right? And then the lead character goes on to describe what happened. There was a fight between man and machines, and the machines were winning. And then he was told they don't know who, but someone set off a thermonuclear explosion, because what they understood at the time is that the machines were being powered by solar power. So if you see the movies, you'll see that the sun is being blocked out, that there's these clouds that you never see the sun. Someone wanted to limit the power of the machines by blocking out the sun. But then the character goes on to say, but the machines, once again, were smarter than we were, because they understood that the human body produces electricity. And in that, the machines have now used the human body to power themselves. And so it's a movie that you have to go see. But what I tie this back into is that when we think of AI, and when we think of one of the challenges that we face, one is, what is going to be the narrative that you're going to buy into? Two is the need for power. All of these machines in across every industrial revolution from the first to the fourth, one thing that has been consistent is the need for power. And so how are we going to power these technologies? So as you think about entrepreneurship, you're going to have to think about how do you use power to make sure that we can power these machines, and how do we use your creativity and your ethics to make sure that these machines or these AIs don't take over us and render us more as servants going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Winslow. Really fascinating dichotomy of both, between machines taking over or machines serving us here. And this session is also a Hollywood session as a movie critic here for all of you. So we will talk about the next movie soon. But with that, I'm going to defer to Steve and to tell us his philosophical views about East and West. And he has some slides for us. Steve?
Ambassador O, Professor Kim, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here. I want to take off where my colleague left off, which is ethics and the role of ethics in controlling machines and AI. We were challenged to think about how do we make sense of AI? Well, one way of thinking about it is that AI is a challenge to our humanity. AI challenges who we are. Are we needed? If you go back to that movie Matrix, it gets quite deep as to whether the cosmos really needs human beings anymore. And secondly, AI challenges what are we supposed to do? There was a recent meeting, I read this in Time magazine flying out here, of people from OpenAI, Google, DeepMind, the UK AI Security Institute, and the OECD. And they came up with 4 points about how AI is a trouble. And one of them is the encroachment of AI systems and the erosion of the value of labor could lead to the increasing disempowerment of most humans, causing a degradation in individual well-being and purpose. So therefore, what's the solution? I would say the solution is ethics, morality, what we talk about as moral capitalism. I'm going to show some slides and go very fast. But capitalism is a thing that creates the origin. Now, this is a slide I had which picks up some of the work of Professor Tarabishi, is that we also like to talk a lot about the sort of green circle, GDP and numbers, but human happiness, well-being, extends far beyond that. So how can we talk about moral capitalism? I won't go into it much, but I want to say that I think we can build a theory of moral capitalism or moral business, which incorporates the East and the West. It incorporates what Adam Smith talked about, the moral sense, which is something inside each human being. But we also have self-interest. And I would argue that the moral sense and self-interest are in tension. But what has capitalism done for humanity? That's just a measure of GDP per person. If you look at most of humanity for 1,000 years, people didn't have much money or property or anything. And then all of a sudden, starting in about 1750, things change. And when you have the population living on more than $10 a day, it's gone up. There are less poor people in the world now than ever before. The other thing which people rarely talk about, particularly on the left, is that with capitalism, governments have more money. Capitalism generates wealth, human beings generate wealth, governments tax the wealth, governments then do things. The wealth creation is also related to technology. This is a sort of a chart of technology related to output per hour. Output per hour goes up, more wealth is created. AI may spin this curve up on a dramatic slope. In the United States, a critical factor in the nature of society I think Korea has experienced the same thing. I don't know the statistic over the last 70 years. Agricultural production is up. The number of workers is down. So what do we want to say about the control of AI through values? One, values determine outcomes. That's something I think we need to think about a lot. Our values tend to drive us to make decisions which determine outcomes. If you want to think about outcomes, you need to start with values. Secondly, values can be congruent with self-interest. You can be a good person and still want to make money. So how do values work? I would argue we have to go back to society itself. All human societies, East and West, they create culture. Culture creates language. English, Chinese, Korean, Mayan, Tzotzil. I used to speak Tzotzil a little bit. Language allows us to think. Thinking creates our values. Values generate behaviors. Behaviors seek outcomes. And behaviors become habits. Oh, and by the way, I think the concept of habits is very deep, both in Confucian thinking, as Stanley Au was talking about, and also in the West with Aquinas. Here's a chart. I've got several. I'll go very fast. Values are at the top. This is a chart for sort of the Chinese way of doing business. I argue that the core value is taihe, which means order, peace. And so you see a whole structure going down to outcomes which try to create order. I think Stanley Au's point about order was this notion of harmony. The Japanese have a different value. Their core value is something called ninjo. It's how we relate to each other. They've created a whole business process, basically the big kairetsu, around the concept of building relations and insiders and outsiders. And the Koreans had an experience with this during the years of Japanese occupation. Koreans were outsiders, the Japanese were the insiders. There was no ninjo between the Japanese and the Koreans, as far as I can tell. A crony capitalism, which we have all around the world, the core value is social dominance. It could be a Marxist party, it could be a political party, it just could be a sort of mafia kind of arrangement. But that value of having social dominance drives the way economies are set up. And if you put, by the way, if you put AI into China, Japan, and social dominance, you'll probably end up with different outcomes. Greed can be a value, social Darwinism. The Enron case was a classic study of people just wanting to have power and money, and they created a company to do that, and they destroyed the company and hurt a lot of people. So we have a chart where at the top you say we borrow from world religions, the Kyosei from Japan, human dignity from the Catholic social teachings, the stewardship from the Protestant tradition, and we could easily add Ren-yi from the Chinese tradition. You can have a moral firm which starts at the left with forms of capital, including intangible capitals, which we usually don't put on the balance sheet. We have reputational capital. Are you a good person, a bad person? What are your values? You have social capital. How do you get social capital? The quality of relationships that Stanley Au was talking about among employees. Relationship with society. What drives social capital? Again, let's say values. And then human capital. The value of the workers, the value of the leadership, et cetera, et cetera. Again, it goes back to what people believe. And where does AI fit in this whole picture? You can also, on the corporate side, we think, you can measure your output and sort of check your values. Do you have the right values? You ask yourself a lot of questions about how you relate to your stakeholders. This is a particularly sort of American Western approach, but it can be used. But to get to this end, I think there are two things which have been a theme in this conference and were last year. Moral courage. It's been mentioned several times. And leadership. What does it take to be a leader? For the young people in the audience, are you going to be leaders or are you going to be followers? Something like moral capitalism, control of AI, doesn't happen. It is made to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. So we have three concepts summarizing what they all mention here. There are 3 concepts as an initial reaction to the topic of AI in the East versus the West. So I'm going to ask each one follow-up question, and then I'll open it up to the audience to start asking questions, and then I'll bring it back and add more questions to it. So first, let me start with Stanley. Stanley, the microphone is on your right. Right here. Stanley, you and I had a conversation a couple of days ago, and you mentioned your bank. So please set the stage. Tell the audience a little bit about your bank. How long has it been in existence? And how are you a family business in this bank?
Well, my bank was established since 1935, so we are 90 years old, and we are also the unique one family owned bank in Asia, and I took over the management of the bank from my father in the 80s, and since then I applied, well, the motto of family, care, and excellence. Well, to motivate our staff to work. I think this works very well and helps the retention of talents.
So you mentioned some of your staff that have been with you for how many years? You might have mentioned a little bit some of your staff. How long have they been with you?
Well, I think the older staff has been working for us for nearly 50 years. We have no retirement age. Well, and we retain people as long as they have the energy to work.
So here's the stage. It's a family business bank, the oldest or the only one in Asia. He took over from his father with the tradition of care, integrity, and quality, and he has employees that can go back 50 years. So here comes the twist. Mr. Stanley, do you use AI in your bank?
Yes. Well, in the last few years, we invested heavily in AI software and equipments.
So how do you balance a bank that is non-risk taking, that is traditional in values, and yet you integrated AI in the operation of the bank? Maybe clarify this.
Well, I think, we have to go with the new normal. Well, as all the banks are now, well, promoting electronic banking. So, so therefore, we have to invest in AI in order to be competitive.
What's fascinating here is both can coexist. You can have a bank that's traditional, conservative, family values, and yet the use of AI. Thank you, Mr. Stanley. So now I'm going to set the stage for my colleague, Dr. Winslow. Dr. Winslow set a very dystopian approach. You either the AI works for you or AI uses you as a battery. So, Dr. Winslow, where do you stand on this? I know you're going to say AI or these computers, we use them, but why this dystopian A or B approach?
Well, this is the view of Hollywood, and it is bipolar, as I mentioned. The Star Wars versus the Matrix, but that's where we're seeing things going. When we see, I was watching the news today, and I saw that Amazon may have more than 30,000 job cuts. And this is due to AI. And then when you see all of these large companies just cutting left and right, and they're saying that they're changing due to AI, what we're seeing more, when we think of innovation, as I mentioned, right, we have this creative destruction of innovation. What creates on one hand destroys the incumbents. And so right now, what we're seeing with AI is we're seeing more destruction in terms of it's destroying jobs. It's making us need less people. Even in banking, for example, when I was coming up, I would go to a bank and you had many tellers. Now, when you go to a bank, there may be one or two because most of what we use is technology. But my question is, what happened to the humans? Where did the humans go, right? And so that's the concern. And just to add to the question for the youth, what we know about AI is that that AI can outdo us in terms of number crunching, but AI does not do well with creative thinking. It doesn't do well with morality. It doesn't do well with ethics. So for the youth, in light of K-entrepreneurship, these are the qualities that AI cannot replicate right now, and it may never be. And so this is where, from a legacy point of view, these are some of the skill sets that you need, and also a lifelong learning, so that you can develop these new tools, these new skill sets, and make sure that we have technology for the human condition. I'm not convinced, when you look at these movies, that AI cares about the human conditions.
Thank you, excellent, exceptional. So we set the stage here, right? And you mentioned values, Steve. You said we have to look at values in the cultural context and look at it from a moral standpoint. So let's take the value lens. You've heard two stories here: the bank, where there's values of family governance, family care, employee retention, but use of AI. But then you also heard from Dr. Winslow say, well, AI just displaced 30,000 people in Amazon. So where's the value of the cultural context when 30,000 people waiting for a paycheck have no more paycheck? How would you elaborate on both?
Well, I think I wouldn't really elaborate so much as we have to ask the question of what values, which values. Now, I can make a case on both sides. I can make a case for 30,000 people being laid off to recognize the value of either, let's say, first of all, efficiency, lowering the cost to the consumer. We're just paying for the power for machines, right? If you have 30,000 human beings at $100,000 a year, that cost we've got to pass on to somebody, to our consumers. My goodness, look what we've done. We've lowered our costs dramatically because a hunk of wafers and some wires and stuff like that is producing the same answer. On the other hand, as Stanley Au was saying, if you take family values, if you put in the Chinese tradition, the humaneness, human-centered, you say cost is something, is a lesser important value to us than the people. Then you would end up where he is. Now, what do you do to choose between these values? That's one reason why I put up these different charts. That, I think, goes to two things. It goes, one, you got to go up to some higher level. I mean, I don't want to get religious about this, but do you go to a God? Do you go to an ideology like Marxist-Leninism? Do you go to an ideology of selfishness like social Darwinism? Do you go to a theory? Do you go to Plato or something like that? And I have a feeling, and part of my concern is with the younger generation in our current civilization, is we're not talking enough about sort of ultimate values. What drives us to be good people? And it seems to me that's where we need conversation and we need conviction.
Thank you. It's getting very complicated. So you've heard the stage. I hope I explained the stage here. So let's listen to you. Let's listen to your reactions about it and the questions you have. So if we can turn on the lights for the audience. I know some people have microphones around. So please raise your hand, ask the question. We'll get 2 or 3 questions together, and then we'll circle it back. Who would like to start with a question and to the panelists? Who likes The Matrix and who likes Star Wars? Okay, we start with Ambassador Ojun, and then we go up there if they're here.
Thank you very much. It's very inspiring discussion. I'd like to ask a question to Steve, regarding what he just told us. The way I see, I always think about things probably in line with what he's thinking as well. But if we think about it, whether you believe in social Darwinism, whether you believe in God, whether you believe in efficiency, we all know that we are here to survive. Survive as an individual, we need to eat. To survive as a species, we need to mate. So nobody can resist our, built-in desire to eat and to mate. So that means that we are here to survive. So I think, you are talking about morals and ethics that should govern us ultimately. But even if you don't go up to that level, you just stay at our existential level. Still, we need to admit that we are programmed to survive, and contributing to survival is important for everyone, whether you believe in God or not, whether you believe in social Darwinism. We need to contribute to survival as a species. So that's why we need a sustainable development. Even though I myself might not have children, but as a species we continue. So we need to contribute to we need to contribute to sustainable development. We need to believe in climate change, climate action, I mean. So that's what I think. What do you think?
I think, first of all, Mr. Ambassador, that talking about these things is really important. And I don't get a sense that our sort of modern culture, the media, TikTok, New York Times, et cetera, most of the papers in Korea I would get, K-pop movies that I see on Netflix, don't really get to these really important questions. My second point is a concept. I've been very influenced by particular tradition of sort of the Scottish Enlightenment. And one of the concepts which came down to our American Constitution, but applies more broadly, is checks and balances, avoiding extremes. And I've made a personal argument that there's a deep analogy to this in the Chinese tradition, in the doctrine of the mean. In Chinese, it's zhongyang, where if you take checks and balances and balance for your own survival needs, that means you don't go too far. Because if you go too far, there's probably some cosmic law of retribution. And then somebody might point out the Buddhist thinking about bad karma and good karma. If you do good, you're going to get good. So to come back, what are our basic needs? And there are lots of people who've written about this from various ways. The romantics, would say necessary to our survival is love and relationships. We cannot really survive in any good sense all by ourselves. Let's take reproduction and the sexual function. We can have sex and things like that, but if there's no love, if people don't care about us, how do we feel? So don't we have to reciprocate? We're checked because we need other people. The thing I don't think we talk about, but is implicit in the work of Professor Kim and the human-centeredness, is relationships. I would argue that the human species, and I think Mencius talks about this, Aristotle talks about, we need other people, we need relationships. But so many people I know, when things don't go right inside you, you destroy your relationships with other people. And then you get depressed, and you do this, and you reach out, you find consolation. I've seen very much in business people who are not very good or nice or kind. They focus on money. We have a president of the United States these days whose sole focus seems to be on, I've got more cards than you do. I have more pieces of paper than you do. Therefore, on your knees, right? Like he insulted President Zelensky. So there's something inside a person that if it drives you in that direction, it's not good for you. So you're actually undercutting your own happiness. Thank you.
Thank you. We had a question up over there. If you can raise your hand again. Yes, the gentleman all the way up there. I think the people with the microphones are going to get a good workout today.
Uh, uh, oh, sorry. First of all, I give thanks to give me the opportunity. And I am a student in the Gyeongsang University, Kang Min-ki. So I have a question that I think this society and nowadays, almost people can't get the AI skills, and almost people know about the AI. And as Stephen Curtis said, if we have to choose, I want to become the leader or not. So then I have a question. So if I want to be a leader in nowadays and in this society, what ability do I have to learn, and do I have to improve the abilities that in this society that almost people can use the AI and over the AI skills? So can you give me just advice or to want to be a leader of this society?
Great question. Thank you. I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Winslow because he mentioned the youth earlier and mentioned the skill set that's needed. So, Dr. Winslow, we're talking not just about skills, we're talking about leadership.
Yes, that is a very good question in terms of what are some of the things that we need in terms of skill sets that's going to help us in the future. What we know about what we're learning in the classroom many times has a short lifespan, right? In terms of some of the data that you're given, because because with AI, we've seen that some of the things that we've been taught, some of the methods we've been taught, have been eclipsed. That it can be done much more efficiently. So we won't be able to run faster than AI in terms of number crunching. But as I mentioned before, what we bring to the table, what humans bring to the table is that machines don't bring, is that one is the critical thinking, is the empathy, humane entrepreneurship. These are some of the things that AI does not do. They do not bring the creativity. And so with that said, it's important to know the tools, the Chat GPT, the Copilot, the Grok, all of these different tools, but also there's something called prompt engineering. These are understanding what to ask of AI, these are some of the skill sets that are being developed, the critical thinking that you're asking AI to do, because in the asking, you're going to get the answer, and it's not readily apparent, because when I use AI, for example, right, I have to tell it, I'll load a document and I'll prompt it by saying, read word for word, do not make assumptions, and do X. Because if I don't ask these sort of questions, I may get anything from the AI. So partly knowing what to ask will help you get the right answer. But critical thinking and just understanding a field to apply this thinking to will help you in the race of AI to develop new products. And also there's lifelong learning. There's never going to be a time where you're going to stop learning. You're going to have to learn and over again, because there's all these new tools that are coming. The bright spot is that these are tremendous times for you to make a global impact like never before. And so by you being able to develop the critical thinking skills, understand the ethics, embracing humane entrepreneurship, I think that will help you.
Great, thank you. And we have a couple of questions here, but Stanley, you led a bank, you managed a bank. Throughout your years, you hired people, you let people go, you hired people. And let's talk about the youth that you hired in your bank. What are the things that you look for when you hire young people now versus before because of the use of AI?
Well, I think I would first, what to look for the value, whether they are intelligent enough, to analyze situations. And also, I would like to see whether they have, they have the enthusiasm to learn. That's very important. And then I would like, to check whether they can work harmoniously and build teamwork.
So here you go. 3 answers to your question. It's that you have to understand that you have to be critical thinkers, from a broader perspective. But then I asked an employer, so you might, after the session, submit your application to him. He mentioned you have to be intelligent. And he meant by intelligence, be a critical thinker. Then he said you have to learn. That means not just asking AI, but actually learn how to do things. And then the third thing is being harmonious, which is one of the things we talked about in humane entrepreneurship, the integration of harmony between things. Is harmony an Eastern value system or a Western value system? Because do we mention harmony in the West?
Well, I think harmony works across East and West. In the East, we talk about human relationship, but in the West, when we talk about harmony, we mean teamwork. Without teamwork, you cannot build a business.
Okay. This gentleman up here, and then the lady in the next row, if you can share the microphone.
Hello. I'm Professor Kanis Raja from the Center for Executive and Professional Development, London. I'm very interested in looking at this from a slightly more philosophical perspective, and I think that'll straddle the range of speakers you have on the panel. So if we go back a few hundred years when colonization took place, British Empire, for example, and we think in terms of AI as a different way of thinking, whether it's by machines or people. So Western industrialized thinking was imposed on the East, in India, in China, and so on, which impoverished these nations over the few hundred years they were in control, and more latterly, American colonization, say, hegemony, and so on, has impoverished the countries where they have enormous bases and so on. So where you impose a different way of thinking, whether it be machine-oriented thinking or Western philosophy in terms of industrialization and how it has stimulated a new way of doing, greater efficiencies, better means of exploitation, and so on. So we fast forward this to today, and we have AI. And it appears to me that the use of AI, of course, is all of those things that you have said, greater efficiencies, you ask the right question and it gives you extraordinary answers, but you need critical thinking and so on and so forth. But having said that, I think it does two things also. One is the younger age group are better at it and in the use of these technologies. So I'm somewhat encouraged by the fact that leadership might slip a few generations to a younger crowd than we currently have. I think too many of our leaders are far too old. They may have wisdom, but they may not have relationship, empathy with the environment in which we currently live. The second part is a question of power, because with the industrialized economies, the power lay in the hands of those in control. So now it comes down to those who have the intellectual property over the new AI technologies that are available. And it gets very dangerous because these days we know power is the one that enables you to do things. You can impose great tariffs on unsuspecting nations. And coming back to where we are, is it that AI has a dark side where it may concentrate power in the hands of a few. Perhaps if ethics is not evident, then irrespective of whether they're family companies or ones in the stock market, that it could take you out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. There was no question, but there's a comment to your comment. So
Thank you. I also read on the flight over here from the New York Review of Books an article discussing sort of what you're talking about. Kyle Chaika, a staff writer at the New Yorker, which is a very elite publication in New York City, for those of you who don't know about it, was describing the younger generation, knowledgeable in AI, as algorists, quote, a less loaded synonym for invisible rulers. He's arguing that this younger generation that knows how to use AI and manipulate it, they're invisible rulers. His data point is engineers at Meta, Facebook's parent company, call what they do growth hacking. This is in order to increase the profits of these firms using algorithms, using AI. Quote, it flows from the relentless pursuit of user engagement metrics. Massive data searches on on all of you here, what do you watch on Facebook, this, that, or something like that, and then analyzing the data immediately with computers, daily active users, average session length, feature retention rate, funnel completion rate, and so on. And his argument is that with AI, this generation using algorithms are actually becoming our rulers. So my question back to you is, okay, they're a younger generation, but can we trust them?
great.
I just,
Yes.
with regard to AI, yes, I think that that AI is a tool. It's a tool that it can be used for good and it can be used for bad. Of course, unfortunately, from our history, from the human side, we tend to sometimes use it for not for the right reasons. Going back to the Matrix. The Matrix in the movie, it talks about that humans are the only beings on the planet that don't seem to live harmoniously with the planet. We take more, we consume more, and that has always been a threat. Now with AI, we can do more surveillance. We can do more harm, but also, like I said, there's some things that we can do with regard to helping society do better. A few years ago, there was a popular topic called UBI, Universal Basic Income. This recognized the fact that not everyone will be able to have a job. And so the thinking was, it was a social experiment that if you're able to give someone 1,000 or 2,000 euros a month for a year or so, then that will allow them to find their creativity until they're able to, until they're able to get on their feet. I'm not sure whether that has been a success, but there's thinking along that line because we recognize that this creative destruction is real, and it's also the power is being concentrated in hands of few. It makes no sense that one person should have a net worth of more than 500 billion US dollars. That doesn't make sense from a context of the whole planet. But we're going to see more of those because of AI is going to be concentrated in the hands of a few. Some of you within this audience will become fabulously wealthy, very successful, but once again, when we think of entrepreneurship, it's not about the efficiency. It's about the human. We do these things. We come up with these programs to improve the human condition. And as long as we can keep that in focus within a sustainable way, not to deplete, the planet just to make humans better. As long as we can have a balance, then we have a chance that this planet will be, that we will continue.
Thank you. And the lady right there that waited patiently, thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for your suggestion. I'm Cinzia Dessi. I come from Italy, and what I can say that is related to values that you said before, because I believe that we can think about three levels when we talk about sustainability and about politics that we have to do regarding the future. So I think that there is a macro level related to the country governments. There is a meso level related to businesses. So from entrepreneur and entrepreneurship, and there is a low level that is from individuals. So the question is, and I believe is very complex to answer to this question. Yes, I agree when we talk about value, but I believe also that we need a more strong awareness about the future of the world. So after 40 years from the Brundtland report, what is the level of awareness of our future related to a more human-centered entrepreneurship and a more look toward the sustainability for the world and toward the values and toward the relationship between all the world and all the countries.
Great, thank you very much. Great point, raising the individual, mezzo, and then macro level. Your analysis is well said that we should not forget the mezzo level, which is the middle level here. But most importantly here, Italy, the Minister of Higher Education 2 years ago said that ChatGPT is forbidden across all universities and schools. He made that statement. I'm half Italian, I know. But the reality is all students in Italy still use it.
Yes.
So the government can say what it wants, but the usage is something different. So what is the West, Europe, talking about AI? They're forbidding AI from a government standpoint, but from an individual level, everybody's using it. So I go to Winslow. What is the government's role now? As a person, as a policymaker, as an enforcer? Because an example of Italy, ChatGPT is disallowed, but yet students use it every day.
Yes, well, there is a public-private partnership that we recognize that the government's role is to come up with regulations to that are forward-thinking regulations, because these things are going to happen, right? So these technologies, these are groundbreaking technologies that are forced for good. They just need to be able to be harnessed in a way so that they are sustainable, so that they do more harm, that they do no harm, because and many times these technologies are actually funded by research by the respective governments. So I do believe that the government plays a role. We've seen this with data rights within Europe, right? I mean, so this is not something new. We see that there are regulations that can be put into place that are not burdensome, but they can create a framework. I liken regulations, and I liken what governments can do with FIFA, for example. Whether you like football or cricket or whatever, when you watch a football game, right, if the rules make sense, then the game is a beautiful game. Then the referee is not always involved. Then you let the players play. You let the entrepreneurs play. You let the business players play. And it's a good game. But if you have rules that are burdensome, and if there's a choppy play, every time there's a move, the government steps in, the referee steps in, then it's no fun. And so that's what I'm saying, that there's a way, the rules can be created in a way with the entrepreneurs, with the players, so that it makes sense and is productive, that's where the government can play a role in terms of this private-public partnership.
Great, thank you. Steve, I'm going to come back to you. You mentioned values. In Los Angeles, Uber has 3,000 self-autonomous cars ready to be deployed 24 hours, 24 by 7. 3,000 ready to be deployed in LA that don't require humans. The city of LA told Uber, if you deploy them, we'll pull your licenses because you're going to displace 3,000 Uber drivers instantaneously that have to feed their children and so on and so on. So the government interfered with Uber, said the only time you can release these Uber driverless cars is after 11 p.m. when then we want as humans to go back home, but let the driverless cars open. This was not a God question. This was not a religious question. This was about values, that the city was valuing the work of humans in driving these cars, even though it was cheaper, faster, more economical for the Uber to unleash these fleet. What's your reaction to this?
Well, my reaction is the issue as posed is the classic issue for basically every society since primitive people. What is the role of government? What is the power of government? How much do we give them? Can we trust them? And this is continually a problem in our lives today. We have then there are different versions of this. The American constitutionalism, checks and balances again. You empower people, and then what do? Do we have any clear mental idea of what a good government is? I wanted to go in response to your question about government to China and my last couple of experiences there. I haven't been there in a couple of years, but the surveillance system, which the party, particularly under Xi Jinping, has put up, coupled with vast storage of data information, now coupled with AI. So let me create a hypothetical. This is a conference, we're doing this in Peking University, in Beida, and there's facial recognition of everybody in the room, because when you walked in, you're facial recognized, the data goes into the computer, no human being is watching it. Every word that's said is recorded and stored in the computer. And if that were true, if you know, my feeling is so much, since I arrived in Jinju, until I leave, I will be tracked everywhere. When I go to the hotel, when I'm sitting and when I'm having breakfast there, they might even have a camera in my room. The last time I was in Beijing a number of years ago, my good friend and colleague, Professor Yang Hengda, the only time he would talk to me in any real human way was when we were in the back seat of a taxi cab. Every time else he was conscious of something and he just wouldn't talk. Chinese with each other, they don't share what they think, because all the government has to do is stick AI on and pull up everything they've said, this and that, who I'm with. I was on the panel with Eamon. They're suspicious of Eamon. They pull me in and say, why do you know this guy? What does he do? This, that, and the other thing. The example you gave of the government of Los Angeles with Uber is a smaller version. My great worry is that AI will be used to create totalitarian regimes, the like of which we have never seen.
So, Stanley, do you agree with that statement that AI will create totalitarian regimes and that there'll be less freedom of opinion and voice? What do you think?
I don't think so. I think actual AI would broaden the people's thinking capacity. Well, I think, people with more knowledge, they will become more liberal in thinking.
More liberal in thinking. So we have, again, a dichotomy. We have one more question here, and then we'll wrap up the session. So please go ahead. The microphone is coming to you. It's working its way.
Thank you, sir, for the very insightful discussion. I am Siddharth from IIT Roorkee, India. I am doing PhD in the topic of AI in humanitarian supply chain management. So, sir, my question is that AI is, we have known that it has been very fruitful in saving lives, doing predictions like UNHRC, United Nations Human Rights Commissions. It has been extensively used in beneficiary detections and predicting the needs of the people and victim beneficiary detection and whatnot. So my question is that uh, AI has become oxygen or not? For example, AI is introduced. There has been a winter period from 1987 to 1995 something. So in that period, people opposed, but now they are accepting it. Like electricity was introduced when computer was introduced, people vehemently opposed this. But now it has become a part of our life. Exactly to say, it has become oxygen in our lives. And AI similarly has done similar things, and we are somehow dependent on it. So my question is that can AI become new oxygen for our period? And second question is that, sir, when talk about social sustainability, people's need and in humanitarian context, so how AI can improve that social sustainability in people's lives, sir? So this is my question.
Okay, so is AI going to be the oxygen for humanity? And I'll go then with you, and then Stanley and Steve.
Well, AI is different than electricity in terms of it isn't passive. When we think of electricity, when you turn on a switch, it's yes, it powers things and it helps us do amazing things and we live better. And you're right. When you look at AI, when you look at the algorithms, it can do tremendous good. But also from a surveillance, as was pointed out, it also every time you key a stroke, it's being recorded. And the challenge with that is that when I remember when I had to go through a confirmation hearing many years ago and in the U.S. Senate, I grew up at a time when AI wasn't as prominent. So if someone asked me if I had done something when I was in my youth, I could say, I do not recall doing that because there wasn't a record of it. But in your generation with AI, everything's recorded. So whether you're 5 or 10 or 15 or 20, things that you may, and it doesn't allow us to make mistakes. Because the way that I thought at 15 is different than when I thought when I was 20 or 25 or 30. We all go through changes. We all say things that may not be politically correct, but what AI doesn't give us the time to make mistakes, to be anonymous. And so that's the bad side. But like you said, there are many good things that AI can do, help to prolong life, help to predict disasters. So those who may be living in a village, they can prepare for a typhoon or anything else. It can do great things, but at the other side, it also can be used for bad as well.
Stanley, is AI going to be like electricity, or is it just going to be something more?
Well, I mean, AI is an instrument. I mean, what depends on how you use it, right? You use it, I mean, properly. I mean, you can do, I mean, human being a lot of good.
I would agree with Stanley. I do not accept the analogy that AI is any kind of oxygen. It's something different. First of all, it's a tool, the way Stanley was talking about. It's something we use. Oxygen, in a sense, we use it because we breathe it in. But AI is not something. AI is like a knife. It's like a sword. It's like a rifle. It's like, there are all kinds of tools. Or even like a gas stove. I'm just thinking of that. You turn on a gas stove, which is very nice to have to cook, but if a little kid puts his or her hand over the flame and burns their hand, tools can be used for good or for evil. So that would bring me back to my point of thinking about who we are, where do we want to go, what do we do, and then the control point, the governance point is, governments have been authorized to control the tools we have. So how do we think about how governments should regulate AI? Thank you.
Thank you. And to conclude this session, I want to give you a scenario that just played out last year. And it captures this essence of where we're going with AI. There was I'm not sure if it was a young boy or a young girl, early 20s or maybe in the teens. They were not happy. They were having issues at school and the family. They were having issues there. And that young person sat with AI and started having a conversation with AI about unhappiness and their life. And the more conversation it had with AI, the more AI replied to it about options to help solve this issue. And AI took a turn where it was recommending to the teen to commit suicide. I think a lot of you might have heard about this. And eventually, that teen, unfortunately, did not get the intervention needed and did commit suicide. And the bereaved parents, kind of shocked about this whole situation, took action against the AI company and sued it for this death. If it was a human recommending to a human to commit suicide, that person would be in jail now, right? Because of a crime that they have done. But AI doesn't have a conscience. It doesn't know that taking a human life is sacrilegious. It doesn't matter what religion, right? And now the AI company and other companies are saying, we'll put these parameters in there so it doesn't go down that route and so on here. But we're at this juncture now where between what we know and what is right and wrong is being blurred because somewhat AI is telling our younger generation about these things and not the senior people, the wiser people, the parents. Now is the time to reflect on this and to see where this can go in the future. It can have positives, but it can also have the dark side. So I'm going to ask my colleagues here to leave us with a statement that if we were here 5 years from now, and AI, and East beats West, what is something that we should walk away with? Saying this is something that we need to think more about or kind of keep in the back of our mind. I'll start with Dr. Winslow, and then we'll go and all the way to the end.
Well, this has been a fabulously done session. This topic's very timely. We know that coming out of COVID, we've had a serious problem of mental health in terms of having to spend so much time by ourselves, but also two, we have many of the youth are spending so much time online where their closest friends, quote unquote, their friends are people that they have never seen and that they've never been in the same room with. They're over a computer, they're over an AI. And that's not healthy for long-term relationships. It's not healthy for socialization. So what we need to be aware of is that, once again, we are social beings. We need each other. And so these tools are great for functionality, for productivity, but the goal is to make the human condition and sustainability better. We have a crisis with our youth, with mental health, with technology, and we cannot allow AI or those who program AI to raise the next generation because that's not going to be healthy for our society.
Thank you. Stanley?
Well, I'm a believer in Confucius theory. I mean, Confucius says, every human being, has a propensity to look for goodness. So I think, AI, is an instrument. Want it to do good, to us, you do so. But if we have a bad conscience, and tell the AI, what to do otherwise, then of course, you would be bad for us.
Thank you. Steve?
I guess I'd like to say that AI can be marvelous. The possibilities of what AI can do for us are beyond my comprehension. If you assemble massive amounts of data of all different kinds, and then you apply your own intelligence to it, we can create better products, we can solve problems, we can create new materials, who knows? But if the genie is out of the bottle and the genie controls us, so I come to the point of, which has been reinforced by this conversation, of the fundamental need for checks and balances and competition and anti-monopoly power. Do not let the power of AI end up in 4 great global companies which have symbiotic links with governments and political parties. Make sure there are 10,000 companies with AI. So that if one company is doing something which leads to sort of a teenage suicide, there's immediately, there are other alternatives. The market will drive that company out of business because it did a bad thing. But how are we going to protect the options? And I think it has to be through competition.
Thank you. And this has been, hopefully, a fascinating conversation here. I hope it piqued your interest and got you to think about the pros and cons of AI in the East and the West, or both just global. And I want to thank our panelists here. I'll start with my left, with Steve, for your comments and your PowerPoint presentation, and with Stanley, with your examples in the bank and the family values and Confucius value system here, and with Dr. Winslow to give us a broader perspective, but also put it in the context of good versus evil versus use and non-use. Let us give them a big round of applause, everybody, for a wonderful session.
네, 오늘 귀한 논의를 이끌어주신 아이만 트라우시 회장님과 의미 있는 말씀 함께해 주신 연사님들께 감사드립니다. 잠시 사진 촬영을 하려고 합니다. Alright, it's time to capture this memorable moment and with a group photo. So, yeah, would you stand up? Is it okay? Yeah. Thank you. 네, 잠시 사진 촬영하겠습니다. 오늘 특별한 시간을 또 의미 있게 기억에 남기려고 하는 기념 사진 촬영입니다. 중앙에 있는 카메라를 봐주시기 바랍니다. Please look towards camera. Yeah, with a big smile. 네, 감사합니다. Thank you so much. 네, 여러분, 저희 잠시 휴식 시간을 가진 후에 바로 이어서 5번째 세션을 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후에 또 세션은요, 창조와 혁신 라운드 테이블로 함께 이어갈 텐데요. 여러분의 많은 또 관심 부탁드립니다. 감사드립니다. 네, 이제 곧 5번째 세션이 시작되겠습니다. 모두 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to begin session 5 of our session. 네, 창조와 혁신 라운드 테이블의 세션으로 여러분과 함께 하겠습니다. 이제 5번째 세션의 좌장을 소개할 텐데요. 김기찬 세계 중소기업학회 회장님께서 오늘 이 자리에 함께 하셨습니다. 그럼 회장님께 마이크를 넘기고 함께 오늘 이 자리에 오신 특별한 분들과 함께 진행을 해보려고 합니다.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ki-chan Kim, Chairman of ICSB International Council for Small Business and the International Chancellor of President University in Indonesia. I'll be your moderator for this session. At this year Jinju Forum, participants from more than 28 countries have joined us. Let me briefly introduce Korea first. Korea is known as a country of BTS. What does BTS stand for? B is brain. Yeah. T is talent. S is spirit, particularly the K entrepreneurial spirit. Korea is a very small country. Korea's land area accounts for only 0.0% of the world. Its population for 0.7%. It has almost no natural resource. It's a nation that has only its people. 60 years ago, Korea was the poorest country in the world. So then we educated its people and enabled them and empowered them to innovate. People established company like the Samsung, Hyundai, LG. Today, Korea has become #1 country in innovation, which is Bloomberg Innovation Index. #2 country in semiconductor, led by Samsung Electronics. Automobile, led by Hyundai Motors, #2 country in the world. #3, cultural powerhouse in the world, led by global rise of K-culture, K-pop demo hunters. Do you agree with me? Yeah. So Korea is a country of BTS. Please, remember. And Korea is a country of 1, 2, 3. #1 in innovation, #2 in industrial competitiveness, #3 in cultural impact in the world. Our theme today is creation and innovation. In this session, we are joined by 5 distinguished panelists who has each taught or practiced entrepreneurial transformation in their respective field. Let me introduce them. The first, Chairman Moon Guk-hyun, who was CEO Kimberly-Clark Asia, former member of National Assembly. Thank you very much for your time here. #2, Professor Jason Wood, University of Hong Kong. Thank you for your time. And Dean David Sprott, Peter Drucker School of Management. Thank you. Okay. Professor Shin Hyun Han, Professor of Business School, Yonsei University. Thank you. Professor Nicholas Lam, Helper University, Malaysia. Each panelist will give a 15 minutes presentation, followed by panel discussion on K-entrepreneurship and innovation. So first, I'd like to ask each panelist to briefly introduce yourself and share your area of research or professional work. So from the Professor Moon. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I worked for Kimberly-Clark for more than 34 years and then continued servicing private sector. At the same time, I worked for National Assembly of Korea. But my main hobby or interest was on social entrepreneurship. If we have time today, maybe we can spend some time on the importance of social entrepreneurship in addition to the profit, this entrepreneurial startup. It's nice to meet you all.
Hello, good morning. I'm Jason Woodard. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm a professor at the University of Hong Kong. We are starting a new school of innovation, which I will tell you about in a little while. That's been happening for about 2 months now. Prior to that, I was in Boston for about 10 years at a small institution called Olin College of Engineering, which I will also tell you a bit more about. I was in Asia for 10 years before that and at Singapore Management University. Earlier in my career, I worked for IBM for a couple of years. Themes in my career, interdisciplinarity, integrating theory and practice, and being part of educational startups. So those are kind of the common themes in my career.
Thank you very much. Actually, 25 years ago, when I was in Boston, he was a PhD student of Harvard Business School. So then, then he moved to Singapore as a professor of Singapore Management School. And I think as far as I know, he has a great experience for innovation in Shenzhen, collaborating with the Chinese government. And currently, he is a professor of University of Hong Kong, and so I think he can compare Boston, Singapore, Hong Kong, Shenzhen, at Seoul or Korea. Okay, then I am looking forward to your excellent presentation. Actually, then David Sprott, Peter Drucker School of Management. Okay.
Thanks very much for having me, and it's good to see you again. Thank you, Ki-chan. So my background is in marketing, so I'm very much interested in how and why people do what they do. Pretty much all of my work is experimental, and I do consumer psychology a great deal. And my most recent thing I'm excited about is human centricity, which has certainly been motivated by my time at the Drucker School.
Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you. Professor Shin Hye-nan, Yonsei University.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kim. Thank you for inviting me and join this session, and also make me meet a lot of good people. And the previous session was very insightful, and I also learned a lot. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hyun-Han Shin. I am a professor at Yonsei University. I'm teaching finance. Before I joined Yonsei, I worked for SUNY Buffalo, State University of New York at Buffalo. And before I joined SUNY Buffalo, I also worked for California State University and Oregon University. And I got my PhD from Ohio State University. So I went all over the places in the US as David, I forgot your name, I'm sorry. Jason went around all over the world. So again, it is my pleasure to be here, and then I hope to exchange our ideas and also share our ideas with the audiences. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time. Okay, Dr. Nicholas Lam.
All right, thank you, Professor Kim. First of all, I'd like to thank Professor Kim for inviting us, Professor Chan and myself, to this wonderful event, meeting a lot of interesting people like yourself, and also the distinguished guests here. My name is Nicholas Lam. I'm from the ELM Graduate School of Health University, which is based in Malaysia. So later I will share a little bit about what we are doing differently, what are the lessons that we can learn, not only from ourselves, but also to all of us. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, particularly, help university is helping people. Yeah? Okay. And the more importantly, as far as I know, Mr. Kim Jong-un is an alumni of Help University. Okay. So then I will begin by introducing the background behind Round the Table on Innovation and Creation in this year's Jinju Forum. So please take a look at my slide. So actually, who are they? Here, they are 2025 Nobel Prize winner in economic science. The Joel Moki from Northwestern University, Philippe Aguillon from INSEAD, French, Peter Hoyt, Brown University. My question is, what do they have in common? Because the Nobel Prize in Economics always carry a deep message for our world. Yeah. So they are disciple of Schumpeterian school of thought. They are neo-Schumpeterian of think. So why? So Royal Swedish Academy of Science titled its official explanation of the world is from stagnation to sustained growth. So with this awareness, we have established around the table on creation and innovation. So what we really need today is precisely creative destruction. So Schumpeterian is leading creative destruction. We hope to find a solution answer to how we can achieve sustained growth through constructive creative destruction, creation, and innovation. What causes economic stagnation? Who is the enemy of entrepreneurship? Who stands against creative destruction? So from now on, each panelist will deliver their presentation in sequence to explore possible answer to innovation and creation. Let's begin with Jason. Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you once again, Professor Kim, to all the organizers for the opportunity to be here today, and for a wonderful provocation. I love the framing of this session, so I'm going to say a little bit more about it. We go to the slides. Fantastic. All right, so once again, I think all of us in the innovation and entrepreneurship community were excited by this year's Nobel Prize in Economics for how new technology can drive sustained growth. And I love the prompt of this session. How can the paradigm of innovation move from technology to humanity and from destruction to inclusion, right? So creative destruction might be an important force in the world, but is there a way to think about it in a more positive way that's more inclusive without sacrificing the wonderful features of innovation and growth? The short answer that I want to give, if I only had 30 seconds, I would just say education. And then I would sit down. But you've given me a few more minutes, so I'm going to tell a little bit more, a few stories here to elaborate on that. But I think really the secret to what I would say how human-centered education supports human-centered innovation is really in thinking about education in a slightly different way. So I've had the great fortune to spend the past 10 years at a very small college outside of Boston, Massachusetts, that most people have never heard of, which is called Olin College of Engineering. Olin College is an experiment in and a laboratory for educational change. So Olin was started about 25 years ago, really with a mission to rethink engineering education. So we have about 400 students. We were founded with a very generous philanthropic gift, and we've been doing this for about 25 years. Many people have contributed to this effort, and I only joined in 2015, so I can't take credit for many of the founding insights. But our first president, Rick Miller, really was, I think, responsible for setting the direction in really thinking about a human-centered approach to education. He quotes Yeats and saying, "Education is not the filling of the pail, but the lighting of a fire." And in Professor Miller's view, the future of higher education is really a progression from the transmission of knowledge, which really may have been important in an economy really driven by knowledge. We need to download information into our heads, right? Education was like that for a long time. But really shifting toward a maker economy, an economy where we need to make things, and we have an iterative interaction between faculty and students and between students and the world. So project-based learning is a really important feature of the education that was developed at Olin, and it really shifts from what you know to what you can do. It's a very practical form of education that helps prepare students for a world in which they need to collaborate, in which they need to make things and interact with the rest of the world. In shifting from making even further into innovation, we also need to think about how students can generate ideas and get those ideas out there into the world. We need to think about students' intrinsic motivation. We need to think about design thinking, right? So shifting from what you know to what you can do to what you can conceive. Right, so those are some themes in the Olin approach to education. Very early on in the history of the college, the founding faculty created this triangle that says what are the kind of three things that we really care about here in the approach that we're going to take. It's an engineering college, so it's really focused on engineering as its primary thing, but also entrepreneurship and deep integration with the arts, humanities, and social sciences. Right, so that's what we call the Olin triangle. What does it look like in practice? It's very messy. You want to think about human-centered education. We pack a bunch of humans into a very small campus. You send them out with a lot of sticky notes to do design thinking, talking to people, developing empathy for their problems. This is my colleague Ben Linder and some students in our human-centered design class. It's a place where we really think about interdisciplinary thinking because the problems in the world are not neatly divided into disciplines. It's a very collaborative environment. We think about our students as co-creators with our faculty of the educational experience. We believe engineering starts with people and ends with people. So we think about not just education as something that happens in a classroom, but something that happens in the world. And we really think about how to expose students to real-world engineering challenges from day one. Those students go on to make a big impact. They're really passionate about the world. Many of them are idealistic. Many of them are entrepreneurial and go start companies, which I'll tell you about in a minute. But we're more focused about the kind of impact that they want to have. How do we do that? What are some of the design principles that we have in our educational approach at Olin? First is what we call participatory design. So we really think about designing learning experiences for and with students. So we apply those design thinking skills that we teach also to our own educational practices. We really think about how to align our learning goals with what students do, what they produce, and how they're assessed. So we have a variety of tools to do this, and we've worked with educators and institutions all over the world to share these tools and these practices. We also really think hard about our educational culture. We have a saying at Olin, the culture is the curriculum. We try to adopt a growth mindset with respect to our students to create a culture of openness, trust, and joy. And there's some evidence that we've been successful at that. In addition to being wonderful people, our students go off to some of the top technology companies in the US and in the world. They go to great graduate schools. Over a third of our alumni join or found a startup within 10 years of graduation. not always immediately, but many of them have entrepreneurship as part of their professional path. That's not a KPI that we design for, right? So we don't target a certain number of students doing entrepreneurship. It's something that happens organically as a result of the education that we provide. And we've had some, even for a very small school, we've had some famous alumni. That's Adam Bree, who's the founder of Skydio, which is kind of the American DJI drone company. Francis Haugen was known as the Facebook whistleblower. Alec Radford is one of the key people at OpenAI. I think he's left now. Tasha Cave is working on carbon capture technology at a company called 12. So just a sample of our alumni. We're very proud of them. They've done very impactful things in the world. So that's been a wonderful adventure. As I mentioned, I've just joined a new educational startup, a school of innovation at the University of Hong Kong. Hong Kong U has been around for over 100 years, but they decided last year to create a school of innovation, really to bring these kinds of ideas to Hong Kong and also to have an opportunity to design another curriculum from scratch around what have we learned in the past 20, 25 years. So I got connected with these folks through my work at Olin, and we've just created and launched a Bachelor of Science in Innovation and Technology, which is designed to bring these ideas together into a new program. We have our first 40 students who've just arrived. We're about 8 weeks into classes now. Every Friday, the faculty and staff get together for what we call Fantastic Failure Fridays. We talk about all the wonderful things that have gone wrong in the previous week in our classes, and we work to iteratively improve what we're doing. So it's been a great opportunity to kind of live what we preach at Olin. We have several courses that we're teaching to these students, one called Computational Problem Solving, one called Modeling the World, and the one that I'm teaching is called Human-Centered Innovation. So this is a chance to bring these ideas together. There's a little bit of entrepreneurship, some design thinking, and some thinking about innovation management that we've pulled together into this course. So it's been a lot of fun. I have to say something about AI and education and innovation because today is the AI Day. I don't think I can top the last discussion that we had in the previous session about AI, but I do want to sort of put my own spin on it here in thinking about it, which is to ask the question, how can AI support both education and innovation? And in thinking about that, I think about two of my favorite authors who've influenced me. One is Brian Arthur, an economist, contender maybe for a Nobel Prize someday, I hope, and also a Schumpeterian, I think, in his own way. And Arthur says that innovation is about recombination or combination of ideas. He makes the point that there are so many different ideas that can be combined together. The combinatorial space is so vast that every time you combine two ideas, the chances are that nobody else has ever combined that set of ideas in that particular way. I guess you need more than two. But that's really what people do when they innovate, is to combine things that have previously existed. That's something that AI is really good at. And I think AI is getting better fast. And as a tool, I really encourage our students and everybody to think about using AI to come up with new combinations and to test new combinations of ideas. But I think we need more than that. So another favorite author of mine is Philip Pullman. Has anybody read the Dark Materials trilogy? We have any Philip Pullman fans out there? Maybe a couple? Okay, well, he's just come out with a new book. It's the final book in the second trilogy about this wonderful character named Lyra. So I'm very excited to get home and start reading it. But one of the things that Pullman mentions, he's a real humanist. He talks about imagination and talks about imagination not as a way of making things up, but really as a way of seeing more deeply. And I think the point I want to make about that is that humans are good at this. Particularly children are good at this. And unfortunately, whereas AI is getting better really fast at recombination, I worry that in the course of a human lifetime, people tend to get worse at imagination over time. We tend to beat it out of people. And I think we need to stop doing that. And so I hope that as we think about the role of AI in education, we think about not just using AI as a tool, but also elevating and integrating our own imaginative capabilities. We can have a talk about whether AI is going to develop its own imaginative capabilities and what happens when that happens. So that's an interesting question. But I think we've got a lot that we can do to use our own imagination to try new combinations, to develop an intuition about the direction for innovation. And I think as an educational system, we need to find a way to integrate the best of both to shape a sustainable innovation ecosystem for the next generation. I'm optimistic, and I look forward to talking with the panel about ways to do that. Finally, I think I'm on just about every messaging platform on the planet, including Kakao Talk. So if we don't have a chance to talk today, I invite you to connect with me on WeChat, WhatsApp, Kakao, or any other platform you can find me on. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. Jason, actually, that's very good start. Yeah. So if we can educate people properly and enable them, then they are ready to establish their own company and innovate. So eventually, then we can overcome the stagnation, from stagnation to sustainable growth. Good start. Thank you very much. Second, actually, the Dean David Sprout. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, good morning, everybody. It's good to see you again. And I've got slides coming up, so we'll have a second to wait while that gets ready. Oh, there it is. So my house is actually on the corner of this street. That's why I always use this picture. So if you look around the corner, you can't quite see it. I live right there on that sign, which I think is kind of funny. So as I had mentioned yesterday, I'm the Dean of the Drucker School, if you were here. The things we focus on are human centricity, transdisciplinarity, and also how to further a functioning society. But a big part of that is innovation and entrepreneurship, which is what I'm going to be talking about in depth here today. I am going to be drawing on a new book that I wrote with a Professor Jaworski. It comes out in a couple of weeks. I promise this isn't a shameless plug as it appears, but it is a little bit. But it is where I'm drawing a lot of my content from today. So to start off my talk, I want to think about what is the purpose of a business. We've heard a lot of different views about business over the past day and a half so far. And I very much strongly subscribe to Drucker's idea that the purpose of a business is to create a customer. And if we can agree to that core premise, then the two most important business functions, he would argue here in this quote, are marketing and innovation. As a marketing professor, that makes me pretty happy, I have to admit. And I'm guessing Jason's smiling because he's an innovation professor and makes him happy. But I do believe there's a lot of truth in this idea. And the notion is that for marketing, you must identify with the customer in the marketplace to know what it is they desire and need. The second piece is the innovation to deliver on the needs and wants within the customer. So the basic idea here really is almost more about a marketing sort of a lens to the issue of innovation. So Drucker wrote quite a bit about innovation over time. In 1985, he produced this book, Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Practice and Principles. I think out of all those words on the cover, the word practice is probably most important. He argues that innovation should be a discipline. It can be organized, it can be taught, and it can be practiced. And it needs to be about systematic efforts. He had 5 core principles around innovation. Certainly happy to discuss these with my colleagues up on the stage or with you. First of all, innovation is learned by practicing. It's not a talent necessarily you were born with. It's like leadership. It can develop through repetition and reflection. It should be based on behavior. How do people use their time? What do they actually do? How are resources allocated? How is attention paid? Certainly innovation can be organized. We see that in many companies in terms of R&D departments, just like having a group for budget hiring and HR, they have groups for innovation. I think another important point that he makes is that it's everyone's job within the corporation to be an innovator. It's not just the R&D department or a lab. it really should be the every role in the organization thinking, how can we improve things that go forward here? And finally, I think to me is the most important notion on the slide, and that is that innovation really needs to be driven by what the market thinks. So that is, again, going back to customer centricity, which is a big focus of my work. It really is, does the market respond in a positive way to the innovation? And I'll get to this in a little bit more. So what are the sources of innovation? Peter, in the book that I mentioned, he outlines 7 sources, and I'll walk through each of these with a few examples and kind of save the best there for last. So one source is an unexpected failure or a success. Google is a great example of this. They tried like crazy to get Google Glass to work. They thought that was the future of how we would interact with computers. They've tried many times, and it's been discontinued more than once or twice. On the flip side, Gmail is something they had really no strong idea that would take off, and it exploded because it addressed and met a market need that hadn't been addressed before. Many organizations miss these kinds of signals for success or failure. It's easy to chase a failure, to say if we just change the product, a little more marketing research and new design, we can make it work. And then the quiet successes are sitting there right in front of them and are missed. So this notion of looking at success and failure and marketplace information from the customer is the first source of innovation. The second one is incongruities between what is assumed and what reality is. Entire industries can share shared assumptions, and that may be often invisible to the naked eye. Take, for example, in the semiconductor industry in the 1980s, pretty much every firm had a fabrication plant, and then along came a company called TSMC. I'm sure you've heard of it. I think it's one of the biggest companies in the world by market cap, if I'm not mistaken. And what they asked is, they said, what if manufacturing would become a service? And what if we could specialize in the design and handle the production? This notion or creation of a foundry model has reshaped the global tech supply chain for semiconductors. The idea there is that the original assumption was questioned, and then a new model was put forth and proven very successful in this example. Am I off? Sorry. Nope, I'm good. Thank you. So the next one is process needs that Drucker talks about. This is the idea that innovation can come from an improved process. I think Tesla is a pretty good example of that, where Elon Musk has suggested that Tesla's true product isn't the car, it's the factory, and the car is merely an output of a better process. Such innovation isn't necessarily exciting, but it can certainly be an important driver of operational excellence and efficiency. Many times market structures change. Certainly things can change immediately, and it can shift the way people think. Circuit City is a great example from the US. It was a very large consumer electronics retailer for many years. It was featured in a company called in a book called Built to Last, and it obviously didn't last because it's out of business and gone. So what happened to poor old Circuit City? Best Buy has flourished, and basically Circuit City, for the most part, missed the move to online shopping, which was dominated now by Amazon and Walmart and Best Buy. They just missed it. They thought the store was the important part with sales, and that was not what customers were looking for. Much of this is captured, which is called the innovator dilemma, and the idea that success sometimes blinds what's in front of you. Another option that you can look at for ideas for innovation are changes in demography. That easily is pretty obvious. Many of our cultures, yours and mine included, are not reproducing nearly as quickly, and we're aging. We have a new partner in Japan called Macnica. It is a semiconductor distributor and also an AI innovator. And what Macnica has been doing is developing autonomous shuttle buses out in the rural parts of Japan, because for 2 reasons. Number one, many of the older people that live in the population are no longer allowed to drive, and they don't have cars, and there's nobody to drive the buses. So they said, why don't we create an autonomous bus that's out there? Hopefully I'm going to get to see one of these when I go to Japan tomorrow. The other thing is changes and shifts in perceptions, particularly around customers. What we argue in the book that I'd mentioned earlier is that a critical part of setting strategy is capturing intelligence of your customers, responding to it as an organization, in the entire organization. You can take, for example, there what a car means. When I was a little boy, the first thing you dreamt of was the day you're going to get a car, a Camaro or a Firebird, or even just an old rusty piece of junk, because cars meant so many things to Americans at that time. But now for my kids, mobility is not that way at all. Mobility is seen as a service rather than a possession, and things like Uber and Lyft have taken off. The last source of innovation is the one that most people think about. It's where R&D and discovery and new technology comes along. It's where engineers like Jason's school produces. Life sciences is a great example of that. You know, monoclonal antibodies, for example, companies like Amgen, gene editing, AI-driven drug discovery have all really pushed the envelope in terms of innovation. But this new knowledge is risky, it's expensive, it can be slow, it's hard to monetize to get the revenues back, but yet it gets a lot of our attention. And the main point of these first 7 sources to talk about is that the last one is one, but there's many other sources to generate innovation based on a Drucker perspective. But that's only half the story, so we're halfway through my talk. And the other half is something that Peter had talked about and wrote about that I have adopted as a personal view on things as well, and that's the idea of abandonment. And that's the second half of my discussion. It's very well represented here in this quote by Drucker. If you want something new, you have to do something old. So the idea is that innovation and abandonment are 2 coins, 2 sides, 2 forces of innovation, and also for strategy. One way to think about it is if innovation is a spark, abandonment can be the fuel that helps the fire to keep burning. Without space to innovate, it is very difficult to do so. And Drucker's point was pretty strong on this one. His comment was that if you innovate by 20%, you want to do something new, then you're going to have to stop doing something by an equal amount in order to free up the resources to do that. We celebrate innovation. We have entire conferences to innovation. We get promoted for it in our companies. Our students get to start new startups. And nobody ever gets promoted for stopping something, for the most part, at least in most companies. Most firms don't have an abandonment department. They have an innovation lab, they have a growth team, they have a new ventures group, and no one really leads the art of letting go. It holds up resources in terms of time, talent, and money, and it can get trapped in yesterday's successes. So what Peter argued for is the idea of a systematic process to abandonment. This is a definition we have in the book. I'll let you read that as I chat. But there's 4 points that are really worth noting here. First of all is the notion that it needs to be systematic. And that is, it means to be organized, repeatable, and built into how the firm actually works. It's not just a one-off when there's a crisis of something happening. It really needs to be a part of what you do. Abandonment also doesn't mean to just cut back, to reduce our resources, to put it on the back burner. It actually means to stop something. It's like, I am no longer going to do this. I will pull all resources from it. That's very difficult to do. It also should be a firm-wide response where everyone within the organization can think about and practice abandonment. It is something that I have integrated into my own work as a dean, and it's been hard, I will have to say, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. My associate dean he calls himself the Dark Lord of Abandonment, so every time he comes walking around, he's like, okay, why are we doing this? And we don't need to do it anymore. So he's probably thinking that about me being in Korea right now, I'd imagine. And then the last point is you really should think about this for everything. And when you think about abandonment, you might think about, well, we're going to, Ford stopped making sedan cars. Or, it may be a product line, we're no longer going to make plasma televisions. But it really is intentionally focused on other things. Think about processes, think about partnerships, systems, values, mindsets that can also be abandoned. Now, in terms of kind of what you want to look for, does it contribute to firm performance? Is it still useful in terms of the strategy for the firm? Is it consuming resources that you could put somewhere else? And does it actively hinder growth in new promising area? These questions are hard to ask within a corporation, and it's even more difficult to get action on it We've talked to a lot of executives about this idea of abandonment. Everyone says, you know what, it's a really good idea, but I don't do enough of it. So why is that? Well, first of all, we can go back to other Nobel Prize winners in prospect theory. So the idea that losses loom larger than gains is certainly part of it, status quo bias, those types of things. So it is part of who we are naturally. But it also challenges things within the company. It challenges this in terms of our comfort levels. It requires courage. People like stability just like organizations. We cling to what has worked before and we build rituals around those, and many times. And the forces that prevent us from abandonment are powerful. Stability feels good. We don't have a process to deal with it. We don't have a team or a tool. People have self-interest in keeping things alive, and careers most often are built on creation rather than cessation, and also quarterly profits. So if you think about it, the organizational hero is the person who builds something new. Look at this new thing I've developed. And the person who says, look at me, I will stop doing something, is really not something that is rewarded in today's world. However, there are examples of where abandonment has existed and has thrived. Amazon is a really good example. It's a great modern company that has both innovation and abandonment. We celebrate them for innovation, Prime, AWS, logistics automation, but they also have been willing to walk away from a number of things. The Fire Phone, Amazon Local, Amazon Restaurants, Amazon Wallet. Some versions of Kindle Fire and Amazon Go have been let go, or at least relaunched and restarted. And what is remarkable really is not that they failed, it's that Amazon moved on so quickly after they said this no longer works. Abandonment there is not seen as a defeat. It's seen as more part of the operating culture and the rhythm of the organization. It frees up capital, it frees up attention, creative energy for what comes next, so that they can pivot to things that they are looking for, like cloud computing and retail. And then there's Microsoft, and perhaps, there's not a better modern case study for the idea of how to start over, to not innovate, but to repent almost. It abandoned a culture that was competitive. It replaced one with learning and empathy under Satya Nadella. They abandoned the Windows iPhone. They abandoned Internet Explorer, phased out hardware projects, refocused on cloud computing, open source collaboration, and AI. But perhaps the greatest version of abandonment was a cultural shift from basically being a know-it-all to being a learn-it-all. And it's very much, both of these companies are great examples of how that can happen. So how do you actually make abandonment happen? First of all, you got to figure out what you want to get rid of. Drucker had a classic question. It was what won his approval by Jack Welch of GE. He basically asked Welch, if we're starting today knowing what we know, would we still be doing the same work? That pretty much freaked out the CEO of GE, and it's a good question to start this discussion. Screen by criteria. Is it outdated? Is it necessary? Can we achieve the same outcome better elsewhere? Be rigorous in this criteria evaluation. Rank the various opportunities for abandonment and figure out where the easy wins are that have the biggest impact. And then actually stop what you're doing. Don't put it on the back burner. Don't say, well, we'll give it another 6 months, but to just say, we are done with this. And finally, it needs to be part of the culture. And that is probably the hardest part of this list, is how do you build a culture that innovates but also has the freedom to stop. So a few final concluding points for my talk. This is our building, by the way. If you ever get to California, come by and say hi. The first thing I want to say is that innovation is not magic. It's not reserved for the gifted. It really is about discipline, about behaviors that can be practiced, refined, and should be part of everyone's job within an organization. You need to learn. You need to focus on both successes and failures. I love Jason's idea of Friday failure. I think that is awesome. So good job on that one. Second, innovation can't happen without abandonment. Every act requires an act of release. If I decide tomorrow I want to play the cello, I'm going to have to not be Dean, not be around my wife as much, not travel to Korea, wherever it is, because I have to have the time to figure out how to play a cello. By the way, I'm not going to do that, but if I wanted to, I could. Systematic abandonment is the way to do that, by practicing of how to free ourselves, free our organizations and our teams and resources to be able to innovate. Number 3, the organizations that thrive are those that are going to master this rhythm between stopping and innovating. Amazon and Microsoft are great examples to keep in mind. And finally, I think leadership is absolutely critical. We've talked about that over and over again in terms of the past couple of days. So it takes courage to innovate. It also takes courage to abandon wisely. And that approach of doing both is what has to happen. And grounded in that is learning how to unlearn, relearn, particularly how customers drive all that. And with that, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting the presentation. There are a lot of messages, but I think if we wanted to have something new, so we need to have a strategic abandonment. Yeah. So then he introduced us abandonment for innovation. And then he mentioned about the basic function of enterprise. So the enterprise business has only 2 basic functions. Number 1, innovation. Innovation is about creating value. But the number 2, marketing. Marketing is about creating customer. Innovation without creating customer cannot be sustainable. Actually, thank you very much. Okay. So then the next, the chairman, Moon Guk-hyun, actually he is my spiritual mentor. Yeah, he was the chairman, president, Kimberly-Clark, and he is leading human-centered management philosophy in practice. Okay, please go ahead. Give him the round of applause. Thank you.
Well, my slide, please. Yes. Good morning again. This chart shows the importance of systematic abandonment mentioned by David Sprott, but in the level of nation. Japan once was the second largest economy in the whole world up until 1990s, but they stopped systematic abandonment. They focus on just excellencies in process. And that ended up being overtaken by China since 2010. And China and the United States led entrepreneurial economy during the last 2 decades. And you can see some new phenomena occurring, especially relating to China. China growth has been flattened down since 2021. What would be the reason for those flattening of Chinese entrepreneurial economy? Well, let me talk about this top 10 largest enterprises currently available in the whole world. I think most of those enterprises are accustomed to you, and you may see that some of those are very brand new. Out of 10 companies, 4 companies were born only 2 decades ago. The oldest one among digital companies is Microsoft. But the others are 20 years old, like you, or 30 years old. So there are big changes in the profile of these large corporations in the whole world. And most of them are digital companies, including TSMC. TSMC now is ranked as 10th, but look at their market value, $1.2 trillion. That is almost 3 times Samsung Electronics and 5 times SK Hynix. We are proud of those 2 companies in Korea, but TSMC is 2 to 3 times bigger than Samsung. And this TSMC is much younger than Samsung and SK. And as you can see over there, the largest company is already reached $4.4 trillion. It's 2.5 times Korean GDP. Market value is different term from GDP, but anyway, size-wise, $4.4 trillion just by one company born 2 decades ago. And altogether, the top 10 companies represent $25 trillion, which is 12 times bigger than Korean GDP. And these companies will grow 10 times larger in next 10 years. Well, these unicorns are telling us who would be the next 10 or next, next 10 largest the enterprise in next 10 years. This unicorn means the company which didn't yet go the public, and they are waiting for IPO, but there is a valuation by market. So this value there is market value, but which hasn't yet go IPO. Currently, there are, as you can see, 1,281 unicorn worldwide. But how many are from the United States? Surprisingly, 715 unicorns are from one nation, United States. And their value, current value of this 715 unicorns are equivalent to $2.8 trillion. And that will be tenfold in next 10 years. We can bet on that. And next to United States is China. But as you could see on the previous chart, China was almost 60% in size of the United States. But as far as unicorns are concerned, they have only 162. And the value is $0.7 trillion. There you can see what would be the gap in the future between the China and the United States. And our country, your country, down on the list, Korea, has only 14 unicorns, despite thousands new venture companies graduating from various accelerators. But as far as unicorns are concerned, we have only 14, and their average value is $2 billion. Compared to China and compared to the United States, it is very the negligible numbers. But with your effort, with your commitment, after learning this entrepreneurship and after practicing them as a team, I think you can level up the rank of Korea, rank of China, Japan, and the rank of Asian countries to the level of China or to the level of the United States. But if you go together, then you can go faster. Let me talk about that a little later. Already you have noticed some kind of threatening effect of the Chinese entrepreneurial economy, and you can see some further signals from this chart. As you can see there, since 2021, Chinese entrepreneurial ecosystems ranking is going down. It is declining. They are not collaborating with the Western world. They are not collaborating with the United States. Far less than 2 decades ago or 3 decades ago. Do you know what is the reason why there is a less collaboration between US and China or between free world and China. Of course, there has been COVID-19, but there's a little more than that. That is kind of political, geopolitical reasons. But anyway, there is a huge gap now between the United States and China. And China's ranking and Korea's ranking and Japan's rankings are similar. As you can see there, their score is around 13 compared to US score 215. It's like comparing baby with the university students. So we are in an infancy in terms of entrepreneurial practices and in terms of entrepreneurial ecosystem. We have to admit that kind of reality. Otherwise, all we are talking about will be just a dream which cannot be implementable. So we have to admit this huge gap between US and Korea in terms of entrepreneurial ecosystem. And even Chinese entrepreneurial ecosystem is deteriorating because of a lack of collaboration with Silicon Valley or other the entrepreneurial startup city in the whole world. Maybe Jason Woodward will improve that because he's now joining in Hong Kong University, but there is a huge gap. What are the major differences in entrepreneurial ecosystem? As you can see in this chart developed by well-known entrepreneur and accelerator named Osama Hassanein, who was the chairman of Ahmed Society of UC Berkeley. There's a huge gap between Korea and the US, between Japan and the US, and even between China and the United States. That is diversity. In Silicon Valley, there are diversity of people, diversity of ideas. If we are not admitting the differences in thinking, differences in background, sometimes it is nice because we are homogeneous, but by that much we'll be separated from, isolated from the opportunity to find business opportunity in the whole market. And the second largest one is the role of university. Role of university in Korea is teaching. But the role of university in the United States is quite different. It is researching as well as practicing entrepreneurship. And exemplary universities are Stanford and UC Berkeley, MIT, Harvard. They are all demonstrating the importance of entrepreneurship at the university. How about Gyeongsang University? How about Seoul National University? Most students try to government officer. They want to be doctor. They want to be professor because those professions are respected. There's no entrepreneurial spirit practiced by major university in Korea. And the other one is open innovation. Large corporations are not handling all their problems, all their innovation projects by themselves. They are working together with lab, they are working together with the universities, and they are also working with entrepreneurial startups. This open innovation makes huge differences in speed to the market and in cost and in developing next generation talent. So I think we have to learn, then there will be opportunity. And as you have already noticed, largest corporation, top 500 corporation in the whole world, are primarily located in the United States. They have access to the market with the 10 billion people. Without utilizing that kind of large corporation who already got access to the market, who already know the unmet needs in the market, how can we understand these unmet needs in this $100 trillion market with 10 billion people? So we have to be connected with this global market through large corporations who are willing to practice open innovation. So we have to know how to stand on these shoulders of a giant, whether they are great ecosystem like Silicon Valley, or whether they are big company in the United States. We have to know how to stand on the shoulders of Stanford, on the shoulders of MIT. If we work together, they will lend their shoulder to us. If we stand on their shoulder, we can see farther, we can go together faster. This chart shows the opportunity in terms of geopolitical decoupling era. As you can see there, United States, since World Trade Organization, this implementation, US allowed huge trade surplus to Japan, to Korea, to China. Korea enjoyed over 56 billion dollars trade surplus, and equally Japan enjoyed over $56 billion trade surplus against the United States. But look at China. Look, China's trade surplus, just one country, that is US, against the US, China enjoyed $560 billion trade surplus. But now there is a decoupling phenomenon, and what happened to that? Who will take care of those $360 billion trade surplus, and who will take care of those $525 billion export done by China? I think you should do that. I think we should do that together. US alone can change the whole world. China alone cannot cannot solve these issues. If we want to be a little more independent from the countries with a different value, I think we have to work together to set up a new set of global supply chain, especially for next generation technologies, and especially for next most important strategic industries. Japan has already taken action. They signed on $550 billion investment in the United States. Do you know what are the 8 major important technology and the industry they selected as a target of this investment? Anyone? You know, Japan is next door to us. They try to abandon systematically their failing system. Now they are moving ahead with a new idea, with a new shared vision with the United States. And they are committed to invest $550 billion in 8 different categories. I think we have to understand what are being done outside the window. Already there is a future happen outside the window. If we stay inside without looking outside the window, we will be totally isolated like 110 years ago. Drucker mentioned that market never wait. Market is whimsical. Customer continue changing like a whimsical person. But people who succeeded try to stay conservative, try to stay at old wisdom, at old system. So they, as David Sport emphasized this morning, every organization, every institution, every nation, every individual should continue to change their capability. But in some company, in some country, differently from this chart, they stop training, they stop helping people's development. They try to replace aged people with the young people without internal development in the organization. That's the practices which are occurring in many failing companies because they are looking for some short-term cost saving. But they are destined to fail because they don't know the other factors of these human beings and the employees as a steward, as a shared owner, as a shared partner of innovation and entrepreneurship. So Koreans are a little different. Koreans try to keep the people, but there we stop. We are not dismissing our people as like compared to the Western world. You know, they dismiss just 1 week notice or 1 month's notice. We never do that in Korea. But in addition to that, we have to spend some time for our people to let them develop for themselves, for the organization, for their family, for their community, for their next job as a part of innovation and entrepreneurial practices. So Peter Drucker emphasized the importance of continuous creative destruction. On top of that, Peter Drucker emphasized the importance of lifelong learning at workplace, being supported by management, by stockholders. So lifelong learning at workplace is a critical one. Job gives us function, dignity, and the role and the self-achievement. But job needs continuous development and the continuous lifelong learning. So our role is to find the opportunity in the marketplace, but at the same time share that kind of group dissatisfaction and the shared vision and continue our capability, the continued development of our capability personally and organization-wise, and take action in innovation and the entrepreneurship continuously. Then we can serve the society better, we can satisfy customer better. So sharing vision and value, and sharing stewardship and entrepreneurship is possible. Let's practice it. Then we'll be very much entrepreneurial nation, as like Israel, as like the United States. So all this depends on our systematic abandonment of our habit, of our practices, of our DNA. So if Drucker is still alive, he may tell us this is 7 things. 7 habits of most effective person idea came from Drucker. But at the same time, we can develop some 7 new the recommendation from Peter Drucker if he is alive. He is often called as the father of modern management. First, he will ask us to focus on the future, not on the past too much. Past is important, but future is more important. Don't stay still. And the second, focus on customer value, not on cost. And the third, prioritize knowledge. Prioritize unmet needs, understanding unmet needs of the market. First, foster a culture of learning, innovation, and entrepreneurship. It should be a part of our life and the customs habit and the DNA of any institution. And they embrace decentralization and the empowerment. No one is perfect. Devils are in detail. Even though we have a big idea, and even though market support that idea, if we don't know how to handle all this detail, then devils are in detail. So this 1,000 employee, 100,000 employee should be aware of their roadmaps and their roles, their functions, their expected capabilities. So decentralization and the empowerment will be most critical one, especially for Koreans, and emphasize ethics and responsibility and practice this systematic abandonment mentioned by David Sprott. Well, that's all I prepared for this morning, and it's a great honor to share the wisdom of Peter Drucker and his recommendation here in Jinju Forum, and I wish you to be the entrepreneurial leader for the next decade for Korea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Moon. Entrepreneurship is the engine of innovation. Entrepreneurship is the pursuit of opportunity. Entrepreneurship is about turning potential into opportunity, turning knowledge into reality. But in terms of Korean startup, SME, they have achieved a lot in terms of innovation, critical the technological innovation, but they failed to create customer because of lack of customer-centered perspective. So many interesting lesson message. I found we are learning very short on time. So we were supposed to have the 2-question panel discussion. I think I needed to have the strategic abandonment. We needed to skip the panel discussion. We wanted to keep the presentation, and then we are going to have the 1 or 2 or 3 the question from floor. So anyway, we are running very short on time. So then, please make it more briefly. Okay. The Professor Sinyanan, actually Yonsei University is learning Korean style management and the Korean style entrepreneurship. I think the Professor Sin is the possible candidate for Jinju International Forum, not only this time, but also for the future. Okay.
시간 관계상 제가 이제 한 10몇 장에 걸친 스크립트를 준비했지만 그걸 다 발표하면은 오늘 점심을 못 드실 것 같아서 그냥 한국말로.
How about 10 minutes?
10 minutes, but still we have one more person to speak. So 그냥 한국말로 제가 준비한 내용을 간략하게 여러분한테 그냥 말로 전달하는 걸로 대신하였으면 합니다. 사실 이제 우리 기업가 정신을 얘기를 하면 보통 어떤 개인의 기업가 정신을 많이 얘기하게 되는 것 같아요. 보통 여러분들이 이제 아마 요즘에 기업가 정신 하면은 떠오르는 사람이 뭐 스티브 잡스 같은 사람 또는 앨런 머스크 같은 사람, 이런 사람들이 기업가 정신의 어떤 대표적인 인물로 떠오를 텐데, 사실 기업가 정신이라는 게 개인한테도 중요하지만 기업의 기업가 정신, 그러니까 corporate entrepreneurship이라는 것도 굉장히 중요하다는 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 결국은 기업이 어떤 팀으로서 기업가 정신을 발휘하는, 그러니까 오늘 많이 얘기되었던 어떤 이노베이션을 하고 어떤 사업의 기회를 찾고 새로운 창의적인 것을 만들어내는 이런 여러 가지 일들을 기업이 하려면 결국은 기업의 구성원들이 그런 엔트러프리니어십을 가져야 되고, 그러면 기업의 구성원들이 그런 창의적인 생각을 하고 적극적으로 기업 활동을 하기 위해서는 기업은 그러면 어떤 일을 해야 될까 하는 거를 생각을 해봤어요. 그래서 기업은 그렇다면 이제 기업의 구성원들이 창의적인 활동, 혁신적인 활동을 하려고 할 때 어려운 점이 무엇인가를 알고 그것을 미리 해결해 줘야 되겠죠. 근데 우리가 가장 혁신적인 활동을 할 때 가장 두려운 점은 그겁니다. 그 혁신이라는 것은 우리 스스로를 깨는 혁신을 얘기해요. 슈페터가 말하는 파괴적 혁신이라는 것은 나 스스로를 깨는 그런 창의적인 혁신을 얘기하는 거거든요. 그러니까 나 스스로를 깬다는 게 아까 이제 전 세션에서도 말이 나왔지만은 우리 스스로가 이 존재하고자 하는 그런 욕망으로 이제 살아가는 건데, 동물이기 때문에 뭐 식물도 마찬가지겠지만 생물로서 존재하고자 하는 그 욕구를 이노베이션이라는 걸로 나 스스로를 갖다가 깨야 된다는 것은 사실 쉽지 않습니다. 그래서 그거를 개인들의 그러한 생존의 욕구를 충족시켜주면서 그 개인이 스스로를 파괴하는 혁신을 할 수 있도록 어떤 룸을 만들어줘야 된다. 그게 기업이 해야 할 일이다. 그런 생각이 많이 들었고요. 그래서 뭐 우리나라 기업 중에 이제 좀 그런 활동을 열심히 하는 기업은 이 직원을 뽑을 때부터 뭔가 그 직원의 스펙, 그러니까 여러분들이 지금 여기에 이제 오신 분들이 뭐 고등학생들도 있는 것 같고 대학생들도 많이 있는 것 같은데 어떤 미래의 대학을 진학하거나 또는 직장을 잡으려고 할 때 어떤 스펙을 많이 쌓으려고 노력을 하죠. 그런데 그런 스펙을 보지 않는 그런 회사가 있습니다. 그런 스펙을 보지 않고 단지 여러분들이 이 미래를 위해서 어떤 준비를 했고 얼마나 적극적이고 얼마나 창의적이고 얼마나 성실하고 얼마나 근면한가, 이런 것들만 측정을 하고 그분들을 뽑아서 또 그분들이 그렇게 활동할 수 있도록 회사 내에서는 서로 경쟁을 하거나 이런 것 없이 본인들이 일을 할 수 있는 충분한 리소스를 주고 격려를 하고 또 실패에 대해서 전혀 거기에 대한 어떤 책임을 묻지 않고 이렇게 하는 회사가 있어요. 그런 회사가 결국은 미래에 창의성을 발휘하는 구성원들이 많아지고 그를 통해서 그 기업 전체가 창의적인 기업이 되고 이 사회에 뭔가 새로운 것을 만들어낼 수 있는 그런 기업이 될 것이다, 이런 생각이 들어서 저는 이제 오늘 제가 드리고자 하는 메시지는 개인의 창의성도 중요하지만 기업의 창의성이라는 것을 우리가 생각해 봐야 되는 그런 때인 것 같다, 이런 것으로 짧게 제 멘트를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Okay, yeah. Very short but very important message. The university must be changed, innovated. How? Then the talent that company seek must change. Company should hire not just smart people, smart students, but students, those who can collaborate. Only then will university change, transform. Thank you very much. Okay. So then the Dr. Rum, actually Dr. Rum is a professor of Helper University. Helper University in Malaysia is widely known for its human-centered entrepreneurship education. Helper means, actually in the beginning, higher education. I think the humane entrepreneurial learning philosophy, which is help. Okay. Go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow members and students. Due to time constraints, I will keep my presentation short. Basically, we are here. There was a few questions raised over yesterday, asking our chancellor and the co-founder, Professor Dato' Paul, who is sitting here, some of the things that he have shared with the panels here today, yesterday, whether they have been implemented. So we're going to share real cases which the university have gone through a lot of challenges. We might not be using K entrepreneurship, but the circumstances are very similar. First of all, we are a very small country, Malaysia. Number two, the non-Malays are considered a minority. And number three, Dr. Paul and Datin Chan, the co-founders, do not have a lot of resources at the time. So they borrowed $5,000 to start help as a tuition center 40 years ago. So what makes them, the question was, what makes them give up their jobs as a professor in the top university in Malaysia, and the wife giving up top jobs as a banker in Malaysia? For all entrepreneurs here today and in the future, the questions was very simple. How can they help people live a life of significance through education at a very challenging time? So instead of just thinking, both the co-founders decided to do the doing. Hence, they have started help as the higher education learning program, and today we have evolved into humane education learning philosophy, incorporating three aspects which is similar to humane entrepreneurships. Number one, empathy. Both of them understand the needs of the students at the time who do not have money to go overseas and who do not have the chance to go to a public university due to some policies in Malaysia. Secondly, they have empowerment the students by building confidence and capability through knowledge sharing over the last 40 years. Lastly, they have created a platform and systems that has sustained opportunity and growth over the last 40 years. I will start our brief sessions very quickly, but the problem with innovation and entrepreneurship is about balancing. So I'll share some. This is how they started the companies, and even though they don't have a lot of money, but they managed to win awards, global awards. And today we are not only a university, but we are an education group having international schools, universities, and even Tibet. We are very lucky over the last 40 years, many leaders. Of course, you should know him. He is our Prime Minister in Malaysia. Not only in Malaysia, but all around the world, has been supporting the noble vision of the co-founders. This is the Prime Minister's wife, who are doing a lot of non-profit organization, Secretary General of 6 Prime Ministers of Malaysia. He is also our alumni. We are very honored to have the mayor of Jinju City to be at Help University to provide the platform and launch this year our Humane Entrepreneurship Center. And hopefully, we will provide more activities to help not only Malaysians, but all students around the world. Professor Kim and Professor Aiman will also help to conduct many activities during the last 1 year. Mr. Jack, unfortunately, Mr. Jack Yao cannot be here today. He was also at help to provide some of this sharing with our students. These are some of the things that we have been doing with our disabled communities, people who are blind, people who are disadvantaged. I have to repeat, we might not be the top universities in the world in terms of ranking, but all our graduates do impact life significantly in their own small ways, not only in Malaysia, but all around the world. And of course, Professor Kim has been empowered with an honor recently at Help University. And of course, we hope this will inspire many more Koreans as well as other leaders, potential leaders like yourself, to continue to contribute to the society. We were very honored to have unsolicited comments by the top leaders from Cambridge, Harvard, on all our learners' quality education. And all their results speaks much more than any of the rankings or any of the theories that we can teach our learners. That was what drove us even during challenging times, painful times, doubtful times by many people, but we have continued the journeys over the last 40 years. And the next 40 years, we will work harder with the rest of the world, people like yourself, to empower more people and ensure the vision and the mission of the co-founders can be enhanced further. And with that, thank you very much of your attendance. And we hope to have more time to have some dynamic interactions with the rest of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very, very beautiful story. Yes. Now I am thinking innovation must be something for humanity, the better world. So purpose of enterprise, purpose of business is to produce the solution to problem of people, problem of planet, I think. So then we need to skip, and then the learning very short on time, but I will open the floor for only 2 questions. If you have any question, okay, over there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really delighted to being here, and it is also a huge honor to get to know the knowledge from the significant figure from around the world. So my question is, are there any impacts and benefits from the innovation that you worked in if we implement to education system? It was for Jason, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. Can you say more?
I will get, okay.
You want to go ahead?
No, go ahead. The question, okay.
Okay.
What kind of impacts are you thinking about?
In education system, like detail.
So benefits of innovation to the education system?
Yeah, exactly.
So those things are related to each other and they feed on each other. So when I think about the U.S., Chairman Moon pointed out that the innovation ecosystem in the U.S. is very strong. The conditions for that have been laid over 200 years. There's been a good environment. I don't think the U.S. government does a lot to stimulate entrepreneurship per se. I think we have an environment in which the education system and the innovation system have co-evolved so that those things work together. And so if you think about what's happening, what Singapore has done over the past 20 years and what we're doing in Hong Kong, it's really to try to align the innovation system and the education system so that they are complementary and that they support each other. And I believe when that happens, everybody benefits. It's really interesting to see the data that you showed. China has some challenges right now with its innovation ecosystem. I truly believe that having a stronger innovation system and a stronger education system is not only good for every country, but it's good for the world.
So I'm a senior and I would like to apply my master's degree in education management, and that is why I was really impressed by your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. One more question. Okay.
Hello. I'm glad to be here and thank you for your sharing. I want to ask Mr. David, so advertising is everywhere in daily life and on social media. Customers have limited attention and trust, so they often dislike or distract products with too much marketing and may even react negatively. At the same time, new companies don't have enough money for expensive marketing. So as a marketer, how can we solve these problems?
Wow, that's great. I love a good marketing question. Thank you. So basically you're asking how do small startups handle big, large marketing budgets? Is that, and to tackle that without the money, is that the idea?
Can you see it again?
I'll just answer, and I'll assume I was on the right track. So, there are a number of different ways to get your message out. There's definitely the costly way. You can do it with advertising. You can do it with large social media budgets. But there are a number of examples of small firms that don't do any advertising at all. I don't know if you've been into the States or not, but Arizona iced tea is a drink that everybody does, and they don't spend a dime on advertising. It's word of mouth. It's displays within the retail outlets. It's a number of other things that can be done to do that. So depending upon the kind of organization, if you're Coca-Cola or Nike or Ford, you can afford all sorts of different advertising budgets. But if you're a small startup, that doesn't prevent you from tapping into those things as well. The critical thing, I think, is before you think about advertising is really understanding what your customer wants. We've talked a little bit up here about how critical it is to make sure you meet a market need. And for me, that's the starting point. You really have to have a deep understanding. And then if you do that right and design a product that people are going to be excited about, it's going to help pull the thing through the distribution channel.
So we talked about innovation. 혁신에 따라 we have many new product and a small company. So the old traditional advertising is so expensive, and the stylish way like social media is also not easy for many new small company because customers have limited attention to see as in social media. So can Mr. David give me more a fashionable way to marketing for small companies?
Sure. I mean, I think social media shouldn't be out of the realm for a small company. I mean, influencer marketing is huge right now. The access that even a small company has to data, to artificial intelligence, to the ability to actually analyze data that's available secondarily. Again, I think going back to understanding what your customer is critical. And advertising is more of an outcome of that, or the social media that you're talking about. But again, I think the first thing you have to do is to make sure you understand who it is that you're actually trying to deliver. What are their needs? What are their wants? And how are you satisfying that with your product? And I'm happy to talk more when we're done.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
네, 방금 질문해준 학생의 질문에 대해서 제가 한 예를 들어 드릴 텐데 SNS에 유튜브에 올라온 광고인데요. 믹서기를 파는 그런 회사인데 스타트업이었습니다. 근데 돈이 없기 때문에 말씀하신 것처럼 이렇게 뭐 광고를 많이 할 수 있는 상황이 아니었는데, 그런데 그 믹서기가 굉장히 선전이 잘 됐는데, 그 선전이 잘 된 이유가 그 SNS에서 그 믹서기를 가지고 애플을 갈았어요. 애플을 무슨 애플을 갈았냐면 애플 여러분 휴대폰을 믹서기에다 집어넣고 갈았는데 너무너무 잘 갈리는 걸 보여준 거예요. 그러니까 보통 사람들이 생각하는 그런 사과를 간다 했을 때 사과를 기대했는데 그 사과가 아닌 애플 휴대폰을 가른 그런 모습을 보여주니까 사람들이 그게 너무 인상적이었고, 그래서 이제 구전을 통해서 굉장히 많은 사람들이 그 SNS를 보고 그 회사의 그 믹서기를 믿고 사게끔 되는 그런 마케팅을 했다고 합니다. 그러니까 돈을 안 들이고 스타트업이 그렇게 많은 광고 효과를 보려면 이노베이티브 해야 되죠. 결국은 굉장히 크리에이티브한 생각으로 그런 아이디어를 만들어낸다면 오히려 SNS라는 그런 도구가 있기 때문에 스타트업도 얼마든지 큰 회사와 견줄 만한 그런 광고 효과를 볼 수도 있는 거죠.
네, 감사합니다.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Then anyway, both of you will get the 남명조식 commemorative coin, which was sold for 200,000 won the yesterday auction. So actually, the both of you can get this coin from the president of ICSB, Ayman Tarabisi, after our session. Okay. So then it's a time to wrap up our session. I will try to make a summary very quick. In summary, the problem of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is the enemy of entrepreneurship. So be aware of the bureaucracy for Korean society. Number two, we need a customer-oriented perspective. The SME startup entrepreneurship is succeeded in creating the technological innovation, but failed to create the customer and the market. So number three. So then we need to redefine the talent profile. All the time we are talking about the talent means smart, but no, the not smart people, but the people who wanted to collaborate with each other. Number four, rediscover the essence of entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship needs two functions. Number one, innovation. Number two, marketing. Marketing is for creating customer. The innovation is creating value. So without creating customer, the innovation cannot be sustainable. So I think that this is the final comment from me. Hopefully you can have the meaningful time for this session. Anyway, thank you very much for your help, the understanding, to skip the panel discussion. Thank you very much for your collaboration. Cooperation. Thank you.
네, 의미 있는 시간 함께 이끌어주신 김기찬 세계중소기업학회 회장님, 그리고 많은 연사님들께 감사드립니다. 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 잠시 사진 촬영이 있겠습니다. We will now proceed immediately with your photo session. So we'll please stand in position and look towards camera. Yeah, please turn your attention to the camera. 네, 잠시 사진 촬영하겠습니다. Ready? Here we go. Thank you for joining us today. 감사드립니다. 여러분 잠시 저희 이번 세션을 마치고 이제 점심 시간을 가진 다음에 바로 이후에 오후 1시 30분부터 세션을 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 지금 제가 안내받은 바로는 점심 식사는 이곳 학교에서 또 진행을 하고 있고요. 또 각 오신 곳에서 한번 체크해 보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 잠시 후 1시 30분에 뵙겠습니다. 감사합니다.
English essay-based speech competition은 12시 40분부터 시작을 하겠습니다.
하나 둘. 혹시 그 대회 진행하면서 우측에서 등단하고 좌측으로 나가는 건가요?
네.
네. 마이크는 그러면 두고 나가시는 건가요? 네, 알겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the Youth English Essay-Based Speech Competition, a special event of the 2025 Jinju International Forum in Entrepreneurship. I'm Eun-jung Cho, the Education Director of the International Volunteer Organization. I'm honored to host today's speeches competition at the Jinju 2025 International Forum on Entrepreneurship. In this session, outstanding Korean youth will deliver speeches in English under the theme Global Responsibility, Innovation, Dream, and Action. They will share their unique stories and perspectives on entrepreneurship. This event is hosted by Jinju City and Jinju K Entrepreneurship Foundation and sponsored by the International Volunteer Organization under the theme Korean Youth Entrepreneurship KRIDA, standing for Global Responsibility, Innovation, and Dream and Action. Our young participants will express the spirit of Nammyeong Joshik and Jinju's entrepreneurial spirit and heritage in English. Please give the participants with your warm encouragement and applause as they share their stories and dreams for the future. Now, please enjoy their passion and dream and creativity. Thank you. Our first speakers are Chera-un and Jung Ha-yoon. They are from Busan. The title of the speech is Take on Challenges and Strive for Success. Please welcome with a big round of applause.
Hello everyone. My name is Jung Ha-yoon, a first-year student at Myungho Middle School in Busan.
And I am Choi Raun, 6th grade of Unam Elementary School in Busan. First of all, it is a great honor for us to stand here as speakers at the 2025 Jinju International Forum on Entrepreneurship.
I understand that this forum, which focuses on entrepreneurship, brings together experts from around the world to share their wisdom and experiences and to discuss challenges and visions for the future. As a Korean, I am very proud that such an amazing forum is being held in Jinju, Korea.
Recently, Korea has become well known worldwide through K-pop, K-drama, Korean cuisine, and soccer star Son Heung-min. I believe that at the root of Korea's global presence are the entrepreneurs from Jisoo village in Jinju.
I was amazed to learn that three outstanding entrepreneurs, the founding chairman of LG, Hyosung, and Samsung, all graduated from Jisoo Elementary School, which is here in Jinju where this presentation is taking place. It is truly incredible that such influential figures came from the same city and school.
In particular, while researching LG, I found it very fascinating. LG, now a major corporation representing Korea, has started with a small consumer goods company. They produce Lucky Cream for healthy skin, plastic containers for the cream, and Lucky toothpaste for the clean teeth. Over time, they expanded into radios, TVs, and other electronics, eventually becoming the LG Group we know today. Isn't it surprising that a company known for TVs and smartphones began with only simple household products?
Although LG is now a large corporation, it all started from a small idea. The founders' continuous research and effort turned it into a company that represents the nation. I was deeply moved by this story. I also learned that technology and business skills alone are not enough to advance society. We also need a people-centered approach, courage, innovation, collaboration, and integration. A company is not just about creating and selling products. It helps make people's lives more convenient and comfortable.
My dream is to become a diplomat because I want to be a person who represents our country, protects our national interests, and serves as a bridge connecting different cultures. With the spirit of entrepreneurship, the spirit of challenge, creativity, and action.
My dream is to become an elementary school teacher. I believe that teachers are not only people who educate students, but also those who create the future, not just of one country, but of the whole world. I hope my students will grow to understand the world, respect diversity, and think with kindness and empathy.
As the founders of this company said, Lee Byung-chul, founder of Samsung, whatever you think, make sure to put it into action.
Ko In-hye, founder of LG. Once you make a decision, see it through to the end. We will keep these words in mind and move forward toward our dreams. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your inspiring speech, and it is really impressive. And next up, please welcome our representatives from Changwon. They are Cho Ye-ju and Jin Jae-hee. The title is Dream Umbrella, the company that catches the feelings. Please give them a big round of applause.
Hi everyone, my name is Kylie and I'm a fourth grader at Hoam Elementary School.
Hi, everyone. My name is Emma, and I'm a fourth grader at Hoam Elementary School.
We are the founders of Dream Umbrella.
Wait, an umbrella company? That's boring.
No, ours isn't just any umbrella. Our umbrella don't catch rain. They catch feelings.
That's right. When people are sad, lonely, or even super happy, our dream umbrella gathers those feelings like raindrops and turns them into tiny glowing lights inside the umbrella. This idea began on a rainy day in Jinju. I saw a woman crying alone at the bus stop. Her umbrella was broken, but she still tried to cover her head.
So I ran to help her, and she smiled at me. That small smile felt like sunshine after rain.
That's when we thought, what if we could collect those small warm feelings and share them again when the sky turns gray?
We're going up, 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 it's our moment. You know, together we're glowing. Gotta be golden. Up, 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 without our voices. 영원히 깨질 수 없는. Gotta be golden. Inside the umbrella handle, there's a special chip. It senses your emotion, happy, sad, or excited, and saves it as a color of light.
So next time you open it, your umbrella glows with the same color as your memory. Pink for joy, blue for peace, yellow for courage. We were inspired by the Jinju K entrepreneurial spirit, creating something useful and full of kindness.
Like the teacher Namyoung Joshik said, wisdom is nothing without caring for others. Our umbrella doesn't just protect you. It reminds you that you're never alone. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your inspiring speech. What a great idea. I really want to buy that umbrella one day. Next up, please welcome Yang Min-jae from Jeonju. Okay, again, her name is Yang Min-jae from Jeonju. The title is in Jinju style, the true spirit of a challenge. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Min Jae-young. I still find it hard to believe that I'm standing here today. Jinju is known as a city where many great business stories begin. This made me think, maybe real challenges starts when my heart is beating fast, just like mine is now. I did not grow up in Jinju, but when I hear its name, three important ideas come to my mind: challenge, responsibility, and caring for the people. I believe these three values are the roots of the K entrepreneurial spirit. Big companies like Samsung, LG, Hyosung, and GS all started in Jinju and have grown to be well known in Korea. Their stories are like a real life guidebook for young people like me who dreamed about the future. I was very surprised and inspired when I learned that their philosophy is connected to the teachings of Master Naming Josik about respect and doing what is right. Morality is not just about living well. It is a strong spirit that helps to build a great companies. People often say my generation is more impulsive and uses ChatGPT more than books. But I believe that in times like this, we especially need strong values to guide us like a compass so we don't lose our way. From my experience, I understand that respect means caring deeply for others and having a courage to act on good values. For my generation, success is not just about money or fame. It means making the world we live in better than before. I think this is the true meaning of K entrepreneurial spirit for young people like us. I want to take the history of challenge you have built and continue it into a future of action. And if I fail while trying, I hope you will kindly say you gave it your best, the Jinju style. Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring speech. And it was a really special story of how Jinju's entrepreneurial legacy continues to the young people. And next one is our next speaker is Yang Jung-hoo from Seoul. He will talk about K-snack spread to the world with Jinju. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Hello everyone, my name is Jaden Yang, from 6th grade student from Jaya Micro School. I'm from Seoul, the capital city of Korea. Through this project, I realized that Jinju's spirit didn't just affect Jinju. It spread to the whole country and influenced many people. Today, I'm gonna talk about Namyeong Josik and how his mindset influenced the company Nongsim. Namyeong Josik was a renowned scholar from the Joseon dynasty, associated with Taege Li Hwang. Unlike Li Hwang, who worked in the castle, Josik taught people outside of the castle. He emphasized Kyung to brighten the mind inside, and Ui to take righteous action. He believed that good thoughts are important, but the real value comes when we put them into action. This mindset influenced many Korean enterprises, including Samsung, LG, and Hyosung, which all have roots in Jinju. Among them, I chose Nongsim as an example. Its founder, Chun Ho-shin, dreamed of making people happy through food. He consistently tried new ideas and produced innovative products. This clearly reflects Josik's teaching, thinking deeply and turning to action. This also connects to my dream. I always wanted to be a scientist. However, I only had Kyung. I thought a lot but didn't take action. I was afraid of doing those experiments. But now, I do those experiments in my home, and now I feel more confident of my dream than before. In conclusion, Namyeong Josik's spirit continues to inspire many Korean companies and even students like me to think deeply and act wisely. Thank you to everyone and the Jinju Mayor for making this place possible.
Thank you for your inspiring speech. And next up, please welcome our representatives from Yeosu. They are Jo Soo-bin and Shin Woo-jun. Again, next up, please welcome our representatives from Yeosu, and they are Jo Soo-bin and Shin Woo-jun. The title is The World Where We Can Dream. Please give them a big round of applause.
Hello everyone, we are Subin and Ujun. We are 13 years old and from Yeosu. GS Caltex is famous company in Yeosu. They built Yeomaru Art Center and Art Island Jangdo. We can enjoy musical content, concert and art exhibitions in there. Thanks to GS Caltex, we can enjoy variety of cultural activities and easily experience art as well. This is the spirit of K-entrepreneurship, develop human resources, unity and harmony, and respect for people. Have you ever been to Jeonju? I have visited Jeonju 3 times. The Jeonju-sang and Namgang Lantern Festival were amazing. I also visit Jisoo Elementary School, and I ate Jeonju bibimbap and cold noodles. And Jeonju has many great peoples. Do you know who they are? Of course, the founder of Samsung, LG, Hyosung, and GS all graduated from Jisoo Elementary School. I really want to study in there. I also respect teacher Nammyeong Joshik. He said, practice righteousness, read, observe, think, and act. I want to follow his teaching and become a good person. My dream is become to an artist. So I tried to enter Sona Art Middle School in Seoul. I test with my heart and effort, but I didn't pass. Still, I still
Okay, give her the encouragement. Applause. Okay, that's okay. And thank you for your speech. And please say, right, that's okay. And so we hope, so both of you achieve your dreams one day and create a better world. And next up, please, welcome the representatives from Suncheon. They are Im Tae-won and Kim Yeon-hoo. The title is Two Dreams, One Future. Please give them a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chowon Lim, and it's a great honor to speak here at the Jinju 2025 International Forum on Entrepreneurship.
And my name is Yeonu Kim. I'm so happy and thankful to stand here today in Jinju City. Thank you for giving us this chance to share our dreams with you.
We are both fifth graders from Suncheon, a beautiful city with Suncheonman National Garden filled with flowers, trees, and reeds. And we are here to talk about our dream.
While preparing for this speech, I was inspired to think deeply about my dream in my parents. Since I was little, I have always loved animals. It makes me sad to see them locked in cages. My dream is to help animals is freely and happily in nature.
And I love science and technology. My dream is to become a robot maker. In the future, there will be more elderly people, so I want my robots to help them live easier and happier lives.
I was inspired by Nam Myung-jo-sik, who taught the spirit of respect and right action. We must respect all living things and have the courage to do what is right. I think protecting animals is one way to practice this teaching.
I was inspired by the 3 laws of robotics. Let me tell you about the 3 laws of robotics. The first law says a robot may not hurt a human. A second law says a robot must obey human orders. And the third law says a robot must protect itself. We need new rules and better ideas to make robots more caring and more human-centered.
Both of these ideas, respect for life and human responsibility, teach us the importance of caring for others, whether they are people, animals, or even robots.
To make my dream come true, I will study hard, love learning, and never give up.
And I will do my best to protect nature and care for living things around me. If we share our ideas and take action, we can build a world that is smarter and kinder for humans and nature.
Thank you for listening to our story and our dreams.
What a wonderful speech. And yeah, it is very important of the so all the living things and to use the technology responsibly. And next speakers are from Gwangju, Gyeonggi-do. They are Jo Ye-hyun and Kim Da-na. The title is Nam Myung-jo-sik's Gyeonggi Philosophy to Chairman Ho Man-jung's Entrepreneur Spirit. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. We are Kim Da-na and Jo Ye-hyun from Gwangju, Gyeonggi Province. It is a great honor to stand before you today at the Jinju K Entrepreneurship International Forum. Thanks to the recommendation of the head of the International Interpretation and Translator Volunteer Group, we were given the opportunity to share thoughts of teenagers who are growing their dreams. As we explored the topic and conducted research, we became deeply inspired by the lives of Korean entrepreneurs.
Among them, the story of GS Group's chairman stood out to us. Why? Because of the GS25 convenience store located right in front of our academy.
All of our classmates love it.
While researching Jinju's internal legacy, we discovered that the founder of GS25 is also from Jinju. We were amazed to realize.
This sparked our curiosity. How did he build such a successful company? What values guided him? That's when we learned about Nam Myeong-jo, a Confucian
scholar of the Joseon dynasty. His philosophy, known as the Gyeonggi ideology, emphasizes four key principles. Insight, the ability to perceive the essence of things.
Due diligence, seeking trust through fact and reality.
Patriotism, caring for the country and loving its people.
Human research development, fostering talent through learning and practice. These values are not merely academic, they represent moral responsibility, social contribution, and people-centered leadership. They align closely with the spirit of Korean entrepreneurship.
Seungsan believes in Jinju and the spirit of entrepreneurs.
Seungsan Village in Jinju is the birthplace of the founders of Samsung, LG, GS, and Hyosung.
These entrepreneurs shared a common trait, a human-centered philosophy. They were not driven solely by profit, but by the values of learning, action, and responsibility taught by Nam Myeong-jo.
Their goal was to build global K companies rooted in innovation, social responsibility, sustainable management, and patriotism, and they succeeded.
As teenagers dreaming of the future, we are proud to follow in their footsteps. We believe that if today's entrepreneurs embrace these values, they can create a harmonious society where businesses, workers, and communities thrive together.
We sincerely thank Nam Myeong-jo for inspiring us to become the protagonists of tomorrow's society, and Jinju City for helping us reflect on our dreams through this forum.
Thanks to the Jinju K Entrepreneurship International Forum,
we believe we'll grow into better adults.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your inspiring speech. Next up, please welcome our representatives from Changwon. They are Moon Ji-yul, Cha Seo-hyun, and Jung Yoo-bin. The title is Memory Seed, the tree that remembers. Please give them a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. We are middle school students from Haman near Jinju and the founders of a future startup, Memory Seed. I'm Sam Moon-ji.
I'm Ariel Cha Seo-hyun.
And I'm Masha Jung Yoo-bin.
We're
from Hwan Middle School.
We don't just plant trees, we plant memories. 20 years from now, our company created a technology that stores human emotions and memories inside the DNA of plants. Even after a person passes away, their tree keeps growing, carrying their stories and love inside each leaf.
This idea actually began with a single ginkgo leaf. One autumn day, I was walking along the Dam River with my grandmother. Suddenly, she stopped and asked, "Dear, where are we right now?" That was the first day her memory began to fade away. I held the fallen ginkgo leaf in my hand and whispered, "If only this leaf could keep Grandma's memories." The small wish, the first seed of memory seed.
Later, in our science class, we learned something amazing. DNA can store information just like a memory chip. So, we imagined what if we could record emotions too? What if joy, sadness, and excitement could be turned into molecular codes and planted into plant cells? Now, our trees respond to human touch and express feelings through light and scent. It's not just biotechnology, it's emotional technology, a way to connect hearts through science.
Our philosophy comes from the Jinju K entrepreneurial spirit. The great thinker Namyoung Joshik once said, "Knowledge is meaningless without humanity." That's why our goal is not to build a machines that remember, but to build a world that never forgets love.
After my grandmother passed away, I planted a ginkgo tree near the Nam River. Every spring, when new leaves appear, I feel like I can still hear her voice in the wind. My dear, I'm still here. That's when I realized memories don't disappear, they bloom again in new forms.
So, our motto is simple. Even if people fade away, their stories will bloom again. Now, our dream is to plant 10 million memory trees across the world, a global forest where technology and emotion grow together, starting right here in Jinju.
Someday, when people walked through the forest, we hoped they won't just see trees, but feel the voices and love within them. Because memories stay and love keeps growing. Thank you.
Thank you for a really beautiful story. Next up, please welcome our representatives from Daegu. They are Im Ji-yu and Im Ye-jin. The title is The Entrepreneurial Spirit That Builds a Better Tomorrow. Please give them a big round of applause.
Everyone, my name is Yejin Lim, and I'm a student who loves reading and learning new ideas. I dream of doing something that makes people smile, something meaningful that can help others.
And hello, my name is Gio Lim. I love creative projects. I enjoy discovering how small ideas can grow into something big when people work together. That's why I'm so excited to share our story with you today.
Today, we're not here to talk about business or money. We're here to share something greater, the Korean entrepreneurial spirit, a force that inspires people to dream and create.
This spirit has built our nation and continues to shape our future. While learning about founders of Samsung, LG, and Hyosung, we discovered something truly inspiring.
They didn't simply build companies, they built a hope for a stronger Korea. Their paths are different, but their dreams are the same. Serve the nation, value people, and make the world a better place. Those founders live with courage, creativity, cooperation, and generosity. Their stories remind us that real success begins with purpose and passion.
The smartphones, television, and clean energy we use today are the results of their vision and hard work. Because of their courage to imagine the impossible, Korea became a place where innovation never stops.
We are still students and we don't run companies yet. However, we can still practice the same spirit in our daily lives. When we help a friend, share an idea, or never give up, that's what we call a small act of entrepreneurship.
At our school, we started a project to recycle paper and collect plastic for classroom decorations. It begins with a small idea, but when everyone joined in, it turned into something meaningful.
Through that, we learned that one simple idea can change the world. So, we made a promise to think deeply and take action for a better world. Even though we are young, we believe that every step counts.
The entrepreneurial spirit is not just a story from the past. It lives inside us right now, in this very moment.
To dream, to challenge, and to build a better tomorrow, That is the true entrepreneurial spirit of Korea. Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring speech. And next up, please welcome our representatives from Suncheon. They are Kim Ha-ul and Yunina. The title is Hearts of Jinju, Young Voices Shaping Tomorrow. Please give them a big round of applause.
Hello everyone, my name is Howard Kim and I'm 12 years old, a 5th grader at Sinde Elementary School in Suncheon. We are very happy to speak here at the Jinju International Forum. Thank you so much for giving us a chance to share our dreams with all of you.
And hello everyone, my name is Yoon Ina and I'm also a 5th grader at Jaya Elementary School in Suncheon.
About 100 years ago, great entrepreneurs from Jinju started their dreams here. They became the founders of Samsung, LG, GS, and Hyosung, etc.
They loved our country, cared for people, and worked hard to make life better for everyone.
My dream is to become a writer. My favorite writer, Hiroshima Reiko, told me that we can do anything if we put our hearts together. I believe writers have a special power to make people dream bigger. Through my stories, I want to bring hope and kindness to the world.
AI is smart, it can write, draw, and even drive cars. But human emotions are special, deep, warm, and full of meaning. In the future, I want to make smart robots that help old people and protect the environment. But I want them to have empathy, not just intelligence. To make their dream come true, I will study science, technology, and teamwork because the best ideas start from the heart.
A pearl is made through many smooth layers and it needs time to become shiny. Like a pearl, the city of Jinju shines brighter every year. With the same mindset, I learn and try hard to make my own shiny pearl and become a wonderful person in 20 years.
With them say love, courage, and creativity, we'll dream big and build a better future together.
We'll learn and practice to make a world with hope, kindness, and new challenges for our dreams. As a writer who changes hearts,
and as an inventor who builds a human-centered world,
we promise to dream, learn, and share to make the world a brighter place. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your impressive story and sharing your ideas. And next up, please welcome the next speaker from Jeju. He's Kim Min-ju. The title is Opening Minds, Changing the World, What K-Entrepreneurship Taught Me. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is MJ Kim from Jeju Island, a beauteous island full of natural charm and peaceful scenery. It is such an honor to participate in this international Jinju Forum, and I sincerely thank everyone for giving us, not adults, but our young generation, the chance to enhance our skills. I was curious about what entrepreneurship really means and what lessons we as students can take from it. I realized that the thing we should follow can differ greatly because humans are not the same and each person has unique values. Also, the economy and society are constantly changing, which affects entrepreneurship as well. So, what is K-entrepreneurship in the first place? It is a mindset that many entrepreneurs from Jinju had while building their companies. There are many examples, such as the founder of Samsung, LG, GS, and Hyosung, all well known around the world. Each of them had a different mindset, which produced unique ideas and approaches. This shows that what we can learn from K-entrepreneurship varies widely. One experience that deeply inspired me was when I attended the John Locke speech. A speaker gave an impressive talk about who has benefited the humanity the most. She emphasized that everyone plays an important role in society, which truly moved me. Later, I learned that Lee Byung-chul, the founder of Samsung, had once said that because the world changes and people have different values, we should consider multiple approaches to entrepreneurship. From this, I realized that changing a person's fixed mindset can create innovation. Seeing problems from new perspectives is far meaningful than staying inside the box. So, I hope to become a person who helps others to see the world differently and think with an open mind. I want to keep learning, share my ideas with others, and do my best to make a world a brighter and a kinder place with entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring speech. And next up, please welcome our representatives from Daegu. They are Choi Ye-na and Lee Da-kyo. The title is Our Dream, the K-Entrepreneurial Spirit. Please give them a big round of applause.
Hello everyone, my name is Yana Choi, and I'm a student who dream of becoming artist and cultural storyteller. Ever since I was a little, I've loved singing and performing. But more than that, I've always wanted to use art to connect people's heart.
And hi, I'm Dagyo Lee. I am also a student who loves music. I'm interested in how creativity can come together to make something new, something that moves people and make the world a bit brighter.
Today, we'd like to share about how the K-entrepreneurial spirit has become a part of our dream. These days, K-pop is more than just music. It has an experience and global culture that people around the world can enjoy. It's not only about singing and dancing, but about connecting peoples, inspiring ideas, and sharing emotions. Just think about it. People from completely different countries sing the same song, following the same choreography, and share same emotions. Isn't that amazing?
The great example is the movie K-pop Demon Hunters. It's the story of Lumi, Mira, and Joy, girls who use their supernatural powers to protect their friends from demons. This story isn't only about Korean culture. It shows how art and technology can come together through AI, VR, and the metaverse to create new forms of creativity.
That spirit of imagination and innovation truly reflects the K-entrepreneurial spirit. In fact, this spirit has always been a part of our history. King Sejong created Hangul so that everyone could read and learn. It was not just an invention. It was an innovation that gave knowledge and power to all people. In a way, it was like a building a startup for its time, something created for the people, not for profit.
The same idea, technology for the people, is still alive today. Think about BTS and UNICEF Love Myself campaign. They use music to share a message of self-love and human rights. They even spoke at the United Nations and donated profits to help children around the world.
Artists like them are not just some performers. They're creative leaders who use art to make the world a better place. And that inspired us to think, maybe we can become an artist like them. Even though we are still students, we wanted to start where we are, by learning, creating, and sharing our talents with others.
We believe that art has power. It can move people's heart, give comfort to others, and grow when combined with technology and teamwork.
That's why we want to become creative entrepreneurial students with dream, design, and act for something meaningful. We want to plan start, offering our classes for children, exhibitions that promote and community performances that brings together.
Even a small idea can make a big change. We believe the K entrepreneur spirit is not just about success. It's about building a world where creativity, kindness, and innovation grow together.
We came all the way from Daegu, and as students, standing here today is very special moment for us. Being able to share our dreams with all of you give us the courage to keep moving toward.
We hope that our story can inspire someone in this room to take the first step toward their own dream. Let's grow together with creativity, passion, and the K entrepreneur spirit.
And that spirit is growing inside us too. Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring speech. Next up, please welcome our representatives from Kimhae. They are Kim Sung-uk, Jung Hyun-jae, and Im Jae-yul. The title is The True Rich, Dreaming to be Rich in Heart. Please give them a big round of applause.
Hello everyone, my name is Im Jae-yul and I'm a second grader at Jinjeong Middle School. My parents are very interested in the economy. They often watch YouTube or news about stock investment or how to be rich. Listening to them, I thought I want to be rich too. So I bought 15 shares of Samsung Electronics. I was so excited and shouted in front of the mirror. Now I'm an investor. I'm part of the rich world. That evening, I proudly told my mom, "Mom, I'm rich now." She smiled and said, "Really? Then dinner is on you tonight?" At that moment, I realized the road to becoming a rich person is long and hard. From that day, I learned something important. It's more important to use money wisely, just to earn it. In my social studies class, I learned about teacher Jo Sing-nam-young. He taught important values Kyung and Ui. Kyung means having a right mind, and Ui means doing the right thing. Through this,
Hello everyone, I'm Jung Hyun-jae, a second grader at Hanar Middle School. One day my friend Jaeul said, "I want to be rich." That made me think, what kind of person is truly rich? At first, I thought of people who have a lot of money or live in big houses. But after some research, I found something more important. A true rich person is rich in heart. I found a place called Seungsan Village in Jinju, also known as Rich Village. This village is special because the founders of 이병철 삼성, 구인의 LG, 허만정 GS were all born there. So, what made these people become truly rich? It was because of their rich in heart spirit. First, diligence. It means working hard and not being lazy. Second, saving. It means using money carefully and wisely. Third, trust. It means keeping promises and being honest. Fourth, sharing. It means helping others in need. Finally, learning. It means valuing education and knowledge. Thanks to these 5 values, they became rich not only in money, but also in mind and heart. In 2018, Jinju City even declared itself the capital of entrepreneurship in Korea to honor this spirit. I realized that a true rich person is not someone with a big bank account, but someone is honest, kind, and generous. From now on, I want to keep my promises, share what I have, and love learning to become person rich in heart.
Hello everyone, my name is Kim Sung-wook, also from Hanar Middle School. After hearing my friends' stories, I thought, what kind of rich person do I want to be? I want to become a social entrepreneur, someone who helps people through business. Earning money is important, but I want to practice entrepreneurship with kindness. I believe entrepreneurship is not just about making profit. It's about making the world a better place. Even as a student, I try to practice this in small ways. Last year, during our school festival, I donated all the money I earned from my booth. At first, it was hard to give it away, but when I saw others smile, I felt true happiness. I also work as the account manager in my club. I manage our budget carefully and record every detail. It taught me responsibility and honesty. Through these experiences, I realized entrepreneurship is not only for others, it's a way of life for students like us too. I want to grow as a person who is honest, brave, and a kind person in heart. That is exactly the kind of true wealthy person I dream of becoming. I am still a middle school student, a young teenager, but I will study hard, learn diligently, and remember this stage today as I grow into a responsible adult. Thank you for listening to our story.
Thank you for your inspiring speech. And finally, we have the last speaker, Taehyun Kim. He's from Yongin. The title is Taehyun's Journey of Resiliency. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Taehyun. I'm truly honored to speak here in Jinju, the birthplace of the Gyeonggi philosophy that inspired my journey. I'd like to sincerely thank Jinju City for giving me the opportunity to share my journey of resilience and entrepreneurship. To me, a true entrepreneurship is not just about starting a business. It is about overcoming challenges and creating value for others. 6 years ago, when I was 12, I suffered a brain hemorrhage. Doctor said recovery was nearly impossible, but I refused to give up. I had to learn how to walk, how to think, how to move. Every day was painful, but I keep going. Nowadays, I can walk again and play a cello as a hobby and even compete in a chess. Although I suffered a brain hemorrhage, I can learn very important things. The meaning of the entrepreneurship. Through my journey, it taught me the essence of entrepreneurship. Like Guine, the founder of the LG, who placed customer before profit. I believe that true entrepreneur exist to serve society and people. The Gyeonggi philosophy teach us to think deeply and act bravely. Just as I did in my recovery, I think true entrepreneurs have to go forward even though they have an impossible moment. Lastly, I sincerely thanks to Jinju and Jinju Entrepreneurship International Forum for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring story. And through all the today's speeches, our youth have shown us that the true entrepreneurship, and this is the future of the K entrepreneurship, born here in Jinju. Thank you. And now I've got a news that is the moderator. His name is, I'm sorry. And he is going to give us the welcoming and congratulatory speech. And 지금 좀 오셨나요?
Super congratulations for your dreaming. When does your life begin? For children, life begin when start dreaming. So I think the essay competition is a momentum to make children to make a dream. So then hopefully we can make the UN competition at the United Nations next year for 70th anniversary ICSB conference. So then the world competition going to be held, supported by President of ICSB, Ayman Tarabisi. Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Hello. Are the parents? The parents are here, right? Can you raise your hand if the parents are here? Are here? Yeah, the moms and the dads are here. Great. This is incredible, you know. And I have kids as well. So to see this, to see all this hard work and patience and how they did it is just absolutely incredible. It's a miracle of sorts to get young kids to do what they did today. And that's a thank you to you all for your hard work and commitment. This is life-changing moment. We start in here, but we will end in New York. So all of you are great. Every single one of you are just super amazing. You are superheroes here. So we will have fun in New York. You'll come and speak. You'll do a lot of great things in New York. And the parents, we welcome you in New York as well at the United Nations to come join us and to get to experience something totally wonderful here. Can I ask Ambassador Ojun to come on stage as well? Because he was at the United Nations as well. So. Yeah. No. Let him to come to stage. Ambassador June, why don't you say a thank you note to all the parents and of the kids as well?
Speak in Korean. 오늘 이렇게 참여해 주신 학생들 그리고 또 학부형님들 너무 축하합니다. 우리 ICSB에서 이런 좋은 자리를 마련하고 또 진주시에서 이런 좋은 자리를 마련해서 정말 뜻깊은 미래 기업가들이 될 기업가 정신을 가진 학생들인 것 같아서 저도 아주 보기가 좋습니다. Ayman, what do we do? I'm done.
And I will ask Dr. Winslow to come as well, upstairs. Here, the United Nations, we're going to have our 70th anniversary of MSME Day, micro and small, medium enterprises. I see here micro, I see here small, and I don't see medium, I see micro and small only, kids here, but I see big ideas. So in New York with Kishan Kim and Ambassador June and Winslow Sargent, all of them hopefully will speak in the United Nations. And your parents will be on stage, and you have to promise me one thing only: no crying. Nobody cries in the United Nations. We cheer and we celebrate. Okay, I give it to Kishan to recognize them, and we do the picture, take a picture.
Very, very wonderful day, very peaceful day. So hopefully we can see all of you at the United Nations. I think the United Nations started to cry for the future with the children. Okay, then now we are taking picture and then we are commemorated. Okay, I'll be here.
It's really an honor to take a picture with the to be on this stage, they studied really hard about the entrepreneurship. So say they got some really chance opportunities to have take a picture. Please, parents are coming onto the stage. 네. 학부모님들, 네네네. After to take a picture, first with the students and the chairman. 먼저 찍으시고. 이제 학부모님들 자리에 함께 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 아이들이 큰 용기를 내준 덕분에 우리 학부모님들이 함께 이렇게 사진을 영광스럽게 찍을 수 있는 기회를 갖게 된 것 같습니다. We all will love 진주. 감사합니다.
저희 앞에 스피치 참가자 학생 가족 여러분, 학생 포함해서 가족 여러분 여기 건너편에 식사가 준비되어 있거든요. 나오시면 안내 도와드리겠습니다.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 오늘 일정 종료 후에 서울로 이동하시는 분들 계시죠? 네, 일정 종료 후에 서울로 이동하시는 분들은 경상대학교 후문 주차장에 버스 번호 알려드릴 텐데 메모 가능하신 분들 메모 부탁드릴게요. 경남 72바에 1764번입니다. 경남 72바에 1764 버스를 탑승하면 된다고 하는데요. 제가 이 부분은 끝나기 전에 한 번 더 고지하도록 하겠습니다. 지금 오늘 서울로 이동하시는 분 지금 계시면 좀 이따가 경상대학교 후문 주차장에서 경남 72바에 1764 버스를 탑승하면 된다고 합니다. 그리고 다음 세션 연사자분들은 지금 무대로 오셔서 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 바로 이어서 6번째 세션을 이어가도록 할 텐데요. 네, 지금 바로 이곳으로 올라오셔서 착석 부탁드리겠고요. 저희 6번째 세션의 연사자분들은 한국어로 진행이 됩니다. 그래서 지금 동시 통역 리시버 꼭 착용해 주시기 바랍니다. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2025 Jinju International Forum on Entrepreneurship will begin shortly. Please take your seats. And we kindly request simultaneous interpretation services are being provided during this forum. Korean is channel 1, English is channel 2. Thank you. 네, 바로 이어서 6번째 세션 이어가려고 합니다. 네, 지금 연사자분들 자리에 착석 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 반성식 이사장님 지금 자리에 계신가요? 네, 그럼 바로 그냥 진행을 하도록 하겠습니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to begin session 6 of the forum. 네, 그럼 6번째 세션은 한국경영학회 세션인데요. 특별한 분들 함께 모시고 합니다. 지금 자장이신 바로 정대율 한국경영학회 경남 지회장님께서 함께 이끌어 가실 텐데요. 그럼 지회장님께 마이크를 넘기고 토론을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dae-Yul Jang from Gyeongsang National University. I'm chair of this session. All of speakers are Korean, so we want to say in Korean. And please, again, your receiver. Number 2, yeah, okay. First presenter is Yeon-Sung Jung from Dankook National University, and so he say 15 minutes. Okay, please.
네, 말씀하신 대로 한글로 이렇게 발표하겠습니다. 저는 이제 어저께 명예전당 어워드를 헌액하신 LG그룹의 구자경 명예회장님의 기업가 정신에 대한 사례 연구를 발표하겠습니다. 저희 연구는 3명의 교수님이 같이 연구를 하셨습니다. 저와 함께 명지대 이종선, 한양대 박지훈 교수님 같이 연구하셨고요. 구자경 회장님의 기업가 정신을 한국형 기업가 정신, K-entrepreneurship이라는 이 프레임을 가지고 한번 연구를 해봤습니다. 저희 연구의 목차는 이렇습니다. 연구를 이론적 프레임워크를 가지고 3가지의 이론적 프레임을 가지고 패턴 분석을 통해서 연구를 했습니다. 그리고 그 연구에 대한 결과와 시사점을 말씀드리겠습니다. 연구 목적은 LG그룹의 2대 회장님이십니다. 1대 회장님이 구인 회장님 계시고 그다음에 구자경 회장님인데 이 구자경 회장님의 그 기업가 정신을 우리 학문 분야에서 이론적으로 한번 조망해 보려고 하였습니다. 그리고 이제 한국형 기업가 정신 K-entrepreneurship을 실제 구자경 회장님이라는 구체적인 경영 사례에 적용해서 한번 고찰을 해보려고 합니다. 우리 구장 회장님은 아시다시피 지금 한국의 굴지의 LG 그룹을 거의 초창기에 만들어 오신 그런 분이기 때문에 저희들이 굉장히 의미가 있다고 생각이 들고, 특히 구장 회장님은 1세대와 2세대에 걸쳐서 굉장히 오랜 기간 재임한 그 독특한 사례입니다. 그래서 저희들이 의미를 부여하고자 합니다. 기업가 정신, 먼저 이론적 프레임워크로 첫 번째는 기업가 정신인데요. 기업가 정신의 핵심 개념인 기회, entrepreneurial opportunity와 기업가 지향성, entrepreneurial orientation이라는 그 두 가지 관점을 가지고 기업가 정신의 핵심 특성을 좀 도출하려고 합니다. 그래서 기회라는 것은 아시다시피 여러분, 조직에서 어떤 새로운 기회를 우리가 모색하는 건데, 시장에서 제품이나 서비스나 이런 부분들이 이윤을 창출할 수 있을 때 우리는 기회라고 보통 이야기합니다. 그리고 기업가 지향성, entrepreneurial orientation은 조직이 기업가 창업이나 기업가를 우리가 지향하는 그런 의사결정을 하는 걸 말합니다. 그래서 이 기업가는 혁신적이고 모험을 감수하고 그리고 선제적으로 혁신을 제시한다. 그래서 innovativeness, 그다음에 risk taking, proactiveness, 요 세 가지를 기업가 지향성의 핵심적인 속성으로 우리가 정의를 하였습니다. 그래서 기업가 정신은 저희들이 핵심 특성 세 가지로 이제 분류하고자 합니다. opportunity, 그다음에 challenge, value creation. 그러니까 기업가 정신은 먼저 기회를 포착할 수 있는 그런 능력이 필요하다. 진취적으로 기회를 먼저 포착하고 그다음에 여기에 도전하는, 챌린징하는, 도전하기 위해서는 위험을 감수해야 되고 실행력이 있어야 됩니다. 그다음 마지막으로 혁신을 통해서 가치 창출한다. 우리 기업의 궁극적인 목적인 value creation, 이걸 할 수 있는 게 필요한데 이건 혁신이 굉장히 중요하다고 볼 수 있겠습니다. 그러니까 이 세 가지 요소를 한 기업가가 가지고 있느냐 없느냐 굉장히 중요한 판단 요소입니다. 그것을 보려고 합니다. 두 번째 프레임워크는 한국의 세대별 기업가 특성입니다. 그래서 이 한국의 세대별 기업가 특성을 한 세 가지 정도의 세대로 나눴는데, 여명기가 있고 1세대, 2세대, 3세대가 있는데 1세대가 1960년대부터 80년대, 요때 이제 정주영, 이병철, 구인의 우리 회장님들이 주로 활동하신 시기인데, 이 시대는 사업 보국의 정신을 가지고 국산화를 통해서, 모방을 통해서 사업을 통한 국가 발전, 이런 목적을 가지고 있습니다. 2세대는 혁신 성장입니다. 드디어 이제 기업가, 창업가 이런 본격적인 개념이 나오는데, 우리 그 창업의 1세대인 이민아, 황철주, 변대규 대표님 이런 분들이 중심이 돼서 혁신을 통해서 모방하되 혁신하고 리스크 테이킹을 해서 새로운 가치를 창출하는, 그래서 지속적으로 기업이 성장하는 이런 세대입니다. 그래서 우리 구자경 회장님은 이 1970년대에도 시작해서 95년까지 재직하셨기 때문에 1, 2세대를 관통하는 그런 어떤 재임 기간을 가지고 있습니다. 그리고 마지막으로 이 한국형 기업가 정신, K-entrepreneurship은 누가 연구했냐면은 조금 전에 왔다 갔다 하신 우리 김기찬 교수님을 포함해서 배종태 교수님, 이런 분들이 연구를 하셨습니다. 그래서 이 이론을 바탕으로 해서 한국형 기업가 정신의 네 가지 핵심 요소, 스피릿, 스피드, 스트래티지, 스마트, 요 네 가지를 가지고 프레임워크를 잡았습니다. 이 네 가지를 구장현 회장님이 어떤 부분으로 발휘하셨는지를 분석 한번 해봤습니다. 그래서 연구 방법을 다시 한번 말씀드리면은 구장현 회장님 한 분을 연구를 하는 싱글 케이스 리서치입니다. 그래서 한 분을 이렇게 연구하는 목적은 뭐냐면 이분이 워낙 독특한 사례이기 때문에 세대를 거쳐서 재직을 하시고 또 LG그룹의 창업자는 아니지만 두 번째 어떤 창업자로서 역할을 하셨고 이런 다양한 특성들을 가지고 있기 때문에 선택을 했고요. 그래서 조금 전에 말씀드린 세 가지 이론적 프레임워크를 활용하고 또 패턴 매칭을 가지고 이론적인 부분이 실제 사례에 잘 적용되는지 패턴 매칭을 통해서 분석을 하고 또 토픽 모델링이라고 하는 키워드 분석도 같이 수행을 했습니다. 그래서 첫 번째, 기업가 정신의 핵심 특성에서 기회 포착입니다. 뭐 굉장히 많은 좋은 사례들이 있지만은 먼저 기회 포착에 보면은 저희 1980년대 시장 개방 압력이 있었는데 이때 구 회장님은 이걸 위기라고 생각하지 않고 오히려 세계 초래한 기업으로 도약할 기회다 이런 관점으로 보셨습니다. 선제적 투자를 하셨어요. 지금 반도체 여러분 아시겠지만 삼성과 SK 하이닉스 얼마나 잘 나갑니까? 어찌 보면 그거에 토대를 놓은 분이 또 우리 구장현 회장님이라고 볼 수 있습니다. LG에서 반도체 투자를 과감하게 하셨고 반도체를 하지 않으면 TV나 이런 것들이 의미가 없다라고 보신 거죠. 그래서 그게 LG전자와 LG 디스플레이 쪽에 토대가 됐습니다. 그 다음에 고객 니즈를 굉장히 중요시하셨다. 그래서 소비자 불만, 그래서 고객을 통해서 뭔가 새로운 혁신이나 신제품 개발의 아이디어를 얻었다. 이렇게 볼 수 있겠습니다. 두 번째, 챌린지 앤 패션, 끊임없는 도전 정신. 그래서 세계 초우량 LG를 만들기 위해서 도전 정신을 잃지 말라. 이런 거를 직원들에게 많이 강조하셨고요. 원칙과 신념을 지킨 열정. 그래서 여러분 LG 하면 인화이잖아요. 인화의 경영, 강토 소국 기술 대국. 국토 면적은 작지만 기술로 우리는 세계적 기업이 세계적 나라가 되겠다. 이런 정신을 말씀을 하셨습니다. 위험 감수. 그래서 리스크 테이킹을 하면서 미래를 바라보는 반도체 사업에 대해서 다들 어렵다, 힘들다, 안 된다 그랬는데 리스크 테이킹을 하신 그런 사례가 되겠습니다. 혁신 및 가치 창출. 그래서 아까 말씀드린 대로 기술에 대해서 굉장히 중요시하셨다. 기술에 대해서. 기술이 뒷받침되지 않으면 사업 보국도 공연불이다. 그래서 LG그룹 내에 많은 연구소를 설립하셨어요. 그 최초의 민간 중앙연구소 설립하고 70개의 연구소를 운영을 하기 시작합니다. 경영 및 가치관 혁신. 그래서 이제 그 당시에 옛날에 고객 중심의 가치라는 게 좀 일반화되지 않았을 때입니다. 기술 중심의 생산 중심의 그런 어떤 문화였는데 그 옛날에 고객을 위한 가치 창조, 인간 존중 이런 것들을 통해서 이 회의석상에 임원들 회의석상에 고객 자리를 따로 이제 만들어 넣어서 비워놓고 또 이렇게 결제란에 고객 결제란을 만들어 놓는 뭐 그런 사례들이 있습니다. 인재 경영. 그래서 LG는 굉장히 그 인재 경영, 인재 투자에 굉장히 노력을 많이 하는데 뭐 그런 거에 출발점이 되지 않았나 생각합니다. 자율 경영. 그래서 이 계열사들이 자율적으로 의사결정하고 책임지도록 만드는 거. 한 사람한테 어떤 수렴되는 것이 아니라 수평적으로 다양한 의사결정을 할 수 있도록 만들어준 그런 사례들이 있습니다. 자, 그다음 두 번째 이제 세대별로 봤을 때 구장현 회장님이 70년대부터 시작해서 95년까지이기 때문에 먼저 1세대에 해당됩니다. 1세대의 특징은 사업 보국이거든요. 그래서 국민들의 생활을 윤택하게 하겠다는 그 목적으로 사업을 시작했다. 국민 생활을 윤택하게 하겠다. 그리고 가전의 국산화. 예, 그 당시에 우리가 아직 기술이 그죠? 미국이나 일본이나 우리가 많이 모방해야 되는 시기인데 국산화에 집중해서 대신에 내재화하는 그런 전략을 도입했고 그걸 위해서는 세계 어디든지 찾아가서 배우는 그런 어떤 모습을 보였습니다. 위험 감수. 컬러 TV가 그 당시에 방송이 아직 결정되지 않았는데 투자를 해서 전량 수출을 하셨습니다. 그건 굉장한 리스크 테이킹입니다. 국내 내수 시장이 없는데 그 투자를 해서 제품을 만들었다는 거죠. 그거는 왜냐하면 한 기업만 봐서는 결정할 수 없는 부분이죠. 나라 전체를 봤기 때문에 그런 것이 아닐까 생각이 들고 강토소국 기술대국. 그래서 아까 말씀드린 대로 이 구장 회장님이 인재 개발에 되게 집중했기 때문에 인하원이라든지 특히 여기 보면은 해외 연구교수 지원 사업이 있었어요. 제가 옛날에 제 주변에 LG에서 지원을 받아서 연구나 해외 연구하러 가신 분들 많이 봤거든요. 저는 실력이 안 돼가지고 못 갔습니다만은 주변에 많이 봤습니다. 그 인력들이 지금 한국의 중요한 대학의 학자들이 돼 있습니다. 그래서 이런 부분은 인재를 굉장히 중요시하는 구 회장님의 그 철학을 알 수 있습니다. 그다음 2세대로 넘어갑니다. 자, 2세대 넘어가면은 여기는 혁신 성장이거든요. 그래서 구장현 회장님이 굉장한 혁신을 또 많이 강조하시고 또 이걸 위해서 연구소 설립을 많이 하셨어요. 그래서 최초로 금성사에 중앙연구소 설립하고 70여 개의 연구소를 설립하고 또 LG 중앙연구소를 현재 LG 사이언스 파크의 모태가 되는 그 설립하셨습니다. 그리고 많은 해외 법인을 이 당시에 설립해서 글로벌라이제이션의 토대를 닦으시고 합작 경영들을 많이 했습니다. 그래서 또 기업은 어떤 인재 육성뿐만 아니라 사회적 책임을 다해야 된다. 이런 또 주장을 하셨는데, 그래서 이제 2세대로 넘어가면서 고객, 혁신, 글로벌 좀 더 확장되는 이런 어떤 경영의 어떤 전략들을 보여주셨습니다. 그 다음에 이제 여러분 그 한국형 기업가 정신을 투영해 보면 먼저 스피릿입니다. 그래서 구장현 회장님 재임 기간이 긴데 60년대는 그 사업 보국과 아까 말씀드렸던 그 강토소국 기술대국 이런 쪽으로 해서 우리나라 정부 정책에 맞춰서 기업을 경영하는 이런 모습을 보여드렸다면은 80년대 들어서서는 고객 중심 또 혁신 이렇게 하면서 좀 더 미래지향적인 이런 모습을 보여주시고 87년 이후에는 기업의 사회적 책임과 인간 존중 같은 좀 더 철학적인 개념으로 이 시대에 맞게끔 경영의 패러다임을 바꿔나간 그런 사례들을 볼 수 있습니다. 실행력. 그래서 의사결정을 굉장히 빠르게 하셨다. 네, 의사결정을 굉장히 신속하게 하시고 추진하셨다. 조직 문화에 스피드 경영을 도입해서 불필요한 일들을 하지 않고 빠르게 보고하고 빠르게 실행한 그런 어떤 사례들을 또 만들었고 시장 대응에 아주 기민하게 대응한 그런 사례들을 볼 수 있습니다. 그래서 오일 쇼크 때 발빠르게 원료 다변화를 추진한 이런 사례들도 아주 인상적인 사례가 되겠습니다. 그 다음에 스트래티지입니다. 여러분 우리나라는 대한민국은 자원이 좀 부족하고 인구도 작고 점점 이제 경쟁적인 그런 상황을 가고 있는데 정부의 역할이 되게 중요하거든요. 한국은 사실 정부가 경제 산업의 중심인데 구자경 회장님이 정부와 함께 정책적으로 굉장히 많은 연대를 잘 하신 것 같아요. 그래서 정부가 수출 주도, 중화학공업 주도를 했을 때 전자와 화학 분야에 본격적으로 투자를 많이 하셨습니다. 그래서 지금 오늘의 LG가 있었고 또 정부의 말을 그냥 무조건 따르는 게 아니라 정부의 비판적인 제언, 기업을 위해서 정부가 좀 더 적극적으로 도와달라, 정부의 역할을 좀 해달라 이런 이야기도 많이 하신 것 같습니다. 또 정도 경영. 그래서 우리나라의 많은 그 그룹들이 정부에 따라서 좀 왔다 갔다 하는 경향들이 많거든요. 정부 정책에 따라서 많이 왔다 갔다 좀 하는데 LG는 정도 경영. 그래서 한기를 또는 절제를 이렇게 보여준 그런 기업의 사례로 우리가 볼 수 있습니다. 무엇보다도 우수한 인력 양성입니다. 그래서 아까 말씀드린 LG 인하원이 지금도 우리나라 4대 그룹이 갖고 있는 그 인재 개발원 중에서 LG 인하원이 굉장히 유명하고요. 그다음에 LG는 LG 연암대학교 또 연암 또 그 공과대학교 해서 이 대학을 설립해 가지고 대학의 이 졸업생들을 LG의 또 직원으로 또 육성하고 그러니까 교육과 현장에 연결되도록 만드는 그런 투자를 옛날부터 했습니다. 그리고 제가 알기로는 LG 연암 이 대학교가 처음에는 더 큰 뜻을 가지고 지금 아마 개교를 했는데 지금도 계속 발전하고 있는 걸로 알고 있습니다. 그래서 이 대학에 대한 투자는 인재 육성에 대한 그런 마인드를 보여주고요. 또 학습하는 조직의 문화. 그래서 LG가 학습하는 그런 문화를 또 만들고 또 신뢰 경영. 여러분 LG 하면은 삼성, SK 뭐 다 현대가 있지만은 가장 유명한 게 LG는 인하입니다. 인하. 그 LG는 이 직원들을 굉장히 많이 케어하는 걸로 잘 알고 있습니다. 그리고 회사가 어려워도 뭐 그냥 급격한 구조조정 이런 거 하지 않고 전 직원이 함께 힘을 뭉쳐서 같이 위기를 극복해가는 그런 사례들을 많이 보여줬습니다. 그래서 그런 문화가 오늘의 LG를 있게 한 원동력이 아닌가 하는 생각합니다. 자, 그 다음에 추가로 이 토픽 모델링 분석을 좀 해봤습니다. 키워드 분석입니다. 대상은 이 구자경 회장 연설문인데 비전을 향한 혁신의 여정 25년 요거를 분석을 해봤습니다. 해보니 결과를 말씀드리면은 제일 많이 나오는 키워드는 조직 운영에 관한 겁니다. 경영, 기업 그룹. 그 다음에 두 번째가 인간 중심 경영입니다. 고객, 사람, 사원, 인재. 그 다음에 미래지향적, 비전, 혁신, 책임. 그래서 결국은 기업 경영을 사람으로 인식하고 인간 존중과 고객 가치를 실현했다라고 볼 수 있는데 이걸 좀 정리를 하자면 이렇습니다. 첫 번째 키워드는 고객 중심과 시장 경쟁력이 되겠고요. 두 번째는 자율과 책임 경영이 되겠고, 세 번째는 인간 존중과 인재 육성, 그 네 번째는 미래를 위한 기술 개발, 해외 진출. 이 정도의 큰 토픽으로 분류가 되는 것 같습니다. 그래서 구장 회장님의 직접 말씀하신 내용들을 중심으로 그 키워드를 분석해 보니까 이 네 가지가 경영 철학으로 분류가 됐습니다. 그리고 구장 회장님의 그 어록들을 분석했을 때 시기별로도 조금씩 달라집니다. 70년대는 안정과 내실을 중요시하면서 내실 경영이나 생산성 향상 같은 내부 안정, 내부 체질을 강화하는, 본인이 재임 시작하면서는 회사 내부를 아주 착실하게 튼튼하게 만들었다는 거죠. 두 번째 80년대 들면서는 성장, 기술, 국제화, 그래서 좀 더 확산하고 좀 더 혁신하고 또 해외로 나가고 하는 이런 어떤 전략들을 펼치신 것 같고, 3기에 들어서는 고객과 자율, 경영의 본질, 철학, 인간 존중하면서 이제 경영을 좀 더 철학적으로 또 인간 존중이나 고객 중심으로 마무리, 정리하는 그런 모습들을 보여주셨습니다. 그래서 시기별로도 어찌 보면 내부 안정, 외부 성장, 철학적 혁신이라는 이런 프레임으로 정리가 가능할 것 같습니다. 예, 이제 결론을 좀 맺겠습니다. 시간을 많이 지나간 것 같습니다. 그래서 제가 이 구장 회장님의 기업가 정신을 세 가지 이론적 프레임을 가지고 패턴 매칭 분석을 통해서 했는데, 저희가 갖고 있는 이론적 프레임워크에 정말 구장 회장님의 이 실적, 이 성과나 이 하신 것들이 너무나 선명하게 잘 매칭이 되는 것을 확인할 수 있었고요. 그리고 또 텍스트 마이닝을 해보니까 이 내부 성장 또 외부 성장, 철학적 혁신이라고 하는 이런 어떤 동태적인 흐름들을 보여주시면서 정말 경영자로서는 시대에 맞게 하지만 원칙을 지키는 이런 아주 좋은 모습을 보여주신 것 같습니다. 마지막 이제 이론적 실무적 시사점입니다. 저희가 이제 이런 그 프레임을 가지고 구장현 회장님을 분석했는데, 이 구장현 회장님이라는 우리 그 기업가가 사실은 그동안 이렇게 조망이 되지 않았습니다. 저희가 이제 처음으로 이론적 프레임을 가지고 한번 분석을 해봤는데, 정말 LG 그룹이 요즘 여러 가지로 굉장히 많이 이제 성장했고 또 새로운 사업에 많이 도전하고 있고 또 전자, 화학 뭐 굉장히 많은 분야에 진출해 있는데, 그 토대를 닦은 분이 구장현 회장님이라는 것을 저희가 분석을 통해서 확인을 할 수 있었습니다. 실무적으로 보면은 마지막으로 정도 경영, 인재, 그다음에 고객 가치, 혁신 이런 가치들을 실제 경영을 통해서 잘 보여드린 사례가 아닌가 생각합니다. 그래서 제가 간단하게 말씀드렸는데, 구장 회장님의 어떤 경영 철학에 대해서 앞으로도 계속해서 연구를 통해서 그 잘 분석하고 또 확산하고 또 많은 시사점을 얻을 수 있도록 노력하는 연구들이 필요하겠다 생각합니다. 네, 이상입니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 우리 정연성 교수님 소개를 잠시 드리면요, 우리 한국경영학회 어워드 위원장을 하셨고요. 그리고 지금 현재는 단국대학교 경영대학원 원장을 하고 계십니다. 그리고 차차기 내년 아니 후내년 한국경영학회 회장으로 선임되셨습니다. 오늘 정연성 교수님께서 발표하신 내용을 조금 더 요약하면, 구자경 회장의 어제 우리가 있은 행사에 구자경 회장 탄생 100주년을 기념하여 한국경영학회에서 명예의 전당, 우리 한국경영학회에서 명예의 전당에 오르신 분이 총 15분입니다. 그중에 올해 구자경 회장님께서 15번째 올랐고요. 가장 먼저는 우리 LG의 창업주인 구인혜 회장께서 올랐습니다. 그래서 그 행사를 주관하시고 거기에 그 수상 선정하고 공적 조서를 작성하신 분입니다. 아마 어제 나눠드린 우리 한국경영학회 대한민국 기업가 명예의 전당 공적 정서를 한번 참고하시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 이걸 하기 위해서 정연성 교수님과 그리고 조금 이따가 발표하실 김상준 교수님 그리고 박진용 교수님 세 분께서 많은 연구를 하셔서 구자경 회장의 기업가 정신, 경영 철학 이런 부분들을 이제 정리하셨습니다. 그 중에서 먼저 발표하신 내용은 구자경 회장의 기업가 정신 연구를 어떻게 했는가에 대한 도출하기 위한 프레임워크를 제시하셨고요. 그리고 한국 기업가 정신을 약 세대별로 나누어서 1세대, 2세대, 3세대 이렇게 쭉 나누셔가지고 각 특성을 분석하고 거기로부터 구자경 회장의 기업가 정신을 도출하고 분석하셨습니다. 결론적으로 구자경 회장의 기업가 정신과 경영 철학을 요약한다면 이 고객 중심, 그리고 자율과 책임 경영, 그리고 인간 존중과 인재 양성, 그리고 미래를 위한 기술 개발과 해외 진출, 이게 정말 우리 K-기업가 정신, 특히 우리 진주를 중심으로 한 K-기업가 정신의 본질이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 다음은 두 번째로 이하여자대학교의 김상준 교수님께서 발표를 하시겠습니다. 김상준 교수님께서는 한국경영학교 수석 상임이사이시고 이하여자대학교 기업가정신 센터장을 맡고 계십니다. 교수님 발표를 부탁드립니다.
네, 앞서 정영승 교수님께서 자세하게 설명해 주셨지만 저는 조금 더 깊게 들어가서 구자경 회장님께서 그 당시 어떤 생각을 가지셨는지, 어떤 생각을 가지셔서 어떻게 이 큰 기업, LG그룹이라는 큰 기업을 영속시키게 할 수 있을 것인지에 대한 나름의 프레임워크로 한번 조금 더 깊이 들여다보는 연구를 수행하였습니다. 저희 이제 경영학 회장님 양기동 교수님과 저희 학교 진아진 박사님하고 같이 연구를 진행하였습니다. 사실 이 연구의 시작점은 저희가 한간에 계속 K 매니지먼트 얘기를 하고 있는데요. K 매니지먼트가 정말 존재하는가에 대해서 한번 다시 물음표를 내면서 이 연구를 다시 들여다보았습니다. K 매니지먼트에 대해서 실제 경영하셨던 대기업 또는 큰 기업, 중견기업의 CEO분들께 K 매니지먼트가 뭐라고 생각하십니까? 정의를 해주십시오 라고 하면 없다라고 하시는 경우가 많이 있었습니다. 그래서 사실상 저희 한국의 기업의 경영은 많은 경우 이제 일본의 기업의 것을 많이 따라 했었고요, 초반기에. 그리고 이제 MBA나 미국의 경영학에 대한 프레임워크가 확산이 되면서 미국식의 경영도 많이 이제 확산이 되면서 실제 그러면 한국식의 매니지먼트, 한국식의 기업 경영은 뭔가에 대해서 다시 한번 고민을 해야 되지 않을까? 정말로 있을까 없을까에 대한 부분부터 알아봐야 될 것 같다는 생각이 들었습니다. 지금까지의 K 매니지먼트 연구는 서사적이었습니다. 결과 중심이었고 영웅의 어떤 업적을 이제 기리는 정도였었습니다. 네. 실제 그 영웅이 어떻게 영웅이 되었는가를 좀 더 잘 알 수 있다면 그러면 실질적으로 우리가 기대하고 있었던 한국에서의 매니지먼트가 무엇일까를 더 잘 알 수 있을 것 같은데 그런 부분이 조금 약하지 않았을까 그런 생각이 들어서 조금 더 깊이 그 의사결정자의 그 의사결정의 순간 그분의 어떤 머릿속에는 무엇이 있었을까, 그분은 어떤 생각의 어떤 틀을 가지고 이 상황을 자신에게 주어진 상황을 이해하고 있고 해석하고 있고 이것을 이제 전략으로 구현해 나가고 있는지에 대한 부분을 좀 더 들여다보고자 하였습니다. 그래서 결과론적으로 보자면 구자경 회장님의 그런 의사결정이랄까요? K 매니지먼트는 좀 독특한 부분이 많이 있었습니다. 그 부분을 오늘 좀 말씀드리고자 합니다. 이 부분 말씀드리기 전에 이제 약간의 이제 제가 바라봤던 이론적 틀을 드리고 싶은데요. 타드 젠거라는 유타 대학교, 오늘 유타 대학교 왔었지 않습니까? 유타 대학교의 교수님께서 코퍼레이트 티어리라는 이제 말씀하셨고, 코퍼레이트 티어리가 필요하다 이렇게 주장하셨고, 코퍼레이트 티어리는 기업을 단순히 경쟁 우위를 만드는 것이 아니라 그 경쟁 우위를 지속 가능하게 하는 거다라고 이렇게 주장하셨습니다. 그래서 어쩌면 저희 LG그룹이 거의 한 60년 넘게 이렇게 지금 지속되고 있지 않습니까? 이렇게 60년 넘게 동안 지속 가능한 경쟁 우위를 만들어냈던 것은 어쩌면 타젠거 교수님에 따르자면 코퍼레이트 티어리가 있어서가 아니었을까라고 한번 생각해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그러면 그 코퍼레이트 티어리가 뭔지를 저희가 조금 더 잘 이해할 수 있으면 제가 처음에 말씀드렸던 K 매니지먼트를 조금 더 저희가 잘 이해할 수 있을 것 같다라고 생각할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 조금 더 자세하게 타젠거의 코퍼레이트 티어리를 얘기를 하면 타즈젠거는 크게 세 가지의 사이트, 일종의 시야를 이제 얘기를 했습니다. 처음에 중요한 코퍼레이트 티어리, 코퍼레이트 티어리는 정의는 기업의 목적 그리고 존재 이유를 잘 설명해낼 수 있는 일종의 논리 체계라고 생각하시면 될 것 같습니다. 저희가 이론하면 특정한 현상을 설명하고 예측하는 어떤 그런 굉장히 일반화되어 있는 문장을 얘기하지 않습니까? 마찬가지로 의사결정자들도 특정한 명제를 만들 것이고요. 그 명제 속에서는 이 기업이 왜 존재를 해야 되는지, 그리고 이 기업이 어떻게 장기적으로 지속 가능한 경쟁 우위를 만들 것인지에 대한 여러 가지 생각들이 다 녹여져 있다라고 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 그래서 그런 기업 이론을 파악하기 위해서 크게 세 가지 의사결정자의 시야가 있는데, 하나가 포사이트입니다. 포사이트는 이제 앞으로 내다보는 시야이지 않습니까? 그래서 미래를 바라보는 어떤 시야라고 생각하는데요. 단순히 그냥 미래를 그냥 단순하게 스페큘레이트하는 던지고 추측하고 예측하는 것이 아니라 면밀하게 지금 현상을 주어진 환경과 상황을 잘 이해하고 분석해서 그런 분석을 토대로 미래를 한번 파악해보는 그런 통찰력, 예견력을 이제 포사이트라고 합니다. 두 번째 인사이트는 이렇게 포사이트가 정해져서 나름의 인비저닝 하고 있는 피처가 정해져 있으면 그런 미래를 구현하기 위해서 우리 내부에는 어떤 역량이 있을까? 어떤 자원을 활용하면 미래를 구현할 수 있을까에 대한 부분을 고민하는 그런 시야가 인사이트입니다. 대부분 다 이제 저희 LG 그룹에서는 이제 인재를 강조를 했었는데요. 어떤 자원을 활용을 하면 우리 기업이 지향하고자 하는 그런 미래의 모습을 잘 구현할 수 있을까에 대한 부분을 이제 생각하는 사이트 시야가 이제 인사이트고요. 크로스 사이트는 단순히 기업 내부적으로만 자원을 활용하는 것이 아니라 기업 외부의 다양한 플레이어들 간의 어떤 협업 관계, 그리고 여러 가지 상호작용, 인터랙션 등을 통해서 실질적으로 폴사이트가 추구하고자 하는 그런 미래지향적인 모습을 완성하고자 하는 모습을 얘기하고 있습니다. 그래서 진정하게 기업 이론이 정확하게 특정 역할을 하기 위해서는 의사결정자는 당연하게 폴사이트, 인사이트, 크로스사이트가 적절하게 균형을 가진 상태에서 이론이 작성이 되어야 된다라고 주장하는 것이 타즈젠거의 기업 이론이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 그래서 그런 이제 틀을 가지고 그럼 실제 그러면 구자경 회장님은 어떤 포사이트, 인사이트, 크로스사이트가 있는지를 한번 바라봤는데요. 보통 이제 전략적 리더십을 연구할 때 전략은 의사결정자들의 또 의사결정진의 전략 수립 과정, 스트래티지 포뮬레이션 과정이 있고요. 전략 수립한 다음에 전략을 실행하는 과정이 있습니다. 근데 이제 그게 지금 위쪽에 보이는 선이 밑에부터 보겠습니다. 밑에서가 전략 구축, 먼저 의사결정자가 전략을 만드는 과정을 먼저 이제 접하게 되고요. 만든 전략을 수립한 전략을 이제 실제 전사적으로 조직이 전략을 수행함으로써 성과를 만들어내는 그런 과정을 거치게 됩니다. 근데 그 과정이 그냥 한 해 하는 거라면 올해 그러면 전략 수립하고 실행하자 끝이겠지만 이게 다이나믹하게 계속 흘러가지 않습니까? 그 얘기는 전략이 만들어졌다가 이게 실행이 됐다가 실행된 결과를 보고 지금 내가 수립한 전략이 뭔가 문제가 있겠구나, 좀 더 개선한 방향이 있겠지라고 수정을 하는 절차를 거치고 수정하는 것이 다시 새로운 전략이 되는 겁니다. 새로운 전략이 되고 새로운 전략이 다시 실행을 하고 수정되고 전략되고 실행되고 진행되는 이렇게 왔다 갔다 하는 모습으로 계속 이제 움직여가면서 기업이 이제 성장해 나가는 모습을 보이게 되는데요. 이렇게 왔다 갔다 하는 것의 과정에서 전략적 담론이라는 게 만들어지게 됩니다. 그래서 기업 내부적으로 우리의 기업은 이런 일을 합니다. 뭐 이렇게 이런 것도 지향합니다. 뭐 이런 규정을 가지고 이렇게 일합니다. 등등 이걸 실제 문서화해서 모든 구성원들이 이해할 수 있도록 이렇게 문서화하는 작업을 전략적 담론이라고 하는데요. 이게 전략을 수립하고 실행하는 과정이 계속 반복이 되게 되면 자연스럽게 그런 전략적 담론이 일종의 스크립트가 계속 만들어지게 됩니다. 그래서 저희는 이 전략적 담론이 시간의 흐름에 따라서 변화한다고 봤습니다. 왜냐하면 말씀드린 것처럼 계속 수정하지 않습니까? 전략을 만들고 수정하고 실행하고 이 부분을 반복하기 때문에 그 과정에서 분명히 회장님께서 생각도 처음의 생각과 다음 해 생각이 달라질 것 같고 그렇게 되면 담론도 달라질 거라고 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
소리를 조금 높여주세요.
네, 알겠습니다. 네, 알겠습니다. 네. 제가 너무 빨리 말하고 있는 것 같습니다. 네. 15분 맞추다 보니까 조금 빨라졌는데요. 왜냐하면 지금 드리는 말씀은 이론적 부분이라서 아마 그렇게 중요하지는 않을 것 같고요. 네, 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그래서 저희가 실제 데이터를 가지고 그럼 어떻게 그런 전략적 담론, 스크립트, 기업 내에서 이제 문서화되어 있는 그런 여러 가지 전략에 관련된 것들이 기록되어서 정리되고 있는지를 시대별로 한번 분석을 해보았습니다. 그래서 고맙게도 LG 그룹에서 여러 가지 정말 디테일한 자료들을 많이 주셔서 3가지 자료를 바탕으로 분석을 했습니다. 그래서 담론 자료, 그래서 실질적으로 구자경 회장님께서 말씀하셨던 연설문이 거의 700페이지 넘게 있는 연설문이 있는데 그 자료를 이제 분석을 했었고요. 그리고 실제 이 기업이 어떤 전략을 수립하고 실행하고 그 결과가 어떻는지에 대한 부분은 그 LG그룹의 4사 역사를 분석해서 파악을 했습니다. 그리고 뿐만 아니라 이 지금까지의 데이터들은 다 이제 내부 자료이니까 외부에서 제3자의 시각에서 뉴스 미디어나 다른 미디어에서 얘기하고 있는 LG그룹의 어떤 전략적인 상황이나 의사결정, 그리고 실행 과정 등을 이제 보조적으로 보완적으로 보면서 실제 구자경 회장님의 말씀 그리고 이게 어떻게 담론화되었는지 기업 이론으로 만들어졌는지 그리고 이 기업 이론이 어떻게 전략으로 실행이 되어서 성과로 나타나는지를 분석하는 과정을 거쳤습니다. 네, 뭐 결과를 요약드리자면 이렇게 그림을 그릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 잘 보이시지 않을 것 같은데 요 내용은 어떻게 요약된 거니까 제가 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 근데 간단히 말씀드리면 저희는 그 일종의 세대를 회장님으로 이제 구분했습니다. 왜냐하면 그 회장님의 교체, CEO 턴오버가 기업에서는 굉장히 큰 변화이거든요. 그러니까 연속적이지 않은 변화입니다. 그 얘기는 회장님이 같은 가족이라고 할지라도 분명히 개인이기 때문에 생각이 다르지 않습니까? 그래서 그 선대 회장님의 사업을 물려받는다고 할지라도 그러면 나는 이 사업을 어떻게 계속 유지할 것인가에 대해서 또 다른 관점을 보여줄 수가 있습니다. 그래서 저희는 지금은 4대이지만 3대, 3개의 세대를 거쳐서 어떤 의사결정의 변화가 있었는지를 분석하였고요. 요약해서 말씀드리자면 1대인 연암 구인의 회장님께서는 굉장히 기업가, entrepreneurial spirit이 가득한 분이라고 제가 보고 있습니다. 정말 다양한 시장을 개척하고 새로운 시장을 만드는 데 굉장히 능하셨고요. 그래서 처음 시작은 화학이었지만 그래서 크림이었지만 전자는 물론 되게 굉장히 다양한 산업으로 많이 확장하는 그런 시기가 있었습니다. 그래서 굉장히 일종의 경쟁력을 갖추는 그런 시기였었고요. 2대 상남지 구자경 회장님께서는 구인 회장님께서 갑자기 돌아가셨습니다. 돌아가셔서 물려받았는데 구인 회장님께서 굉장히 사업을 진취적이고 프로액티브하고 리스크 테이킹하는 모습을 보여주니까 그 반면에는 이 기업의 어떤 내실을 만드는 것이 굉장히 좀 쉽지 않다는 걸 판단하셨습니다. 그래서 구자경 회장님께서는 아까 정현석 교수님 말씀하신 것처럼 내부적으로 어떻게 안정화시켜서 어떤 성장의 토대를 만들 것인가에 대한 부분을 조금 더 관심을 가지셨고요. 그렇게 해서 10년을 보내셨고 그 다음 10년인 80년 후반대 이렇게 해서는 안 되겠다. 왜냐하면 이제 80년 후반대쯤에 환경의 변화가 있었습니다. 그 전까지는 이제 내수만으로도 충분히 가능한 시장이었고 이제 해외의 어떤 그런 이제 기업들이 국내로 유입되는 그런 경우가 많이 없었기 때문입니다. 그런데 80년대 이후부터 문호가 개방이 되었고 이제 해외 글로벌 기업들이 이제 국내로 들어오는 그래서 진짜 정말 경쟁이 심화되는 그런 시기에 봉착하게 되면서 구자경 회장님께서는 지금의 사업의 모습으로는 어쩌면 생존할 수 없을 수도 있겠다라는 판단을 하시게 되었고 그래서 그때부터 정말 더 큰 변화가 있었습니다. 그래서 더 큰 변화는 제가 다시 말씀드리겠지만 큰 변화가 있었고 그 변화로 말미암아서 그 다음 회장이신 화당 구보무 회장님께서 그 어떤 명맥을 이어받아서 또 새로운 형태의 이제 리더십을 발휘를 하셨습니다. 그래서 구인 회장님에 대한 분석은 이렇게 있는데 요거는 시간 관계상 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 제가 말씀드렸던 것처럼 새롭게 창업을 하신 분의 성향상 새로운 사업을 잘 만들어내고 사업을 확장하는 것에 되게 초점을 맞추셨고요. 그것이 단순히 그냥 어떤 특정한 시장의 기회만 보고 들어가는 것이 아니라 실질적인 기술을 만들어서 기술 중심으로 기술 기반의 사업을 확장하는 그런 형태로 전략적 리더십이 이제 이루어졌었습니다. 제가 말씀드린 것처럼 이제 이대로 넘어오면서 이게 너무 확장된 사업이 많다 보니까 이거를 예를 들면 이렇게 안정적으로 또는 굉장히 릴라이어블한 어떤 비즈니스로 만들기가 쉽지 않은 부분이 많이 있었습니다. 그래서 부정 회장께서는 그럼 이런 부분 그리고 플러스 아까 제가 말씀드렸던 것처럼 이제 해외에 있는 국가들이 기업들이 국내로 들어와서 경쟁이 더 가속화되면서 이제 어떻게 하면 조금 더 지속 가능하게 할 것인가에 대한 고민이 굉장히 컸고요. 거기에 대한 이제 고민을 V 프로젝트라는 프로젝트를 수행을 하면서 비전 수립 과정을 거쳤습니다. 그래서 실질적으로 그러면 우리 LG는 앞으로 무슨 일을 어떻게 가야 될 것이냐, 어떤 미래를 만들어내야 될 것인가에 대해서 고민을 많이 하게 됐고, V 프로젝트라는 프로젝트를 통해서 그러면 앞으로 이제 LG는 어떤 모습으로 어떤 가치를 지향하겠다라고 이제 결론을 냈는데 그 결론이 이제 90년도에 이제 선포가 됐습니다. 비전 선포가 되는데 그 비전이 고객을 위한 가치 창조라고 하는 문구의 비전이었습니다. 그래서 여기서 고객을 위한 가치 창조가 이제 저희는 굉장히 평이한 용어이지만 그 당시에는 고객이란 말이 없었고요. 그 당시에는 소비자란 말이 있었고 손님이 있었습니다. 근데 이제 고객이라고 하는 말이 만들었던 얘기는 고객을 물건을 사는 사람들을 일종의 굉장히 중요한 파트너로 여기겠다라는 그런 의미를 담고 있습니다. 그래서 고객을 위해서 고객이 필요한 것은 무엇이든 다 만들겠다라는 측면으로서 고객을 위한 가치 창출이라는 비전을 만들었고요. 그럼 이런 비전을 어떻게 수립할 것이냐? 제가 아까 말씀드린 그 비전은 포사이트라고 한다면 어떻게 수립할 것이냐? 인사이트가 뭐냐 했을 때 그 인사이트를 구정현 회장님께서는 인재로 이제 찾으셨습니다. 그래서 인재가 되게 중요하고 인간 존중, 인간 중심의 경영을 해야겠다라고 말씀하셨습니다. 그래서 인간을 굉장히 중요한 어떤 리소스 또는 이제 성장의 동력으로 이제 보고 다양한 형태의 교육은 물론 뿐만 아니라 뭐 평가, HR 시스템까지 다 바꾸면서 조직 내부의 어떤 내실을 가하는 그런 이제 변화를 이렇게 내셨습니다. 뿐만 아니라 이런 어떤 인재를 경영하기 위해서는 인재를 이제 길러내기 위해서는 단순히 기업 내부적 역량만 필요한 건 아니기 때문에 다양한 외부의 이해관계자들 그리고 자문단들과의 파트너십을 통해서 실질적으로 인재를 만들어내는 과정을 이제 만들어내셨습니다. 일종의 크로스 사이트라고 볼 수 있겠죠. 네, 그래서 그 내용이 이렇게 제가 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네. 그 다음 때 이제 3대 회장님께서는 그 인간 존중 그리고 고객을 위한 가치 창조 이 부분을 이제 받아들이셔서 더 확장을 하는데 더 힘을 쓰셨습니다. 그래서 이미 이제 기업 내부적으로는 굉장히 시스템이 잘 갖춰져 있고 그리고 어떻게 하면 인재를 만들어낼 수 있는지에 대한 노하우 그리고 시스템 체계 그리고 실질적으로 또한 한편으로는 기술 개발을 통해서 혁신을 어떻게 만들어낼 것인지에 대한 부분까지 다 이제 정착이 되어 있는 이제 어느 정도 세팅이 되어 있는 상태이기 때문에 이런 세팅된 상태에서 구본모 회장님께서는 이제 더 확장된 형태, 또 글로벌로 나가고 디자인 쪽으로 나가고 또 다른 방향으로 이렇게 확장을 하는 그런 방향으로 전략적 리더십을 이제 구사를 하셨습니다. 그래서 3대는 제가 이제 간단히 넘어가고요. 네. 그래서 전체 이제 세 개의 세대를 통틀어서 한번 그 흐름을 보면 처음에 1세대는 확장의 시기 같습니다. 처음 만들어서 굉장히 다양한 사업들이 막 확장해 나가는 그런 시기 같습니다. 두 번째는 이제 내부로 들어와서 어떻게 하면 이 확장된 사업들을 정말로 견고하게 지속 가능하게 할 것인가에 대한 부분이 많이 강조가 된 것 같고요. 그리고 다시 3대로 와서는 다시 확장된 형태, 더 큰 어떤 스케일을 가지고 있는 모습으로 확장된 모습으로 지금 변화하고 있다고 볼 수 있습니다. 그래서 비단 구자경 회장님의 어떤 역량일 수도 있겠지만 LG의 전체 역사에서 봤을 때 외부, 내부, 외부 또는 확장, 안정, 확장 약간 이런 파동의 형태를 그리는 그 진화 과정을 보이고 있다라고 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 근데 그 과정에서 제가 생각할 때는 좀 강조드리고 싶은 거는 그러면 그런 진화를 가능하게 했던 게 뭐냐 했을 때는 그 가운데에서 내실을 다지고 변화를 일으켜낼 수 있는 원동력을 만들어낸 그런 구자경 회장님의 고객을 위한 가치 창조라는 비전 아래 인간 중심의 경영에 어떤 그런 중요한 가치가 있었다라고 판단드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 네, 그래서 요거는 제가 말씀드렸던 부분을 강조드린 거고요. 잠시 하나 더 포인트를 말씀드리면 LG의 인화라는 용어가 있고 LG의 인간 중심의 경영이라는 것이 있는데요. 인화는 사실 구인 회장님 일대의 용어입니다. 그래서 처음에 이제 사업이 만들어졌을 때 보통 이제 아는 사람들 지인들끼리 이렇게 만나서 이렇게 사업을 하지 않습니까? 그래서 서로 아는 사람이기 때문에 서로 화목해야 되고 친해야 되고 서로를 이해해야 된다라는 그런 마음이 컸었고요. 그게 이제 인화로 이제 표현이 됐었습니다. 근데 이제 단순히 아는 사람끼리 친하고 화목하게 지내는 거는 이제 더 이상 이제 할 수 없는 거죠. 왜냐하면 이제는 확장되어 있고 더 다양한 사람들이 지금 기업 내에 들어와 있기 때문에 그래서 인화보다는 이제 인간 중심 경영으로 이제 의미가 확장되었고요. 좀 더 일반화되었다라고 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그래서 요건 또 제가 이제 요약이지만 넘어가겠습니다. 요건 제가 말씀드린 거기 때문에 넘어가겠습니다. 그래서 마지막입니다. 마지막 2페이지 남았습니다. 거의 다 끝났습니다. 네. 그래서 저희가 LG에서 배우는 K 매니지먼트가 뭐냐 했을 때는 저는 자신 있게 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 네. 회장님의 담화가 있었습니다. 목소리가 있었고요. 그 담화 속에 담겨 있는 논리가 기업의 논리가 되었습니다. 그 기업의 논리가 전략이 되었고요. 실행이 되면서 성과가 되었습니다. 근데 그 성과가 단순히 이례적인 것이 아니라 그 다음 다음 해를 연결시켜주는 중요한 원동력이 돼요. 그래서 담화, 담론, 전략과 문화 이것이 계속 순환적으로 이제 만들어지면서 기업이 점점 성장해지는 그리하여 아까 말씀드렸던 지속 가능한 경쟁 우위가 만들어지는 그런 과정을 거치고 있었다라고 볼 수 있고요. 그 과정에서 구자경 회장님께서는 번역에 초점을 맞췄습니다. 그래서 1대 구인 회장님께서 어떤 걸 하셨고 무엇을 남기시려고 했었는지 그 유산이 뭔지를 철저히 고민하셨고 그 고민 속에서 그 고민과 더불어 지금 내가 처해져 있는 상황이 뭔지를 면밀히 분석해서 접목을 함으로써 새로운 비전을 만들어냈고요. 그 비전이 단순히 허황된 어떤 그런 목소리가 아니라 실질적으로 이루어낼 수 있는 그런 어떤 토대를 만드시는 그런 토대를 바탕으로 그리고 만드셨고요. 그 토대를 바탕으로 이제 그 미래의 다음 세대의 회장님께서 새로운 어떤 사업을 할 수 있는 그런 계기를 만드셨다는 부분에서 저희가 K 매니지먼트는 어쩌면 이런 것이 아닐까. 세대 간을 아우를 수 있는 세대 간을 단순히 그냥 자리만 바뀌고 사람만 바뀌고 기업이 경영되는 것이 아니라 과거의 유산을 받아와서 그것을 미래의 유산으로 남겨주는 그 과정을 철저하게 잘 지켜주는 그런 것이 K 매니지먼트가 아닐까라고 생각을 해보았습니다. 네. 그래서 말씀드린 것처럼 제가 한 번 더 강조드리겠습니다. 네, 구자경 회장님께서 하셨던 것은 자신이 가지고 있는 생각, 자신이 가지고 있던 통찰력을 단순히 그냥 자신의 어떤 표현으로만 하는 것이 아니라 기업에 내재화시키고 그 내재화시킨 걸 바탕으로 미래를 위해서 남겨준 유산이 있다는 부분을 꼭 강조드리고 싶습니다. 어쩌면 이제 4대째인데요. LG는 아마 구자경 회장님의 이런 어떤 정신과 방법론을 바탕으로 더 성장하고 지속 가능한 경쟁 우위를 만들지 않을까라고 기대하고 있습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 김상정 교수님, 예, 감사합니다. 예, 네. 우리 한 시간 정도 거의 경과됐는데 한 30분 이내로 저희 토론을 마쳐야 됩니다. 아마 지금 여기에 많은 오디언스들이 계시고 여러 국가에서 왔습니다. 예, 특히 우리 오늘 연사로 나오신 분들 외에도 우리 아이탐 그리고 유타 대학 학생들, 예. 그리고 경상국립대학교 학생들이 많이 참석했습니다. 그래서 한국말로 익숙한 분도 있고 그렇지 않은 분도 있는데 좀 그 경영학에 상당히 저도 경영학을 전공했지만 우리 김상준 교수님의 연구 결과가 조금 이해하기 힘든 부분도 있을 수도 있습니다. 또 상당히 전문 용어도 사용했기 때문에 그렇지만은 제가 간단하게 요약을 하도록 하겠습니다. 김상준 교수님의 기본 연구 토픽은 기업 이론의 관점에서 본 구자경 회장의 전략적 리더십입니다. 예. 연구를 하기 위해서 이 기본적인 K 매니지먼트가 뭐냐에 대해서 조금 말씀을 하셨고, 예. 그리고 결론적으로 이런 LG로부터 우리가 K 매니지먼트를 좀 정립하겠다라는 그런 것을 하셨습니다. 그걸 하기 위해서 유타 대학의 토드 쟁거너 교수의 가치 창출 이론을 기반으로 해서 포아사이트, 미래 통찰력, 그리고 인사이트, 통찰력, 그리고 크로스사이트, 약 통섭, 이런 내용들을 가지고 오셔서 구자경 회장의 리더십을 전개했습니다. 그리고 이 LG의 3세대, 즉 창업주인 구인혜 회장, 그리고 2세대 구자경 회장, 그리고 3세대 구본무 회장으로 이어지는 하나의 세대 간의 변화에 대한 분석을 하셨고, 그리고 구인혜 회장은 산업보국이나 사업보국, 기술 자립화를 말씀하셨고, 구자경 회장께서는 경영혁신, 특히 내실화를 통한 조직 성장을 많이 이뤘다고 하실 수 있겠습니다. 그리고 3세대 구본모 회장은 보다 더 확장된 LG를 만들었다고 할 수 있습니다. 결론적으로 구본모 회장의 죄송합니다. 구자경 회장의 어떤 그 기업가 정신과 리더십을 한마디로 이제 정의한다면 인간 존중 담론에 제도하다. 상당히 어려운 용어입니다. 나중에 한번 물어보겠습니다. 예. 예. 그리고 전략적 담론의 인지적 전환, 이런 말씀을 하셨고, 그리고 결국은 인간 중심, 즉 인재 양성, 이런 부분들이 구자경 회장의 가장 중요한 기업가 정신이자 전략적 리더십이라고 말씀하셨습니다. 나중에 플로아에서 좀 구체적인 질문을 받아서 김상준 교수님께서 다시 응답하도록 하겠습니다. 상당히 오랜 시간 동안 우리 플로아의 많은 분들이 좀 힘들긴 하겠지만 조금만 더 참아주시면 감사하겠습니다. 예. 이제 두 분의 토론을 듣도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 첫 번째 토론은 한국 글로벌 기업가 정신 연구원의 이사장으로 계신 반성식 이사장님께서 한 5분 정도 토론을 해주시고, 이어서 경상국립대학교 기업가정신연구소 연구교수이신 방원석 교수께서 한 5분 정도 토론을 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 예, 이사장님 부탁드립니다.
반갑습니다. 반성식입니다. 정말 이 중요한 주제를 두 분께서 발표를 해주셨습니다. 감사합니다. 사실 경제 성장과 일자리 창출, 앙트러프리십은 시대적 소명이죠. 예, 그런 가운데서 한국의 기업가 정신, 특히 글로벌 경영을 키워드를 가지고 사람 중심 경영으로 국가에 많이 기여하고 있는, 사회에 많이 기여하고 있는 LG그룹의 기업가 정신, 그다음에 이대 구자경 회장님의 경영 철학에 대해서 잘 배웠습니다. 저는 이제 평소에 이제 생각하기를 기업가 정신이 과연 뭐냐, 뭐를 목적으로 기업가 정신을 둬야 되느냐, 그러면 기업가 정신은 누구를 위한 기업가 정신이냐, 이런 생각을 해봤습니다. 그래서 저는 기업가 정신은 우선 전통적으로 우리 서구에서 얘기하는 앙트러프런십, 웰스 또는 부, 이때 부하는 개념은 우리가 일반적으로 얘기하는 재정적인 부, 주고받는 관계를 나타내는 부, 이런데 저는 좀 생각을 좀 더 포괄적으로 그뿐만 아니라 이 관계를 중요시하는 그런 부가 되어야 하는, 나누는 부, 이런 부. 이를 위해서 기회를 포착하고, 그 다음에 이거를 이제 홀리스틱이라는 우리 경영에서 많이 나오는, 원래 교육학에서 나온 용어지만 전체적인 통섭적인 이런 관점에서 또 리더십을 발휘하고 또 이것은 결국은 이로 인한 이 사람들의 생각이나 행동, thinking and acting 이것을 기업가 정신이라 하지 않나 이런 생각을 해봤습니다. 그런 관점에서 LG 기업의 경영 철학과 구인회 회장님의 기업의 경영에 대한 이제까지의 그분의 생각들을 발표 내용을 중심으로 몇 가지 제가 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 우선 LG는 대표적으로 얘기하는 LG라는 그 로고에 보면은 나와 있어요, 그렇죠? 로고에 보면은 L하고 G가 결합돼서 스마일하고 표시되어 있어요. 이게 아마 95년도쯤 나온 발표됐나요? 예, 그런 것 같은데요. 그 로고를 통해서 보면 LG가 추구하고자 하는 기본 정신이 뭔가를 보여주고 있는 것 같아요. 그런 관점에 봤을 때 LG는 이 사람이 기본인 거 아닌가. 그러면서 또 중요한 거는 물론 기술이라든지 글로벌이라든지 다양한 우리 발표자들 말씀하셨지만 신뢰, 트러스. 예, 우리가 LG와 GS 또 삼성과 우리 인근의 허시 가문들 또 함께 사업하면서 동업자 정신 이건 참 높이 살만한 일이죠, 그죠? 그런 것들이 다 깔려 있는 그런 정신이 아닌가 하는 생각을 해봤습니다. 이런 시간이 없기 때문에 제가 한 두 가지 정만 우리 발표자님께 질문을 드리겠습니다. 첫 번째로 부인회장께서는 이제 70개의 연구소를 설립하고 또 강토 기술 대국 개념으로 이 남원도를 설립하고 또 이 전문 경영 체제로 자율 경영을 하였는데요. 그러면 이 중에서 한 가지만 대표적으로 든다면 핵심적인 특징은 뭘까 하는 것을 첫째 물어보고 싶고요. 가장 큰 성장 동력은 뭘까? 두 번째는 제가 몇 가지 준비했는데 한 두 가지만 얘기할게요. 그다음에 인하 경영을 오늘날 어떻게 해석하는 게 좋을까? 그래서 인하 단결, 인하 존중의 수평적인 그러한 조직 문화가 우리가 오늘 IT 시대 또 AI 시대에 과연 창의성을 강조하는 시대에 우리가 어떻게 이걸 적용해야 될 것인가 이런 두 가지 점에서 질문을 드립니다. 이상입니다. 예.
네, 감사합니다. 우리 반성식 이사장님께서 두 가지 질문에 대해서 아마 첫 번째 질문에 대해서는 구자경 회장께서 약 70개의 연구소를 설립하셨고 전문 경영 체제나 이런 것들을 확립하셨는데 거기에 대해서 우리 정현성 어워드 위원장님께서 말씀해 주시면 좋겠습니다.
예. 구자경 회장님의 여러 가지 전략과 또 여러 가지 성과들이 있는데 그 중에서 뭐 말씀하신 대로 인재 양성, 조직 문화로서 인화 이게 LG 그룹의 굉장히 토대가 됐거든요. 그리고 이제 이게 지금 시대를 보면 지금 굉장히 경쟁적이고 어찌 보면 모든 기업들이 스피드와 경쟁 그다음에 글로벌라이제이션을 기본 추진하는데 그게 토대가 되는 문화가 LG는 좀 더 인간적이고 또 화목, 또 인화 이런 것들이 바탕이 되어 있기 때문에 많이 흔들리지 않고 꾸준한 성과를 낼 수 있는 기반이 되지 않느냐 이런 생각이 듭니다. 특히 요즘에 여러분 잘 아시겠지만 MZ 세대의 젊은 세대와 또 중년 세대의 차이가 많이 있잖아요. 근데 그런 차이를 잘 흡수하고 미래지향적으로 하나로 통일시켜서 갈 수 있는 힘이 LG의 이 인화, 이 인력 인재를 중시하는 그 문화에서 잘 수용이 된다고 생각합니다. 그래서 그런 부분을 저는 말씀드리고 싶고요. 또 더 말씀드려야 되나?
예, 다음 두 번째 질문은 인하 경영을 어떻게 해석하는 것이 좋을까? 오늘날 현대적으로 재해석해서 AI나 IT 시대의 해석에 대해서 한번 말씀해 주시고, 나중에 또 저기 그 우리 LG의 이승환 총괄께서 와 있으니까 한 번 더 묻도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그 문제 김상준 교수님. 네.
네, 제가 이야기로는 인하보다는 인간 중심 경영이 더 이제 구자경 회장님의 용어인 것 같다는 생각이 들긴 하고요. 구자경 회장님께서 생각하고 계시는 인간 중심 경영은 자율 조직, 자율적으로 일하는 것이라고 저는 이해하고 있습니다. 근데 그래서 조직 내에서 컬처 유닛이라고 CU를 만들어서 사업별로 이렇게 팀을 만들어서 컬처 유닛이 자율적으로 알아서 의사결정을 할 수 있게끔 이렇게 구성을 했었고요. 조직 구조를 그렇게 만들었었고요. 근데 그러면 자율적으로 어떻게 하느냐, 그 방향성에 대해서는 이제 그 비전이라고 말씀드렸던 고객을 위한 가치 창조. 그래서 고객을 중시하는, 그래서 고객이 어떤 걸 불편해하는지, 고객이 어떤 걸 원하는지를 계속 물어보고 거기에 대한 개선을 하는 과정으로 자율을 이제 그 자율의 방향성을 찾아내는 것으로 저는 이해하고 있고요. 그래서 인간 중심의 경영은 물론 이제 굉장히 근본적으로 인본주의적인 어떤 경영을 의미하기도 하지만, 또 다른 한편으로는 인간이 스스로 자신의 목표를 만들어서 일을 할 수 있게끔 하는 그런 어떤 자율적인 성장 과정, 그리고 그 성장 과정의 이제 배경을 만들어주는 기업의 역할을 얘기한다고 생각하고 있습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 그럼 플로어에 마이크를 넘기기 전에 그 우리 방원석 교수의 토론을 먼저 듣고 플로어의 질문과 토론을 하도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 방원석입니다. 여러분 만나서 반갑습니다. 저는 개인적으로 여기 우리 진주가 대한민국 기업가 정신의 수도다 이렇게 명명이 된 거에 대해서 굉장히 의미가 있고 자랑스럽게 생각을 합니다. 여러분도 뭐 다 알다시피 이 대한민국 기업가 정신은 지금 우리 내에서뿐만 아니라 오늘 이 자리에도 외국에서 많이 오시고, 그래서 이게 조금씩 이게 확산이 되는 것 같습니다. 그래서 이렇게 보면은 뭐 기업가 정신의 그 K-기업가 정신의 그 원류를 우리가 그 남명 조식의 경의사상을 얘기를 듣고 있습니다. 그래서 이 경의사상은 여러분 다 알다시피 내면의 어떤 통찰을 통해서 그 새로운 기회를 포착하고, 그리고 그 인간 존중 이러한 부분들을 굉장히 강조하고 있습니다. 그래서 이 사실 저는 지금 조금 개인적으로 관심이 이제 우리 지금 이 4차 산업혁명 시대 굉장히 급변한 기술도 있고 여러 가지 이런 부분들이 있는데 인간 소외 현상이 좀 많지 않나 이런 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 지금 그러한 그 상황 속에서 이 시대의 흐름 속에서 가장 중요한 부분이 하나가 기업가 정신이 아닌가, 그것도 K-기업가 정신이 아닌가. 앞에서 얘기 드린 것처럼 K-기업가 정신은 인재 양성, 인간 존중, 인재 양성 이러한 부분들이 있고요. 그래서 미래를 바라보는 어떤 그러한 통찰력이 있기 때문에 그렇습니다. 그래서 제가 생각할 때 이러한 K-기업가 정신의 모델이 지금 이제 우리 여기 진주 여기에서 K 글로벌 4대 기업이 나오지 않았습니까? 여러분 알다시피 삼성, LG, 효성, GS인데 이번 올해 이제 그 구자경 회장님의 그 100주년 기념을 삼아서 또 이렇게 그 의미 있는 이런 시간이 갖게 돼서 굉장히 감사하게 생각하는데요. 저는 개인적으로 이 구자경 LG 쪽에 좀 많이 연구를 했습니다. 개인적으로. 그래서 여기 정대일 학장님하고 이렇게 연구 많이 했었는데, 그래서 그 구자경 회장님도 사실 구인회 회장님의 인재 이 인간 전용 이러한 부분들을 이렇게 계승해 가지고 이걸 좀 아까도 말씀하셨지만 발표자께서 말씀해 주셨지만 그 이제 교육 부분, 그러니까 구자경 회장님께서는 사람 중심의 어떤 인재 육성 이런 것들에 굉장히 좀 많이 신경을 쓰신 걸로 알고 있습니다. 그래서 가장 중요한 부분은 요즘에 뭐 AI 시대 얘기하지만 가장 중요한 부분은 사람이다라는 거죠. 그리고 앞으로 미래에도 실질적으로 이 AI가 요즘에 아까 점심 식사하면서 말씀도 하셨는데 이 공감 얘기를 했었습니다. 근데 AI가 사실 공감력이 있는가 이런 부분들이 지금은 아마 조금씩 그러한 부분들이 있다고 생각이 되는데요. 실질적으로 이 AI의 한계는 분명히 사람과 가장 큰 차이는 공감력 부분, 이러한 부분이 크지 않나, 도덕성 부분하고요. 그래서 이 도덕성과 공감력 이러한 부분 여러 가지 이제 인간 사람 중심의 기업 과정에서 제시하는 여러 가지 몇 가지 요소가 있는데요. 이제 그러한 부분들이 굉장히 하나의 중요한데 그러한 키 팩터를 실질적으로 실천하신 분이 구자경 회장님이다 이렇게 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 이 구자경 회장님은 실질적으로 여러 가지 앞에서 이제 성과는 다 말씀해 주셨으니까 그렇게 이제 따로 이야기를 드리지를 않도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 실질적으로 사람 중심 기업가 정신 이 부분을 직접적으로 실천하신 분이다 이렇게 생각이 되고요. 근데 제가 한 가지 질문을 드리면은 저기 김상윤 교수님께서 이제 발표하시 주신 내용 중에 이렇게 보면은 1세대, 2세대, 이제 3세대로 넘어오면서 2세대에서 3세대로 넘어올 때 이제 구자경 회장께서 구본무 회장 이렇게 넘어오시면서 구자경 회장이 이제 인간 중심 이러한 부분들을 강조하셨는데 구본무 회장으로 넘어오면서 가치 중심, 미래 디자인 중심으로 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 근데 그게 앞으로 LG의 지속 가능성 경영에 있어서 이제 당연히 구본무 회장도 굉장히 이 LG를 도약시킨 굉장히 큰 어떤 성과를 거두었습니다. 근데 앞으로 그러한 것들이 구광무 회장을 거쳐서 이렇게 갈 때 그게 정말로 방향성 이러한 부분들이 올바른 어떤 전략으로 제시될 수 있을까 이런 부분들이 한 가지 질문으로 얘기 드리겠습니다. 예.
네, 방원숙 교수님 감사합니다. 네. 그럼 간단하게 김상준 교수님께서 한 답변을 해주시고 플로어로 마이크를 넘기도록 하겠습니다.
네, 구자경 회장님께서 인간 중심 경영을 강조하셨지만 한편으로는 우량 기업, 그러니까 경쟁에서 글로벌 경쟁에서 이길 수 있는 우량 기업을 만들어야 된다는 부분도 많이 강조를 하셨거든요. 근데 제가 이해한 바로는 구본무 회장님께서는 우량 기업이 아닌 초우량 기업으로 이렇게 좀 확장시켰습니다. 그래서 분명히 구본무 회장님께서 제 생각인데 제가 이제 구본무 회장님 이제 연구를 안 했지만 분석을 안 했지만 인간 중심 경영은 이미 지금 내재화되어 있는 LG 그룹의 문화이고 정체성이고 전부이니 그걸 굳이 강조하진 않지만 이제 구자경 회장님께서 한켠으로 말씀하셨던 우량 기업, 경쟁 우위를 만들어낼 수 있는 그 우량 기업을 더 극대화하는 그 방향의 어떤 비전을 만드신 게 아닐까라는 생각이 들긴 하고요. 4대로 오게 되면 아마 이제 제가 보는 관점에서는 일종의 파동을 제가 말씀드리지 않습니까? 외부, 내부, 외부로 이제 진행된 파동이 보였으니 구광모 회장님께서는 어쩌면 이제 내부의 어떤 이제 안정화 내실화를 가진 거, 특히 이제 인간 중심의 키워드를 더 강조하는 그런 리더십이 만들어지지 않을까 예상해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 그럼 저희들 세션에서 발표 두 분과 토론 두 분을 마쳤습니다. 이제 좀 밝은 세상에서 약 한 10분 정도 남은 시간 동안 이 플로어의 질문을 받고 답변을 하는 방법으로 하도록 하겠습니다. 다른 분 준비하시기 전에 우리 LG 이승환 총괄께서 앞에 아까 제가 질문을 드린 그 AI, IT 시대의 인하 경영을 어떻게 해석할 건가에 대해서 간단하게 좀 말씀해 주십시오. 예. 예, 이승환 총괄님. 예.
네, 안녕하십니까. LG그룹에서 ESG 총괄하고 있는 이승환이라고 합니다. 그 화면에 이렇게 크게 얼굴이 잡히니까 굉장히 좀 어색한데요. 사실은 이게 그 질문 주신 게 사전에 전혀 티키타카가 없는 상황에서 갑자기 질문을 받아서 조금 당황스럽긴 합니다. AI 시대의 그 인화에 대해서 어떻게 해석을 해야 되는 것인가라는 부분에 대한 질문을 받은 것으로 이해가 되는데요. 사실 이제 이 인화라는 것을 좀 얘기하기 전에 저희가 이제 이 기업가 정신에 대해서 얘기를 하고 있지 않습니까? 그러면 좀 더 본질적으로 좀 생각을 해보면 기업가와 사업가의 차이는 무엇인가? 왜 우리는 이를테면 이제 저희 이제 작고하신 그 상남 구자경 명예회장님을 기업가라고 명명하는지, 사업가가 아닌 기업가라고 명명을 하는지에 대해서 한번 생각을 해볼 필요가 있을 것 같습니다. 이제 한자에 보면은 뭐 이렇게 기업, 그러니까 업이 이제 이걸 영어로 어떻게 표현할지 모르겠는데 뭐 워크라고 해야 될까요? 하여튼 그러니까 기업은 업을 일으킨다라는 어떤 그 의미죠. 근데 사업 할 때 그 사자는 일사자입니다. 이게 어떤 차이가 있냐 하면 기업가는 말 그대로 이 업을 일으키는 사람이고 사업가는 이 일으켜져 있는 업을 잘 영위하는 사람입니다. 이게 굉장히 큰 차이인 거죠. 이제 그런 측면에서 기업가적 측면에서 이제 구자경 회장님께서 왜 인화를 강조하셨느냐? 여러분 이제 그 한국 시리즈 어제 뭐 여기 그 해외에서 오신 분들도 계시긴 하지만 한국이 굉장히 그 야구의 진심입니다. 미국 다음으로 일본도 굉장히 야구의 진심이죠. 근데 저희가 LG가 그 LG 야구단이 있습니다. LG 트윈스라고. 그 한국 시리즈 저희 2차전, 1, 2차전 우승하고 2차전에도 우승이 아니라 이제 1차전 이제 승리를 하고 2차전까지 승리를 어제까지 했었는데 팀워크가 이제 되게 중요하죠. 팀워크가 되게 중요합니다. 어떤 일을 잘 이끌어 나가기 위해서는 이제 좋은 리더십이 필요하고 거기에 따른 팔로워십이 또 필요하고 동료 간의 어떤 뭐 이렇게 애정이라고 해야 될까요? 이런 합이 굉장히 맞아야 이 비로소 어떤 일을 하는 데 있어서의 성과들이 명확하게 발생이 된다라고 생각하는데요. 그것의 가장 중심은 사람과 사람과의 화합. 이것을 다시 말씀드리면 이제 인화라고 해석이 될 것 같습니다. 그러니까 AI 시대라고 하면 뭐 이제 이전에 우리가 여러 차례 산업혁명을 겪으면서 이제 아마 한 5차 이상의 산업혁명으로 이제 달려나갈 건데 AI 시대에 대한 어떤 정의를 뭐 저는 잘 모르지만 굳이 해석을 하다 보면은 그냥 되게 단순하게 얘기해 보면 이전과 훨씬 더 다른 어떤 렐름에 있어서의 산업의 어떤 변혁의 스피드가 굉장히 빠르게 진행될 것 같고요. 그 상황 하에서 그러면 기업이 어떻게 행동해야 되느냐에 대한 관점에서 봤을 때는 앞서 말씀드린 것처럼 이 어떤 팀워크들, 팀 간의 어떤 그 리더십과 팔로워십과 동료 간의 어떤 이런 이제 부분들이 잘 그 어떤 시대보다도 더 이렇게 융합되고 서로 간의 시너지를 낼 수 있는 이제 팀워크를 잘 발휘해야 된다라고 생각을 하고요. 그런 관점에서 다시 앞으로 돌아가서 그렇기 때문에 더더욱 더 사회가 발전되고 산업이 발전되고 더욱 더 스피드가 이제 빠르게 진행될수록 저희 이제 구자경 회장님께서 강조하셨던 이 인화라는 것이 더욱 더 중요해지지 않을까라고 생각을 합니다. 네. 이 정도 답변이 됐는지 모르겠는데.
네, 아주 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
명료하게 답변을 주신 것 같습니다. 그럼 플로아에 한 분 질문을 받도록 하겠습니다. 손을 들어 주십시오. 프로페서 라자, why don't you ask? 마이크를 좀 갖다 주십시오. 라자 교수님. 예. 마이크 here.
Thank you very much, Professor Chung. I was very interested in the life and story of LG Company, never mind the Ford chairman, in particular the people-centric approach. Primarily, the organization developed and grew as a family business. And this whole idea of this having to be people-centered business. People do business with people they know. Professor Kim expounded that, and I found that very intriguing. I'm very curious to know, at what point did it make the transition from being a family business to a business? And is this idea of being a family business useful for being a K-entrepreneur business or a K-entrepreneur enterprise? Can family business survive into the future? Thank you.
예, thank you, 라자 프로페서 라자. 예, 예, 우리 정연성 회장님께서 말씀해 주십시오.
한글로 답하겠습니다. 그러니까 그 패밀리 비즈니스가 전문 경영인 체제보다 좀 더 호흡이 길다. long-term goal, long-term 오리엔테이션이 있다고 보거든요. 그리고 투자를 단순히 그 단기적인 ROI라기보다는 좀 더 long-term ROI를 볼 수 있고, 그리고 또 아까 말씀드린 인화, 그 조직 내에서 어떤 기다려주는 문화, 배려, 케어링, 이런 문화들이 창업이나 앙터프너십 쪽에 좀 유리한 환경을 제공할 수도 있다, 그런 생각이 조금 있습니다. 그래서 지금 우리나라 대한민국은 이 패밀리가 운영하는 그런 그 그룹들이 많은데, 이 그룹들이 앞으로 하는 역할 중에 창업이나 앙터프너십 쪽에 더 많은 리소스를 집어넣는 그런 역할들을 할 수 있지 않을까, 그런 생각을 한번 해봤습니다. 예.
예, 감사합니다. 그럼 플로아에서 한 2분 정도 질문을 받고 마치도록 하겠습니다. 손을 들어 주십시오. 어디? 네. 자기 소개해 주시고 질문해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 질문 또는 자기 의견을 말씀해 주셔도 좋습니다.
안녕하세요. 저 유타대학교 다니는 고정훈이라고 하고요. 아까 AI 산업에 관련해서 얘기를 많이 하셨는데, AI 산업이 아까 빠르게 모든 게 지나간다고 말씀을 하셔서, 그렇게 뭔가 빠르게 되다 보면은 기업 LG가 되게 큰 기업이긴 하지만은 뭔가 빠르게 지나가면은 실수가 나올 수도 있고, 근데 그런 상황에서 어떻게 빠르게 하면서 정확하게 일을 하고 더 발전할 수 있는지 선생님들 생각이 좀 궁금합니다.
어느 분에게 질문을 하고 싶습니까?
그냥 아무.
네, 본인 의견이라.
네,
네, 알겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 예. 아무래도 이 사실은 디지털 트랜스포메이션 시대에 어떤 빠른 스피드에 기업이 어떻게 적응할 것이냐, 어떤 민첩성을 발휘할 거냐, 이런 부분에 대해서도 LG는 너무 인하 중심, 사람 중심하다 보니까 그런 것들이 조금 느리지 않을까, 그런 느낌이 들지만 실제로는 그렇지 않다고 많은 분들이 얘기를 합니다. 예. 그럼 마지막 한 분, 한 1분 이내에 마치도록 하겠습니다. 예. 예. 네네. 본인 소개하고 말씀해 주세요.
저는 지금 연안공과대학교에 기계공학과 재학 중인 학생입니다. LG는 늘 기술은 인하에서 나온다는 정신을 지켜온 것 같습니다. 앞으로 저 같은 청년 엔지니어가 그 혁신 DNA를 가기 위해 어떤 자세를 가져야 할지 궁금합니다. 이상입니다.
네, 저도 여전히 공부하고 있는 상태이긴 한데 감히 말씀을 드리면 그러니까 제가 구자경 회장님이 연설하셨던 걸 다 읽었는데요. 그 읽으면서 느꼈던 거는 자유를 강조하시고 스스로 성장하는 걸 강조하신 것 같습니다. 그래서 스스로 결정하시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 스스로 내가 어떻게 성장하면 좋을 것인가에 대해서 고민을 하고 그거를 내가 지금 가지고 있는 전공 영역인 기술로 승화를 시킬 수 있으면 그게 아마 LG가 기대하고 있는 그런 어떤 인재상이 아닐까라고 생각할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
감사합니다. 아마 앞에 이승환 총괄께서 아마 답을 조금 더 상세하게 설명을 해주시겠다 하니까 마이크를 다시 한 번 더 넘겨주시기 바랍니다. 아무래도 LG에 가장 몸을 담고 계시고 오랫동안 일을 하셨기 때문에 앞에 우리 고정훈 학생의 답변에 대해서도 좀 충분한 답을 줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
사실 앞에 두 분 학생분들 말씀하신 거에 대한 답을 드리려고 한 건 아니었고요. 아까 제가 조남을 잘 모르겠는데 그 아까 저기 질문을 패밀리 비즈니스의 어떤 어드밴티지에 대한 부분에 대해서 말씀을 아마 주신 것 같아서 그거에 대한 보충 설명을 드리는 가운데 혹시 제가 말씀드리는 것들이 두 분 질문하신 두 분에 대한 답이 될 수 있을지도 모르겠습니다. 일단 why 패밀리 비즈니스냐? 근데 테크니컬리 어떻게 보면은 LG가 패밀리 비즈니스라고 또 정의하기는 약간 어려울 수도 있습니다. 왜냐하면 대부분의 패밀리 분들은 의사결정 과정에 참여하지는 않으시고 그 대표자 한 분, 즉 저희 이제 체어맨께서 이제 참여를 하시고 나머지 분들은 다 주주시기 때문에요. 근데 제가 앞서 이제 말씀드렸던 기업가와 사업가의 차이가 무엇이냐에 대한 어떤 얘기를 다시 한번 좀 말씀을 드리자면 이 사업가, 그러니까 즉 이제 전문 경영인 분들은 아무래도 이 어떤 주주분들이라던가 여러 가지 어떤 실적 압박에 굉장히 시달리게 됩니다. 이제 그러다 보면은 앞서 이제 정연승 교수님께서 말씀하신 단기적인 성과에 치중할 수밖에 없죠. 본인은 그게 굉장히 큰 이제 본인 몸값을 또 올리는 데 있어서의 이제 큰 팩터로 작용을 하니까요. 근데 그게 사업가의 어떻게 보면 한계라고 볼 수 있습니다. 근데 기업가는 말 그대로 업을 일으켜야 되잖아요. 그러면 본질적으로 롱텀 비즈니스에 대한 어떤 생각 그리고 통찰 그리고 그것에 대한 의사결정을 할 수밖에 없습니다. 해야 되는 거고요. 그래야 이 업이 계속적으로 지속 가능하게 이어지는 거죠. 근데 그러면 그 의사결정을 어떻게 할 수 있느냐? 다시 한번 앞서 말씀드린 앞으로 돌아가서 기업가이고 본인들이 주주기 때문에 가능한 겁니다. 그렇기 때문에 패밀리 비즈니스가 앞서 말씀드린 기업가적 정신에 어떻게 보면 좀 더 부합하고 어떤 이점이 있는 그런 특히나 이제 굉장히 큰 의사결정을 할 때 예를 들면 이제 구장영 명예회장님부터 이제 구본모 회장님 때 여러분들 많이 아시는 LG 에너지 솔루션이라는 배터리 기업 아시죠? 이제 그때 당시 거의 한 20년 이상 적자였습니다. 근데 지금은 어떻습니까? 그런 의사결정을 하고 그 이제 십수년 동안의 어떤 그 적자 상황을 견디는 과정은 이 이제 소위 얘기하는 패밀리 비즈니스, 이제 기업가적 정신을 갖고 있는 이 주주분들, 이분들의 어떤 뚝심을 갖고 먼 이제 미래를 바라보고 통찰이 없었다고 한다면 우리는 지금 배터리 비즈니스가 아마 없을 겁니다. 네. 이제 그런 관점에서 이런 부분들이 훨씬 더 어떤 롱텀 비즈니스와 이제 서스테이너빌리티 관점에서 봤을 때 그리고 우리 산업의 어떤 기업적인 측면에서 봤을 때 굉장히 좀 이점이 있을 수 있지 않나 하는 좀 더 구체적인 답을 좀 드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
네, 감사합니다. 아무래도 그 LG에서 직접 나오셔서 설명을 해주니까 훨씬 더 이해하기 쉽습니다. 사실은 우리가 3시 15분부터 아이탐 소사이어티 세션이 있기 때문에 이제 곧 마쳐야 될 것 같습니다. 그 혹시 꼭 내가 이 한마디는 해야 되겠다. 우리 그럼 우리 반성 시장님 30초 하고 마치도록 하겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 예, 반성시켰습니다. 예, 아까 제가 그 앉아서 얘기했는데 오랜만에 젊은 학생들 만나서 너무 기뻐요. 반갑습니다. 예, 여러분들에게 딱 두 마디만 키워드를 얘기하고 싶어요. 첫째, 여러분들 여기 온 것은 잘했습니다. 첫째, 박수. 예, 여러분들 하고 싶은 얘기는 여러분들 큰 꿈을 가지십시오라는 얘기를 하고 싶어요. 꿈이 미래를 만듭니다. 첫째. 그 다음에 네트워크를 중요시 여기십시오. 꿈을 키우기 위해서는. 여러분들 오늘 만남이 여러분들의 미래를 만들어 갑니다. 제가 경험해보면 그래요. 이 프로젝트를 준비하기 위해 가지고 저는 한 30년 전부터 꿈을 가지고 준비했어요. 그래서 마침 2018년 7월 10일 날 우리 한인교 경영학회에서 정대일 교수님 등 도와주셔가지고 이렇게 시작한 겁니다. 꿈이 만들어 갑니다. 앞으로 여러분 꿈이 반드시 아름다운 결실을 맺기를 기원하고 또 기업가 정신의 K-기업가 정신의 불꽃이 활날 타기를 기원합니다. 여러분들 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 사실 오늘 여기에 피터 드라크 경영대학의 학장이신 데이비드 교수님도 계시고 또 우리 스티브 영 우리 아주 세계적인 학자도 계시고 또 윈슬러 서전트도 계신데 사실 한 말씀 듣고 싶어서나 시간이 부족해서 혹시 다음에 또 기회가 있으면 한번 하고 혹시 다음에 기회가 있으시면 우리 LG에 대해서 코멘트를 좀 해주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. 다음 혹시 한번 연구하는 데도 도움이 줄 수 있으면 좋을 것 같고 이 두 분이 저기 세계적인 학자분들한테 또 도움을 요청해 주시길 바랍니다. 그리고 오늘 끝까지 경청해 주신 우리 많은 분들 특히 유타대학교, 경상국립대학교 우리 학생 여러분들께 대단히 다시 한 번 더 감사드립니다. 이상으로 이번 세션을 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 귀한 논의를 이끌어주신 정대일 경남 지회장님과 소중한 의견 함께 해주신 연사분들께 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 잠시 기념사진 촬영을 하고 마무리하도록 할게요. 저희 연사분들과 함께 앞쪽에 중앙에 있는 카메라를 보시고 서주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 저희 안내해드린 대로 저희 쉬는 시간은 지금 한 10분이 채 안 될 것 같은데요. 네, 급히 다녀오실 분들만 다녀오시고 바로 이어서 3시 15분에 세션 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 잠시 사진 촬영 함께 하겠습니다. 중앙에 있는 카메라를 봐주시기 바랍니다. 네. Could you come with them? 네, 그럼 다시 한번 사진 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 하나, 1, 2, 3, 파이팅! With a big smile. 네, 감사합니다. 네, 계속해서 다음 세션은 15분에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 이제 마지막 세션을 시작하려고 합니다. 모두 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 오늘의 마지막 또 중요한 세션이 남아 있었죠. 이제 아이탐 소사이어티 세션으로 여러분과 함께 하려고 합니다. 7번째 세션으로 함께 진행을 할 텐데요. 조남재 한양대학교 교수님을 모시고 또 자장으로 함께 해주셔서 진심으로 감사드립니다. 이 자리에 함께 하신 교수님과 연사님들에게 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다.
반갑습니다. 이 세션은 보시기에도 인터내셔널 세션이어서 전체적으로 영어로 진행하도록 하겠습니다. This is the ITM Society session. We have become the participant of this forum for the first time. Let me first introduce what is ITM. ITM means ITAM, Information Technology Application and Management. And that is international conference we have done for the last over 15 years. And we have done the conference in many different countries. And happen to be this year we have come to Korea. So we agreed to join this wonderful Jinju Entrepreneurship Forum as part of the event. And tomorrow we'll have our academic conference at this same campus. ITEM is composed of professors from major universities in different countries, including China. We have Fudan University professor from China, and then we have a group of professors from National Taipei University, and India Institute of Technology, and Chulalongkorn University in Thailand, and NIDA Thailand, the representative university in Thailand, and University of Indonesia, many different countries. Professors are involved in the major universities in all different countries. We have chosen 4 professors to speak today in this session. We chose these 4 professors not because they are the best ones, but because they are more beautiful than the others. Yeah, we will talk about entrepreneurship and basically the future of Asia in the perspective of spirituality, resilience, and sustainability, which is the theme of our conference this year too. Actually, I have served at Hanyang University for some 30 years and retired last year. I still look very young, but I have been friends with all these professors for a long time in this academia. And I established this community some 17 years ago, still when I was young. And many people helped me to evolve this community to this point. I always appreciate to these professors. You know why I watched all this show yesterday and today, and this morning one word catch my attention, which is abandonment. Abandonment is not just new. It was mentioned by Peter Drucker, he said, but abandonment is actually a very important concept in Buddhism. In Buddhism, we always say, 집착을 버려라. You know, everybody knows, right? Even Buddha said that you have to abandon the fact that you have to abandon. You should be prepared to abandon the principle of abandonment even. That is what Buddha says. So abandonment is one very deeply rooted philosophy in Asia. But these days, not many people are prepared to abandon. First, they never prepared to abandon their power, their hierarchy, their position, authority, and authority which comes from knowledge, which comes from position, which comes from the teachership. So, you know, in that sense, one thing I feel somewhat uncomfortable while watching the presentations today and yesterday is that all the professors and prominent people came up and then emphasized the importance of so many things to the young people. There are many young people in this room. You should be prepared with technology, learn AI, and you should be creative. You should be a good problem solver. You should be innovator. You should be even humane. None of the people on this stage, I think, accomplished all these properties at the same time. And we are pushing these young kids to prepare all these things before go to the society. Almost insane to me. So as a professor, I am trying to be careful to ask you to prepare all these things. One thing I want you to do is to be brave. Be brave to go out, to challenge your teacher, your professor, your boss, and then learn. Learn. Be prepared to learn from failure. Don't try to be a good kid. That is more important, I think. Yeah, we are not guiding them, we are pushing them too much. So it's your time. The future is your time, not our time. So you should be prepared. You are born to be golden, right? Yeah. You should be shine like a golden. So go up, right? Rise up. And another thing is that confused me was that we are emphasizing humanity, and many people tended to contrasting humanity with efficiency. If you focus on efficiency, then you have to sacrifice humanity. This is one assumption many people base their talk, but I don't think so. Efficiency is really important. Sometimes you can save the life of your baby, not because you're human, but because you are efficient. You can save the life of your parents because the organizations are efficient. So efficiency can be human. The only mission we have to accomplish is to find the ways to align efficiency with the humanity. Don't devaluate the importance of efficiency just for that. The two The other one is the use of technology. Many people assume that if we use more technology, that means we are going to be less humanistic. That is not true also. We have to use technology to become more human in the future. That is the destiny of our age. There is one word saying, Stone Age is not over, is over not because there is not enough stone. Stone Age is over because the technology and our view of the world has changed. So we are going through the changes of the view of the world. We are going through the innovation of life based on technology. Technology has been the strongest variable that influenced the human life throughout the long history, from Stone Age to the Iron Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, etc. All these are led by the changes of technology in the long run in human cultivation. So we are going into a new age of technology based on new source of energy and artificial intelligence and new source of materials too. So materials, energy, and source of information processing and intelligence are changing at the same time for the first time in the history of humankind, and this is going to open a whole new chapter of human history. So you can refer to the advice from our generation, but you are the one who will make the new world, who will make new principle, new value, and new future. All right, that's enough for as an introduction for me. And in our talk, I would like to first introduce them just by name. I'm not going to spend much time to introduce their past history. On my right side, India's best educational institution is India Institute of Technology. Professor Santosh Rangneka from India Institute of Technology, Roorkee. And Professor Cinzia Desi from Cagliari University, Italy. Yeah. She's young, but her university is old. It is a 600 years old university. And on my left, Professor Kanes Raja. This handsome-looking professor is used to be a professor of Royal Agricultural University in the United Kingdom, and now he has established the CPD London Center for Executives and Professional Development, and leading this organization and providing consulting to companies and even to countries. So he is traveling many countries, providing advice to the prime ministers or ministers or leaders of countries. And Professor Yangki Hatijasti from University of Indonesia. All right, I will first invite Cinzia to lead our presentation.
This is not the presentation. Good morning to everybody. I'm really happy to be here with you. I had a long journey to come here and to talk about the future of Asia. It's strange for me to be here, a Western woman that come to South Korea to talk about the future of Asia. And I just have to briefly discuss with you about a few points regarding the driving force of entrepreneurship, in particular culture and spirituality and resilience, and innovation and technology in sustainability. So I'd like to start with a great question. What future do we imagine for Asia? And how may culture and spirituality as a source of resilience together with innovation technology as engines of sustainability shape it? So you know, entrepreneurship is a dynamic and multifaceted process that involves identifying, evaluating, and exploiting opportunities to create and manage new venture. It is characterized by innovation, risk-taking, and proactive behavior aimed at developing novel products, services, or processes that meet market needs and create value. So we have to imagine that culture is an entrepreneurial catalyst. So it has a great role in shaping entrepreneurship and innovation, but its impact is complex and it is context dependent. Because the culture defines norms, and it is linked also to spirituality of the country that gives purpose and resilience. Technology, in this sense, enables innovation and sustainability that offer long-term direction. Ventures that intentionally weave this element are better positioned to create lasting value, especially in our centered environments, like the environments that we are living today in all over the world. So, also spirituality, it can be seen as a foundation of entrepreneurial resilience, because within these challenges, culture and spiritualities emerge as critical driving force that nurture resilience in entrepreneurs. Spirituality understood as an inner compass and holistic awareness influences the entrepreneurial mindset, leadership, and organizational dynamics, enabling entrepreneurs to sustain motivation and adaptability in turbulent environment. So we have to think about the concept of sustainability. So we have the ambition to be sustainable in our country. And we have to start from an opportunity to become an obligation, because a sustainable entrepreneur reframe the venture roles around preserving nature and supporting community well-being, aligning with cultural values and stewardship with spiritual commitment to care. So the natural resource-based view argues that environmental competencies can be strategic for entrepreneurs. Sustainable business model archetypes provide a design pattern to instantiate such strategies. So culture influence which sustainability logics gain legitimacy locally, spirituality can deepen founder commitment and stakeholder trust. And also, economic action should be linked to spirituality and reminding us innovation is not only about profit, but also about purpose. So entrepreneurs who value spirituality often merge their work and spirituality lives, influencing ethical decision-making definition of success and workplace relationship. Spirituality informs ethical choices, work-life balance, community engagement, particularly among women and minority entrepreneurs. And so, the capacity to endure for ventures and adapt is very foundation of entrepreneurship vitality through entrepreneurial resilience that encompasses opportunity seeking, pursuing and consolidating behavior before, during, and after external shocks, distinguishing between static and dynamic forms. So these relationships is particularly evident in women-led entrepreneurship, where resilience serves as a critical success factor alongside self-efficacy and supported networks. So in this line, in this panorama, technology that is not cold or abstract should be human-centered, should be culturally grounded, and it needs to open to dialogue across continent, so about purpose. And this is linked through the sustainability, through the triple bottom line, people, planet, and prosperity, because entrepreneurship is no longer separate growth from responsibility. But we need to have enterprise that create value without exhausting the world that sustain us. So, what future for Asia? It's a shared future with the other country. Also, with the Western country, Asia is deeply embedded in global trade, finance, knowledge, climate system. Its choices will either amplify or dampen innovation trajectory elsewhere, and vice versa. Entrepreneurship and policymakers in all around the world must be aware that a strategic move is to treat this interdependence as a business design principle to be exploited, to build initiatives and institutions that should be culturally rooted, spirituality authentic, technologically open, and aligned with sustainability. Precisely because Asia's future is irreducibly a shared future. So the future is not a question of East or West, North or South, because it is a shared journey where spirituality, resilience, technology, and sustainability will determine the legacy we leave behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. She brought in a whole new terminology called spirituality. We have been talking about, in the business world and research, we have been talking about human-centeredness. But human-centeredness has many different aspects, physically, mentally, and depending on who are the subject of human-centeredness. Human-centered for who's centering? Yes, the businessmen are human, employees are human, customers are human. So the focus can be vague at some time. Recently in academia, we are focusing more on spirituality in this sense. Spirituality focuses more on higher dimension of human-centeredness, and spirituality sometimes means mindfulness, sometimes slightly related to religiousness, but not identical to religiousness. Anyway, this is more higher mental dimension we refer to study more about it. And as she just mentioned, there's an important another aspect which is ethical. Ethical is closer to the behavioral aspects of, behavioral aspect rather than the mental in many sense. How they behave, how they show ethical behavior, how they, treat other people. But spiritual is a dimension that may lead the ethical behavior. So in that sense, spirituality has become a very important research theme these days in academia. Next, I would like to invite Professor Santosh Ragneka for another aspect of entrepreneurship. Due to his physical condition, he will remain seated and present.
Okay, so very good evening to all of you. At the outset, I convey my sincere thanks to Professor Cho as a founder and the leading leadership role for the ITAM. I have joined the ITAM since 2009, and since then we are working on the future of Asia. That what should be the. I am very happy to share with you that is the India, right, with such a large population of the youth is working on this aspect of this entrepreneurship, developing the entrepreneurs, right? So since yesterday we are listening to different speakers, so I will like to comment on those these speeches also. Simultaneously, I would like to mention that is the entrepreneurship I have taken in the context of India, because I think that it is a culture specific. Second is because we are also having the association with the Korea since long. So therefore, I have just touched upon some slides of this Korean entrepreneurship, and then try to identify with the research that are what are the common challenges and what can be the solutions for this if we want to develop the entrepreneurship in these two countries. And some part of these naturally will be common as in Asian will be there. So therefore, first you have to understand that is the why this topic is there, because every topic is a contemporary. So the situation has arisen globally situation has arisen, that is when we are looking for the youth. And what youth are looking for? Are they are looking for the job or services, or they are service providers? And therefore, in that case, when we are talking about the contribution, here you find that is the economy which has been projected to reach $1 trillion by the 2030. So if we want to reach this particular vision, because when we talk about the entrepreneurs are the leaders also. So aspect comes of the vision, that what should be the vision. So Indian entrepreneurs see double-digit growth on their impact to GDP and employment, and boosting the national economy is there. As you see it currently, the India is looking for this particular vision of the $1 trillion by 2030, and they see the major share or participation by these entrepreneurs. Now here you see that is the most important thing. Yesterday also some speakers have mentioned what is the role of the government, because the enterprise will be successful with the entrepreneur, government and society. We should not forget about the third triangle. However, the third partner have been spoken very less in last 2 days, but some points have been touched. But I would also like to touch, that is the, when we are talking about the India, government of India, that is playing a very, very important role to encourage the youth to come as an entrepreneurs are there. So budding entrepreneurs, what development is there? With that statistics I will share with you. But the major role of the government is to develop the ecosystem. You see, when you are asking somebody to start his own enterprise, and we know enterprise starting means risk checking, you have the creative ideas. We don't have any doubt that is the youth is having the better ideas, creative ideas. But important is this, what ecosystem we are providing. We means society and government to these young generations. So therefore, it is becoming the very, very important. That is the, are we ready to channelize their energy, their brains to develop the innovations? I am very happy to share my institute, Indian Institute of Technology, which has been established in 1847. And that is the first engineering college of the Commonwealth countries. And there right from civil engineering, we are working on these innovations are there. So role played by the institute and their alumni on these the innovations, that has become the very, very critical role and crucial role. However, I would also like to touch here what Professor Cho has started. And I think personally that we could have focused more on this. Entrepreneurs is not only the application of technology. Entrepreneurs are not only the developing the technology, creation of technology, buying technology. It is the total holistic approach, that is with the values, value systems. Why entrepreneur? If your vision is to be an entrepreneur to earn the money, I think it is partially true. But when your vision is that to be an entrepreneur to serve the society, to help the people in different areas where the maybe the there is carbon issues are there, or there is a poverty issues are there. So why you want to be the entrepreneur? Why we should be developing the enterprises? So our goal or vision should not be the earning the profit. That why you want to be entrepreneur? To earn a huge money. No. It is materialistic value. You will say, sir, it will not be successful. It is success, but incomplete success. It is not complete success. And therefore, when we talk about the ethical values, dear friends, my young friends, you are going to be the entrepreneur. You are going to be the part of the society. Please, every time you will be challenged. You will challenge by the corruption. You will challenge by the red tapeism. You will challenge by the nepotism. But keep in mind one formula, and it is a successful entrepreneur first consider the competency and then convenience, and that is a value system. Don't compromise with the competency. Whatever the business you are running, whatever your vision is there, but please keep in mind, give the priority to be successful manager, entrepreneur, and I will not go into the differentiation between this. So please try to develop the ethical values. Please don't be entrepreneur without value system. We are talking about the number of organizations, number of case studies are there, right? But what is the end of those case studies? The sustainability SDGs you are talking about, sustainable development goal, it is without the connecting to the society. If you are disconnected with the society, you will not be achieved to the SDGs are there. That is the sustainable development goals are there. Now, when we are talking about the entrepreneurship, because short of time, I will not go into this theoretical point of this. But yes, you might be referring, but it is again my advice, that is please refer the World Economic Forum and see where the world is going on. By the 2030, what are the requirements are there by this? Now you see, that is 1,20,000 startups created in 10 years in India. This is in last 10 years only, this is a development. Infrastructure road network has developed 59%. Digital access is there. Dual axis chart showing digital entrepreneurship growth. Now, we are talking about the AI also. And when we are talking about the AI in HRM, or AI into the technology, or AI into the finance, where you are working and specializations are there, and you see that is this digital entrepreneurship. You are talking about the social media, you are talking about the online services, all these are having the digital entrepreneurs. So nobody can deny that is the future of Asia, or the future global future in entrepreneurship is that is a digital business is there. By 2030, my country, that is the Indian workers will need upskilling, that is of the 63%. Yesterday, one speaker has talked about, that is Amazon. Amazon has written some manpower, and then the working is there. Right from my childhood, I am writing an essay, whether the science is a boon or bane, and whether it is a man-machine relationship. Dear friends, the entrepreneur should balancing the imbalances. It is not only the man, I understand, because we are not running a charity, we are running an enterprise. So man is important, but don't forget that it is a machine and man relationship that balance, and entrepreneur should develop that particular skills. So World Economic Forum, it talks about that is the how much development recommends the promoting the AI, World Economic Forum, digital and leadership skills are there. Leadership itself is a separate topic. I will not talk about that. But yes, the entrepreneur's leadership, is it different from the business leadership of a LEs? LEs means large enterprises. Is it different for the micro, small, medium enterprises? Yes. As your size of the organization changes, your leadership style is required to be changes there. Is it different for the family business? Yes, it is different for the family business. And therefore, in that case, we have to also understand application of AI or digital enterprises with the what sort of that leadership skills are required to be developed. Now here, many courses have been started in many universities, and they are teaching entrepreneurship. But as you know, it is unless and until you do not have the online project experience, you do not work with the enterprise during your studies, I am talking about, like the live projects and all. I'm very happy to share that some of the students from the dear here in universities, they have talked about that is the IITs are so well known, so therefore can we have the online projects from the IITs, and therefore they want to incubations and develop those particular technologies are there. So World Economic Forum on Indian enterprises, as you see, that is how India is the youngest startup nation. You can see the statistics. And you will see that is the 72% of the founders are less than 35 years of old. Is it not very interesting? Right? And therefore, in that case, when we are talking about development of these young entrepreneurs, and there we have been very successful. And we also when talk about the 66% of the startups are concentrated in the top 3 cities of Bangalore, NCR, and Mumbai. This is another statistics you just for your information. But I think that is my left hand side is that is young startup. That is 72% is there, which has been developed. When we are talking about these global startup ecosystems, as I mentioned, that ecosystem is to be provided by the government, by the society, the parents. Parents, if they are after the child, that is you should get the placement, you should get the job, and you should not start an enterprise because it is a risk taking, then definitely that culture challenge will not make a successful global enterprises are there. And here, when we talk about the genders, whether the men or women who are becoming the entrepreneurs. So here you find that is the startup funding crossed $1.3 million globally in 2024. And the women, and this is UNDP's data, that is a women entrepreneurs now represent 30% of the 38% of the global founders are there. And we should appreciate this, that is the, yes, the women, the girls, they are also coming out with this type of the, and especially their role has become important in the social enterprises. Sustainability startups grew by the 23% because as you know now in UN nations that particular session also we have talked about SDGs, and when we are talking about the SDGs, so therefore 23% of this year of over year, this is reflecting the environmental social governance shift. Please understand, this is the area you should take this tip, that is where is the future. So future is into the one of the areas is that is the environmental area is there to make the your successful enterprises as there. So therefore earlier whenever we are talking about the case studies, in the last session we have seen that is the LG's case study. Earlier we were talking about only and only of Silicon Valley. That if you want to be entrepreneur, you want to know these mantras, success formulas, then in that case, you focus on the Silicon Valley, but not now. Now here you will find here that is the, as per the UNDP, it is Tel Aviv, Nairobi, and Jakarta, and Bengaluru. So therefore, Professor Yankee, there is a Jakarta also, right? So therefore, in that case, you will find that Bengaluru, you must be knowing about the ITs industries are in India. It is called the Indian Silicon Valley, and similarly other countries also. What is the messages? Message is enterprise has become the global. It is a global efforts which are supposed to be made. So global insights on entrepreneurship, right? In the as far as the global agencies are concerned, and here you will find the startup ecosystem values that averages 8% of the G20 GDP is there. So therefore, when we are talking about these, the World Economic Forum's report, then here you will find that India is recognized among the top 3 global hubs for the digital and social entrepreneurship. And I will talk later also. So this, the value system, the culture of India, right? As you know that Indian, the culture is more than around the 5,000 years old. And therefore, in that case, right from beginning, right? And there we are having this, the social enterprises also. So yes, of course, the digital enterprises has to be there, but it has to be integrated with the social enterprises. Now, when we talk about the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, over 500 million entrepreneurs globally, early stage activity highest in Asia and Africa. Always we talk about the other continents. They are the developed continents, and they are the leaders. But the facts and figure is this, that is the 500 million entrepreneurs from the Asia and Africa. So when we are talking about the future of Asia, so then please understand that it is becoming the very important, that is your enterprise scope. So don't say this thing, that is in Asia we do not have the scope for the enterprising building, right? No, it is the statistics has proved that is you can be successful in Asia and Africa also. So therefore, in that case, United Nations Development Program, which links the entrepreneurship to sustainable development goals, already I have mentioned, related to the, that is one point I would like to mention here, that is a servant leadership to serve the others. Please understand, the vision of the enterprise, you young people, that is we are into the universities, so therefore we are also taking care of this thing, that is we should follow the servant leadership to serve the society. And therefore in this case it becomes very important, that is if you identify any problem, you don't identify which is making multiplying the money and money, multiplying money is not multiply. So you will say, sir, so we should not under profit. You should under profit. I also understand, but that is not the vision. So therefore, in that case, it becomes very important, like poverty elevations, decent work, and the innovations are there, which will be serving to the society. The promotes the impact entrepreneurship that balances the profit and purpose. And that is my theme to interact with you is there. That everybody will talk here, everybody was talking here, they talk how to run the successful enterprise, what goals are to be there, what is the marketing is there, right? What should be the supply chain management, what should be the operations, cut the cost effectiveness, yes, but purpose. And that purpose is making the helping to the global level. So digital transformation impact on the Asian entrepreneurship, and that has become the over 15,000 tech startups with China, India, and Singapore leading and funding in the innovation hubs. Right? These are the tech startups are there. Now, online retail in Asia Pacific project is there, as if we talk about that. Then the $2 trillion by 2025 driven by the mobile first consumers and the digital payment adoption. You know that is India is leading into the UPI payment. Just QR code, and then whether it is a very small vendor is there selling the vegetables, a person is there, or it is a milkman is there, everybody, it talks about the UPI is there. In month of May and June I was in USA and I found that is UPI is not that popular and not that easy, while India is leading into this UPI payment system is there. When we are talking about the Southeast Asia, this is about the digital economy, and $300 billion by 2025 they are going to achieve. So core enablers are what? So this is the 5G, cloud adoption driving, and digital mindset. You please understand that is we cannot keep aloof ourselves, separate from the digital transformations happening globally. And therefore in that case, if you want to be the digital leader, so you have to make, accept, adopt, and be flexible with the digital mindset of operations. So India's age is youth, as I already mentioned. That is the less than 35 years of age is the mature population is there. Then the scale and digital infrastructure which has been developed. Now, my other speakers from this forum, as per the advice of the Professor Cho, they will speak on the spirituality and resilience, but still I have touched one slide on spirituality and intelligence. That is a green innovations, the areas. What will be the takeaways after this session? That is the areas where you can have the sustainability, green innovation, circular economy, bio startups, PPP models, urgency, resilience, and supply chains. Yes. So about the Indian scenario, some statistics is there. So world ranking 3rd in the global entrepreneurship, global position 3rd largest startup hub after US and UK. Growth rate is 12 to 15% annually. 1.59 lakhs registered startups. 111 unicorns are there, including the Apple and Microsoft and others. Frugal innovation, which we are working on that very highly. Now, reasons of innovation, AI for the scientific discovery is there. So you find the top 5 countries by the business funding is there. And at the bottom, you will find top 5 countries by the academic grant funding is there, academic grant funding. So therefore, when we talk about the USA, UK, Germany, India, and China is there, right? And here in the top 5 countries by the academic, we find about that is a Canada, USA, UK, and Norway, and the Japan are there. This is just for your information. Where is the future? So, Government of India has started with the portal, and that is an entrepreneurship portal, and the initiatives are there, and there our young people like you, right, undergraduate students, and they are taking the best benefit of this particular portal is concerns. When we are talking about the entrepreneurship dashboard is there. Now you see, this is the data of the Department of Promotion in Industry and Internal Trade. So therefore, in that case, it is keep on going is there. What ecosystem is there? And that is about the financial support and the recognition system is there. So here, credit guarantee fund, those who are from the finance, they must be understanding. For the micro and small enterprise, MSMEs, special act is brought by the Government of India. And therefore, that government support is there. Tax and compliance benefits are there. Industry is leading the job creation in startups. So what is where are the future?
Santosh.
Yeah, okay, just I will complete. Just I would like to take, sorry. I will take those 2 slides of Korea also. So therefore, current landscape of the Korean entrepreneurship, you know better than me, so I will not give much time, but you can refer it later on, and this will be available. So young entrepreneurs attending 2024 New Year's, the business event is there. So in India, we talk and learn and discuss about this thing is there. Top technologies, 10 companies in South Korea as far as the statistics is concerned. These are the companies which are having this growth, and the key drivers, growth and strengths are there. These are the emerging sectors and innovation hubs in the Korea. And now, just last 2 slides. So common challenges to Indian and Korean entrepreneurs, and what will be the solution? So only this. So ethical AI, as I mentioned, ethical AI, digital security, transparency, cultural sensitivity. Please understand, it is not that is a global entrepreneurship means we are adopting the culture of the different countries and then we say, okay, we are globally culture. No, please don't leave your culture. Your success will be on the basis of the cultural practices for where your customers are there, and unless and until you do not understand the culture, you cannot understand the customers are there. And the transparency and explanation, it is to be there. Cross-cultural entrepreneurship success factors are there. For example, this is one study. India, South Korea, China, Japan, and Singapore, they are leading in the innovation fronts are there. So therefore, in that case, with your old information, please don't get driven. There is a cross-cultural training in the Asia, the solutions which have been given, the culturally sensitivity, the building the strong business relationship, effective communication. And when we are talking about this, and when I talk about, like Professor Cho has started with the humanity, that is a spirituality, my other speakers will talk about this is there. Resilience, because nowadays happiness, well-being for the youth should not be into the depression, you should not be into the negative emotions, and therefore the entrepreneurs will be having the success and failures. But when you will be having the failures, you should have power to overcome that particular experience. You should learn, and this is a failure is an opportunity. So right from the yesterday you are having this mantra, that is as a failure in enterprise, you should not leave your dream of to be an entrepreneur, rather than that is an opportunity is there. There is a ecosystem sustainability which will be there. So finally what I can say is, from ancient wisdom to the future innovation, please. And the countries like India and the Korea, which are having the huge cultural heritage, the treasure, and those practices we should follow, we should learn. Please don't get driven by these the glamour, rather than be with the facts, figures, the courage, moral courage, the success, the creativity, and the risk taking, whatever the traits you talk about, the success of an enterprise, and then facing these the failures, right? And that who will give you the strength? Strength will be given by ancient wisdom is there. So finally, I end with the quote of Dr. Kalam. True entrepreneurship is service through innovation. Service, please understand. It is service through innovation where profit meets purpose. Purpose is to serve the society, and growth meets gratitude. So never forget about the purpose and gratitude with your successful financial growth. All the best for your future dreams. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, at least I understand that you have a lot of things to share. India has a long tradition cherishing knowledge and wisdom. So based on that, for the last 50 years, there was a lot of talk in India, but it was talk only. But now I see that India started to move. So in the near future, I believe that I will see more number of startups and become more visible economy in the near future. And I already observe. One thing I want to say that we don't know each other not as much as we should be. So when I visit India, they do not know much more about countries outside of India, Korea, Japan, China. In Korea, when I talk about India, they mostly think of Buddhism and yoga. So we should talk more to better understand about each other. And whenever I visit all different countries, whenever I visit, they say that the world is watching us. So we should be the center of entrepreneurship, and we should be the center of innovation, like in Jinju. So we should know hundreds of these places, and we should be network each other, try to understand each other, and it needs a lot of effort and time. Now, we will move to Indonesia.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, I'm Yangki Hartiasti from University of Indonesia. So I've been here for more than 10 times already. So 안녕하세요. Okay, so good afternoon. So it's an honor for me to be here in the Jinju International Forum Entrepreneur 2025. So I want to talk about something foundational, something often overlooked in our pursuit of innovation, which is the soul of the startup. I will explore how spirituality and resilience are not just buzzwords, but the critical drivers for technology entrepreneurs looking specifically at East and West countries, because we are from East and West countries. So, in the era of technology abundance, digital infrastructure is no longer a luxury. It is everywhere. So the cost of entry for technology ventures has plummeted, leading to an intense focus on algorithms, funding rounds, and rapid scalability. But I argue that the true differentiator for sustained success isn't just cutting-edge technology. It is humanity. So it is invisible yet foundational asset of spirituality capital and entrepreneur resilience. These aren't soft skills. They are the hard currency of purpose, integrity, and genuine community building that allow startups to not just survive, but thrive in fiercely competitive and volatile markets. We are talking about the soul, the core belief system that guides a company when everything else is shaking. So to illustrate this, I embarked on a comparative journey across three of Asia's most dynamic technology ecosystem, starting from South Korea, India, Indonesia, of course, and from the West, Italy and Great Britain. So each offer a unique cultural fabric, and we'll see how their distinct interpretation of spirituality directly translate into powerful mechanism for entrepreneurial resilience. This isn't about religion. It's about how deeply ingrained cultural values become a strategic business asset. So we start from South Korea. So in South Korea, spirituality manifests as an intense collective spirit or jong, a deep emotional bond and shared purpose rooted in collectivism. So the example is Kupang. Kupang's legendary rocket delivery is a form of collective spiritual goal. The shared sacrifice and relentless pursuit of impossible feat are powered by this jong. This team unity is a direct defense mechanism against powerful chaebols and market pressures, allowing them to pivot and innovate faster than their slower moving competitors. It's collective resilience as the engine of extraordinary growth. So now we go to India. So India, we know that it is the nation with tapestry of spiritual traditions. So in India, business is often guided by dharma or purpose, and karma, the action or consequences. So this birthed the massive spiritual tech sector. So platforms like Sri Mandirs succeeded by creating digital satgangs or spiritual communities, prioritizing ziva or a selfless service in their engagement communities. This commitment to ethical practice and community-first principles built unwavering trust and loyal, so sticky user base that withstand competitive pressure, a testament to building ventures on shared beliefs. Now going to my country. So in Indonesia, entrepreneurial work is viewed through the lens of ibadah, or a form of selfless source. Companies like Goto, it used to be called Gojek, yeah? Gojek, now it's Goto, yeah, Gojek and Tokopedia, explicitly frame this mission as social and economic da'wah, a calling to uplift the community and legitimize the informal economy. So this spiritual framing allows founders to withstand fierce competition and regulatory challenges by anchoring their mission in long-term social impact over short-term profits. The resilience is an act of faith and service. So moving to the West, to Great Britain, spirituality often appears as a focus of ethical governance and fairness. Here, spiritual capital is codified, so startups use frameworks like B Corp certification, not just a marketing tool, but as a resilient mechanism against investor cynicism. So take for example of Monzo. They built a successful challenges bank by prioritizing radical transparency and ethical data usage. This high moral ground became their core competitive edge against legacy institutions. Their commitment to integrity, a spiritual value, is formalized into governance, securing long-term stakeholder trust, and allowing them to weather market storms. So our final stop is in Italy. In Italy, the spiritual capital is linked to bellezza, or the pursuit of beauty and excellence, and arte, or the spirit of craftsmanship. This is rooted in centuries of humanist and artistic traditions. Italian technology, particularly in high-end design-driven fields, finds its resilience in uncompromising quality and human-centric design. So startups that embed this national spirit of bello into their products, making them functional and beautiful, are less susceptible to low-cost competition. So their purpose is found in the quality of creation, which generate a powerful, distinct brand identity that resists market volatility. So the example is the Thales Alenia space. That is a space for the aircraft. So this is the East-West synthesis, the resilience through trust, from collectivism to codified purpose. So this analysis reveals a clear synthesis between East and West. In the East, spiritual capital, like at Jong, Dharma, or Ibadah, is often expressed as collectivism and personal mission, sustaining resilience through a shared moral belief that is larger than the company. In the West, it shifts to individual purpose and codified ethics, or transparency and bello, sustaining resilience by formalizing values into governance and product quality. So what are the key takeaways? So spirituality, let me read it from here. So spirituality, whether expressed as religious devotion, cultural values, or intense shared purpose, is a powerful strategic driver of entrepreneurial resilience and sustained business success. It moves us beyond mere algorithm to prioritize purpose, truly connect with people, and foster persistent, meaningful innovation. This is the hardest competitive edge in the age of digital abundance. There are so many cases that lead to failure. In Indonesia, we have it that way. So, what are the strategic roadmap? What is the global blueprint after we do the I do this synthesis? So for the South Korea and the West, because they are so disciplined, we are very particular with the governance. So we suggest about the holistic purpose and well-being. So blend the collective or corporate mission with individual well-being and personal purpose initiatives. Fostering a more holistic workplace spirituality, where individual soul thrives alongside the collective mission, which can reduce burnout and ensure truly sustained innovation. In the East, in like India and Indonesia, we should formalize spiritual capital. So usually, the powerful spiritual principle often reside within the founders, yeah. So what we should do next is to formalize these principles into corporate culture, so embedding Dharma or Ibadah into formal policies such as hiring, ethics, supply chain, to build crucial stakeholder trust so that it can create a truly resilient foundation. For the all region, East and West, prioritize integrity, make transparency and ethical governance a core non-negotiable principle regardless of cultural context. Why I was saying this because in Asia, especially in Indonesia, because even though we already have the rules, the policy, but we still bend it. Yeah, we are not very committed doing it. So finally, the soul of a startup is crucial competitive edge in the digital age, leveraging unique cultural and spiritual assets to build resilient, sustainable business. It's not a philosophical exercise, but a means to create purpose-driven, successful ventures in a complex world. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Yankee. Thank you for summarizing not just Indonesia, but all our five countries. Okay. So she mentioned culture. Most of these 5 countries, and many countries, they have long cultural heritage. Sometimes it becomes the source of success, and it becomes an asset and resource to do something good. Sometimes it can be a burden too. So, for example, like, for a long time, there has been many books on Confucius. Some book say that Confucius was the secret of success of Japanese economy. And on the other hand, there were books saying that Confucius was the reason why Japanese companies fail. So we have to find out ways to convert this cultural heritage into our asset and our resource to make a better future. Not just competitiveness, better future for us and for them. I think our final presenter, Professor Kanes Raja, will talk more about our next generation.
Thank you very much, Professor Cho, and my good wishes to eminent professors, leaders of the entrepreneurship fraternity, my fellow panelists, members of ITAM, students. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this panel. I have a delightful job. All I have to do is kind of take on board all those things that have been said and kind of go up the mountain and look across to the promised land to see what the future looks like. Because I have I've decided to call my session in the future of Asia as defining K-entrepreneurship, defining the future, and what could 2035 look like for Korea? Indeed, for Korea, both locally and internationally, and perhaps a little glimpse of what the world might be in 2035, just about 10 years on. But in current day terms, 10 years is like what 40, 50 years used to be about 50 years ago. So you can see, relatively, things are moving very quickly. So I'm going to present based on some of my own personal experience of having worked in Korea. I spent a term at Hanyang University as professor at the business school, but also my experience of Koreans, notwithstanding their hospitality. Their best part is their enjoyment of soju, which is a drink that I also enjoy. And Professor Cho and I are drinking partners in that kind of environment. So let me say that okay, got it now? What do I do? This one? Ah, well, there we have it. What could 2035 look like? So here, what I have decided is to just give a little overview of what I'm likely to talk about, which is the cultural landscape of Korean sustainable ventures, overcoming language barriers, the role of free translation devices, creating a Korean equivalent of the Muqab, which is in Saudi Arabia, and I'll explain that in a moment, and also the synergies local and global strategies can bring for sustainable venture success. A quick overview of the existing sustainable initiatives in Korea. One is, of course, Korea is very much into renewable energy projects, very successful in this, and also it is very much into green technology development, and also, of course, eco-friendly business practices in Korea, which of course adopt not only eco-friendly practices, but they also support sustainability nationwide. Now, moving from that particular base, we look at some of the challenges faced by Korean entrepreneurs in domestic and international markets. So notwithstanding such success domestically, Koreans also have limited market access. They have regulatory complexities to overcome. And it's not always easy to navigate the rules that they are confronted by, particularly business startup and small businesses in this country. And then there are those cultural language barriers. One, of course, within the country, but more important when Koreans are working internationally. When we talk about multicultural multinationals, I wouldn't automatically associate Korean organizations in that category, because when you look at the research, it would suggest, like German companies, many of Korean companies overseas have largely a very Korean management leadership and up to middle managers. It's only when they go further down you get other nationalities coming in. And I go back to this point about cultural and language barriers. So when we look at opportunities for growth in sustainability sectors, one is, of course, technological innovations. And we always, well, in recent years, have associated Korea with such advances. We are looking at international collaborations, global partnerships, enhanced resource sharing, and joint efforts in sustainable progress. And Koreans have gone out to form partnerships abroad. And then we have green energy markets. Well, of course, as an opportunity, if Koreans can tap even more effectively in new eco-conscious markets, this will boost Korea's sustainability ventures and its economy. But all of these, let's hold back and say, okay, I've talked about sustainability, some of the challenges and some of the opportunities. But let's take stock of where Korea really is now. If you look at Korean birth rates, it is stuck at about 51 million people, population, give or take a couple of 100,000. When you look ahead to 10 years on, 2035, shockingly, it's more or less about the same, if not a slight decline. If you go on to 2050, the figure is more startling. Some reports actually say it'll be down to about 47 million people. Low birth rate or a negative birth rate. What has happened to Korea? Has the romance gone out? Not enough men and women here who like each other? Well, it's very important because it has a very striking knock-on impact on the nation's economy. And well, indeed, entrepreneurial activity. Is it a young person's game or is it for all ages? But let's explore further. Notwithstanding that, to add to this challenge, we look at the demographics. Currently, about 80% of the population is in the age group up to 60, but 20% 60 and above. Well, this is an aging population. In 10 years' time, this figure goes up to 30%, the aging population, 60 plus. It goes up to 30%, that's right. When you go to 2050, 40% of the Korean population is going to be 60 plus. And this is a huge financial burden on the country. So my suggestion here is either Korea wake up, make love not war, or make love not cars and Samsung smartphones, or you have to go out into the big wide world and make other parts of the world part of Korea and make Korea part of other parts of the world. So you become a seamless Korean society, successful, vibrant, sustainable, and so on, but with a population that enables you to preserve your way of life, your culture, your rich heritage, and so on. And how might this be? Okay? My proposition is this. Language. Earlier on, I said cultural and language barriers are holding back further business development within the Korean society here, but equally very important overseas. And here I would say, if what Mr. Kim, who was the speaker in the last panel for the LG company, is to go by, where he talked about that philosophy they have within LG, that people make business, business is between people who know each other. Well, if you can't speak the language, you can't get to know each other very well. So when I started off my presentation by saying, I'm going to base part of what I'm going to say here on my own experiences. When I first came to Korea, the wonderful thing was the people I met knew how to speak English, but it is within Korean culture, after the first 10 minutes, Koreans start talking Korean, notwithstanding there are others here who don't understand Korean at all. So would I automatically come to Korea as opposed to going to Malaysia or Singapore where English is more widely spoken? I speak 3 languages, by the way, and I can go to 3 different geographical areas in this world and thrive. But Korean is not one of my languages. So here, coming back to this, I would say importance of language is going to be very, very critical here. And here I would say for clear communications between people, both here locally, but particularly internationally, in negotiations, and in forming partnerships with customers and developing customer relations, language skills are critical, vital. They make interactions more functional, efficient, and useful. And when we think in terms of development and deployment of free translation, I asked the question. I mean, today, I was able to follow the previous session because I was given a translating device with an interpreter at the other end of it. But these days, when I go onto my smartphone and in between my WhatsApp messages, I get loads of offers of translation devices to go on your ears. And these will pick up what is being said to you in a foreign language and translate them to you in the language of your preference. And so my point is, why not, Korea, issue every visitor to this country with a free translation device so they will know exactly what is being said wherever they go and whoever they meet. Very important, when you go abroad, please issue those you're with as well, because sometimes you get into Korean and they can also begin to understand what you're talking, and you are actually taking Korea into a big wide world. It sounds far-fetched, but actually many of these things said in jest are probably the right way to go forward. You have to look ahead the next 10 or 15 years on. These translation devices are going to be common practice. I've been thinking of getting one, but I haven't been in one spot long enough to actually order one on Amazon. But when I get a moment, I will do that because I've been traveling quite extensively recently. But for a nation to engage like that, it's only a country like Korea that is gutsy and has moved fast. If I go back to some of the earlier presentations in the 30s and 40s where it was struggling, 60s and 70s when it was slowly coming together but not quite, in the 80s and 90s when it started finding itself. And today what we have is a very dynamic society thrusting itself into the future, right? But can it go into the future when you look at the demographics? These are serious issues. So I would say that in the translation sphere, when you look at case studies, Korean ventures leverage advanced translation tools to effectively communicate in diverse foreign markets. But we want this to be more. Building market trust is very important based on religion. I work across several countries, and here, when the conversation is entirely in English, or when I understand the local language, I feel more at ease with myself. Of course, it contributes towards operational efficiencies with organizations, and of course, sustainable growth globally. So when we talk in terms of creating an environment where we understand each other, business is about people doing business with each other, then I say, okay, let's just use this imagination and imagine some more. And I looked at the Muqab in Saudi Arabia. They're constructing this enormous building. And what it is a Muqab is, well, I'll come to the Muqab as we discuss this in relation to Korea. I'm suggesting here, if you put up a Muqab with something that is totally Korean, it becomes an ambassador for you, whether it is in Seoul or Busan. So a visitor comes in and knows exactly what's happening. He can talk to everybody, or he or she can talk to everybody and equally understand what's being said, even though it might be in totally different language to their own. That is going to be important. You can fill it with business incubation centers. It can become a point for tourism and community engagement. It is also to showcase your best of everything, your innovations and sustainability ventures. You can pack it with many, many things, okay? Now, this Muqab is something that is spread over several acres. There's nothing to prevent a Muqab from being about a third the size of Jinju, if that's how you imagine it, okay? Now, when we look at the Muqab in Saudi Arabia, which is being constructed, it's incredible. The architecture is visionary in the Saudi context. And once inside, the idea is the experience will be immersive and a technological extravaganza, everything that is interactive, but also to showcase some of the technologies that they are using to drive the growth of Saudi Arabia, all packed into the Muqab. And of course, it'll be a symbol of modernization, the best of innovation to showcase all this. It is not, by the way, a Disneyland. I'm not suggesting that at all. For fun places, go to Florida. Perhaps not Florida, you can go to Paris and enjoy that ride. But this is business. This is about a nation's development and growth and looking ahead into the future. This is about Korea. So when we look at understanding the concept and significance of the Mokab, you can even imagine more than just technology and sustainability and so on. You can put in who you are, the whole idea of your cultural background, your sense of harmony and so on can be introduced within those spaces that we have in there. So we imagine the mega Korean Mokab, a colossal cube architecture in your image, innovative exterior design and Korean futuristic fusion internally. But also when you look at some of the detail of this, we might actually see that an aerial view will reveal very vast scale structure from above, innovative zone organization internally. You can have green space integration, the whole idea of harmonious urban placement. Now, why am I going into such detail? Because earlier on, I proposed to you that not only do you need to go out into the world, but you should take Korea with you. The Samsung phones and the K-pops and these things, okay, they come into our house and come back out again. But you want to transport Korean culture, the whole idea that Korea is not just here, but Korea is everywhere. If you think ahead that in 2050 on, the world population is in the region of about 10 billion, an extra billion plus people, the world is going to be even more polarized than now. We have to find things to do for that proportion part of community, which could be 50, 60, 70% of the world population, who will have very little to do, because we have heard earlier on, AI and other interactive technologies will easily replace the world of work with machines rather than having humans doing this job. So we must keep them completely involved. I think the Korean way of life, the whole idea of being in harmony with your environment, the simplicity over complexity and so on, should be much integrated into other communities, which actually are quite, in some of them in very volatile environments, some of them in very combative environment and so on. But this is a Korean experience for them. But through that, you don't have the people to export anymore. You can employ locally many, tens of thousands of locals in the place where you establish a Mokab, and get them to be interactive with you, and some of them can come and live here and add to the cultural richness of this country. Because going forward, being Korean doesn't need to be maintaining 100% Korean identity in the way that you recognize it now. I think going ahead, many countries are going to change and evolve. I know this from my experience in the United Kingdom. I know this has happened already in the US and many other countries, Malaysia and Indonesia and so on and so forth. Countries evolve with mix of different people and cultures and religions and philosophies and so on. So why does not Korea start looking ahead to where does the day after tomorrow lead you? So I would say, when we look at envisioning and visioning a Korean Mokab, I would say many things are part of it. Your architecture, which is distinctly yours, is very simple and very elegant, and actually makes use of simple material. Many countries need that now, and not big, brash constructions. And the important thing is to go overseas with these things. You could have a Mokab in this country, but in strategic locations, if I were to pick up on some of the earlier presentations where there was a gentleman who talked about Korea being linked into the rest of the world through strategic partners in different parts of the globe. And I would say, in terms of economic development, in those parts that are important to you, with those groups that you want to be part of Korean society, set up a Mokab, because exporting assets or music, creative arts, is not enough. You have to export yourself, your way of life, so that they can also come here and sustain the future for you. And going into synergizing local and global strategy for sustainable venture development, very important. We are looking at what I would say sustaining or integrating language technology and cultural landmarks for brand visibility. Your MOCA will give you enhanced accessibility, boosting cultural resonance, and expanding global presence. Building partnerships between local and international stakeholders. You'll have cross-sector collaboration, knowledge exchange, and sustainable growth. So I differ back to that very great philosopher, Nam-myoung Jo-sik, who inspired the thinking of many of your leaders in Samsung, LG, and so on, but particularly Hong Jae-cho, founder of Hyoshang, where his philosophy was direction is more important than speed. As you go forward, I would say, please embrace everything that you're important and special in, but go in new directions because you're already good in what you're currently doing. The future cannot be in one direction alone. It has to be in the direction of embracing the rest of the world. And if you have any difficulty with that, just remember, you can do it Gangnam style. Thank you very much.
Okay, we can turn on the light, and we will invite any question from the floor, and then in the meantime, we invited all of you for several purposes, but one important one is to draw some advice from your experiences that can be a good advice to this young generation and who wants to make up their own startups down to the ground, not book up. Yes, so some practical advice based on your view, based on your limited exposure to Korean culture. One important aspect of Korean culture is, according to Hofstede measure, the Hofstede measure has four dimensions. One is power distance. Korea has a relatively high level of power distance. So the power distance between the boss and the newcomer is very big. Distance between professor and student is very big. So that is, and in addition to that, we have a relatively high score of collectivism. In some sense, it can be a good source when we need a consistent action. But if we want to emphasize creativity and innovation, the scene changes, right? So in a situation where there is a high power distance and collectivism, if the boss emphasizes innovation and creativity, that becomes the mission to the subordinate. If the subordinates talk about creativity and innovation, that is considered as a challenge to the authority. So that can be a very serious point. Maybe they to overcome or to deal with. So considering that, and considering that you want to give advice to the next generation, please give us your advice on any society is hierarchical, but Korea is a little bit more hierarchical than many other countries that I observed. Maybe India is also some, but high, yeah. So maybe you can begin with your.
This is true. That is the power distance, authority, dynasty, and the master-servant relationship. This is becoming the culture, and because of the most of these Asian countries, they have been ruled by these kings and dynasty. So that part is coming. I think it is becoming as a part of culture only. But yes, as you rightly mentioned, this is a challenge. And I think that is the nowadays in the IT industry especially, we find the leaderless team. So when you are making the 2 points, so naturally then there will be the distance. But when there it is a circular team, then definitely in that case the chances of distance of hierarchy that is to be there. So as a management students, I can say that is don't go by these vertical and more hierarchical levels organization structure, rather than try to create an horizontal structure, and less levels are there. So then definitely in that case we can minimize, because there is no distance level, there is not more levels, so there will be no more distance. What is my say?
You're right. It's very interesting because I think where Korea now is where it was in 1970, because of course the time was different, the population size was different. It was in a different state of mind. There's quite a lot of trauma at that stage, but now it's come to a stage where there is inflation, there's stagflation. Nothing much is happening. Although you're selling a lot, nothing much more is happening. And you compare with India, more than 50% of the population for the next until 2050 is going to be a young population. Whereas, and most Asian countries, Malaysia, the classic evidence of that as well. So, but in Korea, it's an aging population. So, but Korea, if I go back to one or two things that happened in the 70s and 80s, some of the leadership in the business environment, the state, got together and decided they must work together, make the rules, construct legislation that will enable industrialization. In a Korea that did not have a single ounce of steel in the ground, it became a major steel producer, imported the ore, became a major shipbuilder. Now, a Korea that can become all that, surely is more mature now in terms of level of education and its intellectual capacity and capability to look beyond the horizon, and must see, surely, in the next 20, 30 years, it's going to get very expensive to be a Korean government. So if another Trump comes along and sticks up another 100% tariffs on Korea, I mean, you'll have a new prime minister every other day.
I don't want to go on that direction, but you know, in those kind of manufacturing industry, where you have to manage large number of people in a consistent way, and heavy industry, this kind of, as I mentioned, the collectivism and fraternity and masculine culture and power distance all helped. But if we want to go into a more creative industry, of course, K-pop was very successful, but K-pop has become successful when the government did not pay attention and the seniors did not know what that is. Anyway, this kind of creative industry is not only in culture and creative industry part, it will affect in many other important industries like software, contents, and biology, etc. So it becomes a more serious issue to me when I see the future of Korea, future source of income of Korea. So in that sense, I need we may invite some advice from experts also. Yankee?
Okay, so Korea and Indonesia it's one continuum to the other continuum, right? Well, you're very serious, you're very disciplined, and that's why you're much more advanced, yeah? Even though what's that? Independence got later, us is 45, but I remember when we were young, when we were in the elementary school, we were taught by the teachers that Indonesia is very rich country. It is rich country. Everything is there, yeah? But they forgot to tell us that we have to maintain so that it will be sustainable. While in Singapore, they were saying that we don't have anything. We only have very little resources, but we have this one, unlike our neighbor. So that's why Singaporeans are more competitive in Indonesia. So, but in terms of happiness index, we are much more higher than Korean, of course, because you're very serious. So that's why you still maintain the seriousness, the discipline, etc., so that you can be still up there. But make it the well-being should also you should also incorporate well-being so that many people are not so stressful. Because I remember one time I was asking a lady in the street, I think in Hanyang University, I was like, "Excuse me," she was holding the cell phone, and then she can see me from from the corner of her eye. She was doing, she was avoiding me. Oh my God, she's very serious. So I approached the more senior people. They face me, but for the younger, they're very serious. That's why we have to be careful with the younger generation. Too much seriousness also will make them burn out, yeah? And I remember also that your population is going down because you only have 0 point something, right, for the population. So that's why 5 o'clock you have to go home, do something to increase the number of population. It's the opposite of India. In Indonesia, we are also doing that way. So the key point is that you still maintain for Korea, maintain it, but take care of the well-being of the young generation so that they won't be too much stressful. Thank you.
That is one that reminds me one of my experience in my lecture. I have been teaching design thinking in the business school, not in engineering. And I asked my students to focus on the social problem, which is aging society, and then observe problems, and then try to bring up some idea and solution based on AI. So bring in some AI idea and then design a product and service together. You know, in the future, all products will come together with service, and services include product too. So they are supposed to design product and service, and also they have to design what kind of data they will collect through which kind of sensors, and how they will use this data to create value to their users, etc. And then in my class, I have taught it in Korean class. Many of the idea, they make a report beautifully, but idea was not quite satisfactory. But when I ask in my mixed class with international students and Korean students, I normally ask my students to form a team. I ask them, each team should include at least one Korean student, at least one student from other culture, at least one girl, at least one boy. Then this team suddenly produced much better idea than the Korean students. And many of these ideas comes from Korean students too. So depending on the way how we lead them, their performance and their production can be very different. I have not performed research on it yet, but it gives us some idea on what we should do to our next generation in India, China, Korea. India, when I visited IIT, the students are smart, but I did a little exercise on them too. Surprisingly, the idea was not as satisfactory as I expected. So India, if you go into India, all the people talk about diversity. Diversity is there in India, but even a big country like India is not diverse enough in that sense, in culture-wise, in the way they think. So maybe our next generation, if we expect that our next generation live in a better world than we do now, then we have to find out some better way to guide them, not force them to prepare something, some way to guide or some way to prepare platform. Yeah.
Just a quick add-on to what you said about the students, because when I was at Hanyang doing my term with international business students, it's very fascinating when I said, look, mine is very interactive. If you just summarize my lectures for the day, and at the end of 10 or 15 weeks of lectures, you just show me the summary of each day's lecture, I would give you 20% of the marks just for showing me what I've told you. And the international students had all that worked out, but the Korean students were delaying and did well, what they did was rather superficial. And then, I'm not sure whether it was you or one of the other Korean professors asked me, did you actually ask them to write these things? I said, yes, I just said, summarize the notes. I'm going to give you 20 marks. Because, engagement is part of the whole thing about education. He said, oh, well, no, they're not used to that. So, in a way, if you're going to go out into the big, brash world, the same young who are so good at K-pop, and the youth culture here is very vibrant, but when it comes to social interaction, I think the point you made earlier on, the power distance within families and within a business environment, seniority and junior staff is a barrier to progress. And you have to break that.
Instead of arranging this reporting requirement, if you arrange an exam, the Korean students will do a lot better than. Yes. Any question? The administrator told me that we can have some more time before we have the closing ceremony. Yes.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 충남 예산에서 온 행복역 힐링 공간을 운영하고 있는 김지우 박사입니다. 반갑습니다. 저는 사실 경영자는 아닙니다. 저는 교육 상담학을 전공하고 어떻게 하면 문제를 소유한 사람들에게 보다 건강하고 행복한 아름다운 삶을 살게 할 수 있을까, 그런 부분을 30년째 연구하면서 여기까지 왔습니다. 그런데 제가 교통사고를 당했고 저는 영성에 대한 부분을 많이 공부하고 있었기 때문에 회복 탄력성을 발휘하는 데 굉장히 나름대로는 쉽게 좀 극복을 했다는 생각을 합니다. 그런데 우리 한국의 지금 유타대학교 학생들이나 경남대학교 학생들 같은 경우 자라온 환경도 다르고요. 한국의 교육은 약간 어떤 프레임이 이렇게 정해져 있는 주어진 교육에 대한 수업을 합니다. 그런 환경 속에서 우리 학생들이 영성을 키우고 영성을 통해서 어떤 기업가적인 그런 회복력을 발휘하는데 어떻게 도움이 될 수 있을까? 지금 오늘 발표하신 훌륭한 교수님들의 강연은 영성에 대한 부분을 키우라고 하셨고요. 그럼 기업가 정신에 있어서 회복 탄력성이 중요한데 영성을 키우면 회복력이 향상될 것이다 라고 말씀하셨거든요. 그런데 한국 학생들에게 창업을 하고 스타트업 기업을 만들게 하기 위해서 어떻게 영성을 일상생활에서 생활하면서 실천적으로 살아가게 할 수 있을까? 그런 부분에 대한 실천적인 방향을 우리 대학생들에게 짧지만 구체적으로 친절하게 안내해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
질문 감사합니다. 일단 스피리추얼리티를 영성이라고 번역을 하셨는데 영성이라고 번역하면 약간 기독교적인 의미를 함유할 수도 있는데 스피리추얼리티는 뭐 영성도 마찬가지겠지만 특정 종교에 종속되어 있는 개념은 아니고 좀 더 넓은 의미의 개념이라는 것을 이해하신 상태에서 제가 질문들을 드리겠습니다. You all mentioned, you understood the question?
Yeah. I translate.
All right,
Understood.
okay.
But she has a translation. You have with you? Okay, fine. So very nice question you have asked because I am working on the different quotients. One is intelligent quotient, second is emotional quotient, third is the spiritual quotient, fourth is the social quotient, fifth is the culture quotient, and sixth is the creative quotient. Now, when we talk about these quotient, so these quotients are heredity based or it is environmental based, right? So research talks about it is the 50% is heredity based, 40% is the environmental based, and 10% is situational, right? So when we're talking about the spiritual quotient, so spiritual quotient comes as a value system, and values come from the family, friends, and society. And when we are talking about the family, for example, this higher is the happiness in the family, higher will be the spirituality quotient. So, but the happiness itself depends on the secretion of hormones, like the dopamine is there. So, therefore, the spirituality, if we want to spread or develop, first we have to understand the family background, social background, right? And then if it is not 50% that background, right, then we have to provide the environment, and that is the responsibility of the schools, colleges, society, the friends, relatives. That is like the Thanksgiving. In India we do not have Thanksgiving Day. In Western culture we are having Thanksgiving Day. So the Thanksgiving, a gratitude, expression of gratitude from the childhood. When you are having the grandparents and all, and then when they express when we say to the child, express the gratitude to the grandparents, express the gratitude right from the childhood. So that environment we have to provide. So the spirituality it can be taught. I don't say, because I'm a faculty of HRM only. Spirituality can be taught, I don't say. But these quotients are more through the environment. What type of environment? So when we are creating the practicals environment in the our studies also, then definitely they will be able to come out. And then, but you will say, so in spite of all these, there some of them not. Yes, I understand there is a situation is there. So in a given situation, the human behavior, it like the resilience, you have talked about the resilience. I congratulate you that in spite of your car accident, you were able to come out in the classroom with the same spirit. It itself is a spirituality. She wants to say something.
We cannot enforce or teach spirituality, but
제 답변에 대한 질문은 그게 아닙니다. 마틴 셀그만이나 소냐 루버머스키가 환경에 대한 DNA 50%, 환경적 영향 10%, 그 다음에 본인이 가지고 있는 삶에 대한 태도 40%입니다. 그거는 이미 과학적으로 증명이 되어 있는 긍정심리학의 한 분야입니다. 그럼 소냐 루버머스키나 마틴 셀그만이 긍정심리학을 해서 20년이 넘었거든요. 그런데 세상은 그렇게 만만하지 않고 우리 대학생들은 삶을 살아가는 게 굉장히 힘듭니다. 그리고 현재 한국의 실정에서는 아이들이 학원 다녀 너무 바쁘기 때문에 부모님과 밥을 먹을 시간이 없거든요. 그래서 저는 저에게 하는 말씀이 아니라 우리 대학생들에게 어떻게 하면 이 어려운 세상에서 레질리언스를 잘 발휘해서 우리 학생들이 행복한 삶을 살게 할 수 있을까? 그리고 스타트업 기업을 창업을 했죠. 그러면 기업은 지속력을 가지고 기업가가 되어서 잘 경영을 해 나가야 되잖아요. 그런 부분에 대한 것을 저는 말씀해 주시기를 부탁드린 겁니다. 감사합니다.
Right. So what I will say is that is the we are rich in this culture. These things. Your question is really for the young generation, but yes, we have to make them understood from the childhood. So the first responsibility of the parents by practices, and when this generation which is very busy in the social media, so social media again we can say that is can make as a tool to let them understand. For example, helping each other. They have the celebration of birthday, but nobody physically is there. And on the Facebook, there are the hundreds of the friends congratulating. So that loneliness is another problem. So yes, you are right. That is the by practices only in the society socialization process in the group activities which will increase more. I think that is the they will understand helping each other brotherhood. But when you are having the single child concept, no sharing values are there. So then these are the outcomes of those. So socialization, make them understand, helping, social projects are there, and let them go to the village, let them help to the poor people, understand. And that is the, as I mentioned in the, this also, the poverty elevation and all. So if this type of activities we involve them, we direct their energy towards the positive things slowly and slowly, and then one day definitely we will get the result according to me. And
Right.
I'm very happy that is you are very nicely concerned with this particular topic. Thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you. Yeah. Rather than relying on specific theory or model, focus on the daily life and practice. That is more important. Yeah. Right. Okay.
Thank you very much for your question. On the one hand, I think I have an idea of what you just expressed because it's a very genuine concern. And cultural differences are great. I live in another society and I think I understand Korea, but of course I don't, not in the way that you do. But what it is there has to be a fundamental change because I've seen some figures of parents who are feeling stressed out because they see their children working so hard to keep them and they don't even feel happy being looked after by their children. There is a instance of suicide in older folks because of the pressures and tensions that they feel. And they see the young who are working in some big companies working so hard. And then, of course, there are the young children at primary school and so on who have got to do all these exams, hardly enough time to be at home. But my take on this is, as indeed I've seen in one or two other countries, there has to be a fundamental change in education of the young, of the teachers and so on, so that we realign what is needed in educating the young and then what the country needs in terms of the various jobs and so on, so that the pressure on the child is not the same anymore. There are also important cultural aspects here. When Professor Cho talked about the power distance, the respect for the older is so much that you just obey. This is obedience. On the one hand, it looks like a good thing, but obedience can also be subservient. And, you do this whether you like it or not. Even if you think it is wrong, you can't say no. Now, to bring up a child who accepts without question, it's very hard on the child. And this is where parental love, sometimes we love our children so much, we destroy their lives. So parents themselves have, go through that educational process to try and show more understanding. But overall, for the system to change, this is a sea change, because it's not only, now, as you're saying, the pressure on the young are very high. They're running so fast to just stand on the same spot. And then we are talking about going on for the next 10, 20, 30 years, where there'll be even more and more older people, even fewer and fewer younger people, who will have to work even harder to keep the system going. And the pressure will be even more. So this is why I said that Korea is now in a place where it was about 50 years ago, 60 years ago, when it was deciding what to do about its future. And now I think it has to spend some time looking after its people. It's an important soul-searching experience. You're such a lovely, rich culture and tradition and so on, that it is hard to imagine you can't find the answer. If you can't, then we can't, you know. But the answer is here, but it has to change. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I am performing a series of series of research on the relationship between spirituality and entrepreneurship, along with some of my colleagues in other countries. And then we performed a survey, and we found out that compared to that country and compared to other country that we performed the survey, our target was young university students and the graduates. The spirituality score of Korean students was slightly higher than the comparing country, surprisingly. But not significant. There was no significance. That means the average spirituality score is not that different across country. There is much more difference by individual though. So yeah, you should not generalize that, because our Korean kids are so busy, so precious, so under negative learning environment. No, that is not the cause. That is the cause that justifies the teacher. That is a cause that is imposed by teacher to the students. The students have much more freedom than we think, and they will learn more than we teach. So Professor Young, from 30 minutes ago, taking a note, prepared about 20 questions, I guess. If I give you just one chance to give us a comment or question.
Actually, if I may, reflect on a perspective from history about spirituality, which was mentioned by our first speaker and then picked up by someone else, which is on spirituality and the very famous book written by the German sociologist Max Weber about 1900 on what? The Protestant ethic and the spirit of capitalism, where he basically says he's trying to explain a problem. And part of the problem, he also deals with China and Asia, which is why did capitalism come out of one kind of European culture? Capitalism comes out late 1600s, 1700s from basically Holland, Scotland, England, and the Dutch and British colonies in North America, New York, Boston, Philadelphia. And Weber asked the question, which you were just discussing about with this lady over here about Korean, what was special, what was different? What made those people do what they do to create capitalism? And his answer was the common denominator was Calvinism, was a religion, it was a spirituality. And your discussion, it seems to me, confirms 125 years later the important insight of Weber that if we overlook this dimension, our culture, our spirituality, we're not getting down into reality. And then let me add one final comment from the perspective of business and accounting. What you all have been talking about as fundamental to the future success of Korea doesn't show up on any balance sheet or any profit and loss statement because it's all intangible. And we don't have a way of measuring. Several of you mentioned various scales or surveys or things like this. But if this is so important, why don't we figure out a way to look at spirituality as an asset on the balance sheet?
All right. In that sense, maybe all this kind of talk on spirituality can be, in one sense, can be an effort to recover one aspect of original philosophy of capitalism, which is lost but shouldn't be lost. So
Just one line comment. Just
okay.
as professor has rightly mentioned, that is the intangible assets are not measured in the balance sheet. That is true, and especially the spirituality. But as far as the human capital is concerned, and when we are talking about, but they are not considering the spirituality. They are considering the knowledge and skills. So that is the professional is there. So you have very rightly pointed out. I will take away this particular point of learning. That is why not spirituality should be the part of balance sheet for an organization also. So naturally, then CSR, corporate social responsibility, will not be compulsory for any organization. Thank you very much.
And it actually affects statements too, financial statements too, because high spiritual, if it is recovered or created, it helps the managers of startups to recover from difficulties. When they face difficulty, they, instead of giving up, they resurrect from the difficult. That happens in many episodes, and also the data shows that high level of spirituality plays the role of moderating variable between entrepreneurial attitude and entrepreneurial implementation of the behavioral implementation. So it really has practical value too. Yeah.
If I could follow up on that, Professor, what you just described was spirituality leading to resilience, which is an asset, which is the function of capital assets that you carry on your balance sheet. It's pointing out to a strength that you have, which is going to get you through hard times. And you might even argue that spirituality and resilience on the balance sheet is a more important capital asset than money.
Can I add to that? Or can I just comment on that? In the way that capitalism has become distorted now, it would be a very difficult task to introduce spirituality into it, because now we might have to redefine capitalism in order to accommodate spirituality within that balance sheet, I think.
And there's a problem with doing that?
So principles and values are important, but practical life and result is just as much important. That is our view. All right. So they are sending me a signal to end our session. All right. We didn't have a chance to invite questions from the young students, but I hope they catch it. They caught some learning from our talk and presentation. Okay, thank you for joining us with all this discussion and presentation. Thank you for the presentation and nice talk. Yeah, that's it for today.
네, 이렇게 열띤 분위기의 마지막 세션을 마쳤습니다. 조남재 한양대학교 교수님을 비롯한 함께해 주신 연사님들께 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 감사드립니다. 이제 자리에서 잠시 사진 촬영을 한 다음에 바로 이어서 저희 폐회식을 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 중앙에 가까이 오셔서 사진 촬영을 할 텐데요. We are now proceed immediately with your photo session. 지금 바로 할까요? 네, 자리에 모두 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 바로 폐회식을 이어가려고 하니까요. 모두 자리에 그대로 착석하시고 지금 바로 이어서 폐회식을 함께 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사드립니다. Thank you very much. 네, 이제 이어서 저희 바로 폐회식을 이어가 볼 텐데요. 폐회식을 위해서 모두 먼저 자리에 착석 부탁드립니다. 네, 열띤 분위기에서 이곳 대한민국 기업가 정신 수도 진주에서 여러분과 함께하는 포럼이 이제 마지막 순서만을 앞두고 있습니다. 이렇게 폐회식을 통해 여러분과 다시 함께 인사를 드릴 텐데요. 지금 이동하시는 분들은 잠시만 자리에 앉아서 저희 폐회식 함께 해주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 네, 이제 3일간의 여정을 마무리하는 폐회식을 시작해 볼 텐데요. 폐회식에 앞서서 마지막 순서로 저희가 특별한 시간을 가져보려고 합니다. 오늘 이 포럼의 또 바로 미래라고 할 수 있죠. 청년들의 목소리, 그 뜨거운 열정과 깊은 통찰을 들어보는 시간을 가져보려고 하는데요. 이번 특별 소감은 바로 김기찬 저희 세계 중소기업학교 회장님께서 진행해 보려고 합니다. 네, 회장님 어디 계신가요? 네. 네, 김기창 회장님, 네네 무대로 나오셔서 저희 유타 대학교 리전 학생과 고종훈 학생의 또 소감 함께 들어보려고 합니다. 함께 진행해 주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 네, 지금 유타 대학교 리전 학생과 고종훈 학생 지금 바로 무대로 함께하면 좋을 것 같은데요. 네, 무대로 함께하겠습니다. 네, 먼저 고종훈 학생의 또 오늘 이 자리에서 이 행사가 있기까지 많은 준비가 있었는데 특별한 소감 함께 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
First of all, I want to thank Jinju City and all the committee members and people who spoke to us, UN, people from UN, especially people, Professor Stephen Young and people from Columbus State and every other speakers. We have learned a lot about servant leadership, human-centered entrepreneurship. I really hope we can remember all that. As a young second generation, I wish we can have that and cherish that in our heart for us to receive that baton from our older generation and brighten our future locally in Korea, and also we can make that impact globally. Thank you so much.
네, 정말 멋진 소감 함께 잘 들어보았습니다. 이번에는 유타 대학교의 리전 학생입니다. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
Hi, my name is Eugene. I'm a student studying business at the University of Utah. And actually, this is my second time coming to this forum. And I've honestly learned so much about entrepreneurship, especially the Korean side of things, how much community-centered it is and how much focused it is on ethics. And it's so amazing to see how much this forum grew from last year. So many more people came, and so many amazing speakers came from the UN and Columbus City, as well as amazing professors from all over the world. And I'm honestly so excited to come next year and the following years and see how much more this forum will grow and learn more about K-entrepreneurship.
이번 포럼을 통해서 정말 의미 있는 시간이 함께 되었던 것 같은데요. 저희 학생 여러분들께 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 그럼 이제 이곳 3일간의 여정을 마무리하는 폐회식을 함께 시작해 보려고 합니다. 이번 포럼의 모든 세션에 적극적으로 참석해 주신 참석자분들께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 끝까지 이 자리에 함께 하신 모든 참가자분들은 지금 바로 무대로 함께 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 저희 진주선언 낭독자 18분은 자리에 계시기 바랍니다. 진주선언 낭독자 18분은 자리에 계시고요. 나머지 지금 의자에 앉아있는 모든 분들은 앞쪽에 저희 모두 나와주시기 바랍니다. 네, 오늘 폐회식의 마지막 순서는 우리 모두 다 함께 동참하다는 의미로 여기 계신 모든 분들과 함께 하려고 합니다. 그래서 한 분도 빠짐없이 무대 앞쪽으로 함께 나와주시기 바랍니다. 네, 모두 이 자리에 함께 나와 주신 것 같은데요. 네, 조금만 더 자리를 잡아 보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이 자리에 함께 주신 모든 분들께 감사드립니다. 아래쪽에 내려오면 안 돼요. 18분 아래쪽에. 네네네. 네, 그럼 이제 진주선언 낭독자 18분을 호명하겠습니다. 제가 호명해드리면 한 분 한 분 앞으로 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 호명하겠습니다. 김기찬 세계중소기업학회 회장님 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 신지아 레시 이탈리아 국립 칼리아리 대학교 교수님 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 신지아 레시 이탈리아 국립 칼리아리 대학교 교수님 앞으로 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 다음은 계속해서 제이슨 우더드 홍콩대학교 혁신대학 학장님 앞으로 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 다음은 정대율 한국경영학회 경남 지회장님 앞으로 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 신현한 연세대학교 교수님 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 이렇게 지금 18분을 호명해 드리고 있는데요. 다음은 데이비드 스프로트 미국 드러커 경영대학원 학장님 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 저희가 함께 외치는 선언의 순서가 있어서 한 분 한 분 안내해 드리고 있는데요. 다음은 스티븐 영 콕스 라운드 테이블 글로벌 사무총장님 앞으로 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 계속해서 유타 대학교의 이솔민님 앞으로 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 이솔민님은 반대쪽으로 가셔야 됩니다. 네, 계속해서 모현중학교의 김다나님 계신가요? 네, 앞으로 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 계속해서 윈슬로 사전트 전 미국 중소기업 최고 수석님 앞으로 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 윈슬로 사전트. 네, 수석님 감사드립니다. 계속해서 아이만 트라비시 세계 중소기업 협의회 회장님 앞으로 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 다음은 조남재 한영대학교 교수님 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 반성식 한국글로벌기업가 정신연구원 이사장님 함께 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 계속해서 펄찬 말레이시아 헬프대학교 총장님 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 다음은 스튜어트 레이필드 콜럼버스 주립대학 총장님 함께 하시기 바랍니다. 오준 진주 K-기업가 정신 조직위원회 위원장님 함께 하시기 바랍니다. 계속해서 조규일 진주시장님 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 이제 마지막으로 얀 카반 제57차 유엔 총회 의장님 함께 하시기 바랍니다. 네, 한 분 한 분 저희가 함께 자리에 모셨는데요. 먼저 저희가 시상 행사를 진행한 후에 바로 이어서 함께 하도록 하겠습니다. 진주 K-기업가 정신 국제포럼의 특별한 순간을 장식한 청소년 영어 에세이 스피치 대회 참가자를 대표하여 김태현 학생, 최예나 학생이 감사장을 받도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 조규일 진주시장님, ASP 국제학교 G12학년 김태현 학생, 그리고 가창중학교 2학년 최예나 학생을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 네, 그럼 먼저 김태현 학생부터 함께 시상하도록 하겠습니다. 청소년 영어 에세이 스피치 대회 감사장 김태현. 귀 학생은 2025 진주 K-기업가 정신 국제포럼에서 K-기업가 정신의 미래를 그리다를 주제로 영어 에세이를 발표하여 인간 중심의 기업가 정신과 지속 가능한 미래의 비전을 전달하였습니다. 이러한 열정에 깊은 감사를 담아 이 상장을 드립니다. 2025년 10월 28일 진주시장 조규일 축하드립니다. 네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 함께 잠시 사진 촬영하고요. 바로 최예나 학생 감사장을 전달하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 다음은 최예나 학생 앞으로 나와주시기 바랍니다. 청소년 영어 에세이 스피치 대회 감사장 최예나. 이하 내용은 같습니다. 축하드립니다. 네, 여러분 따뜻한 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 함께 잠시 사진 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사드립니다. 네, 계속해서 대한민국 청소년들의 진심 어린 목소리는 진주가 한국 기업가 정신의 발상지임을 전 세계에 알리며 사람 중심의 기업가 정신을 확산시키는 중요한 계기가 될 것입니다. 계속해서 작년에 이어 올해 역시 대학생들의 열정, 꿈, 미래를 향한 강한 믿음이 보이는 한 해였는데요. 저희 오늘 참가한 대학생을 대표하여 유타 대학교 이모젠 퓨 마크 안토니오 학생은 나와 주시기 바랍니다. 함께 수료증을 전달하는 특별한 시간을 가져보려고 합니다. (2025) 진주 K-기업가 정신 국제 포럼 수료증. 귀 학생은 2025 진주 K-기업가 정신 국제 포럼 동안 적극적으로 활동과 토론에 참여했으며 기업가 정신 학습에 대한 열정으로 포럼의 가치를 더 높였습니다. 이에 2025 진주 K-기업가 정신 국제 포럼을 성공적으로 수료했음을 증명합니다. 2025년 10월 28일 진주시장 조규일 축하드립니다. 여러분 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다. 네, 계속해서 마크 안토니오 학생에게 수료증을 전달하겠습니다. 2025 진주 K-기업가 정신 국제 포럼 이하 내용은 같습니다. 축하드립니다. 네, 감사드립니다. 다음은 2025 진주 K-기업가 정신 국제 포럼의 핵심 메시지를 담아 28개국의 1000여 명의 염원을 담아 진주 선언을 채택하였습니다. 지금 낭독하도록 하겠습니다.
진주 K-기업가 정신 선언문 1. 기업가 정신은 새로운 가치를 만들어가는 창조 정신이자 실패를 두려워하지 않는 불굴의 도전 정신입니다.
The spirit of entrepreneurship has advanced the tools of civilization and greatly contributed to the progress of humankind.
Today, humanity faces an era of global transformation, marked by the war in Ukraine, conflicts in the Middle East, climate change, the rise of artificial intelligence, the transition to a digital economy, and resistance to globalization.
이러한 도전을 헤쳐나가는데 기업가 정신은 그 어느 때보다도 중요한 역할을 할 수 있습니다.
우리는 인간 존중과 공동체 가치에 기반한 윤리적 경영으로 지속 가능한 미래를 위한 기업가 정신을 실천해야 합니다.
This is also essential for achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
We will build an inclusive global governance structure centered on the United Nations.
By drawing inspiration from the Gyeonggi philosophy of Namyoung Joshik, the root of Korean entrepreneurship, we must turn crises into opportunities through innovations that embraces both Eastern values and Western creativity.
By practicing servant leadership and establishing a creative innovation ecosystem, we shall bring hope to future generations and explore sustainable growth strategies for small and medium-sized enterprises.
From October 26 to 28, 2025, based on the discussions held at the 2025 Jinju International Forum on Entrepreneurship, we declare the following commitments.
We pursue a global spirit of entrepreneurship that integrates Eastern values with Western innovation to meet the demands of a new era.
우리는 이윤 추구와 사회적 가치 창출의 조화를 통해 도덕적 자본주의를 실천하고 경제 발전과 사회 공헌을 함께 추구한다.
특히 대기업과 중소기업 간의 협력을 통한 지속 가능한 상생을 추구한다.
We actively contribute as global corporate citizens to achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
We utilize digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, to enhance productivity and drive innovation.
우리는 결론적으로 K-기업가 정신의 뿌리인 남명조식의 실천적 유학 정신에 주목하면서 사람 중심 경영으로 기업의 사회적 책임을 다하고 인류의 지속 가능한 발전에 기여한다.
이를 위해 창의적 도전의 원동력인 열정, 겸손, 배려의 자세를 배양하고 끊임없는 자기 혁신을 통해 성장한다.
This declaration is our pledge to walk a sustainable path for the future of humanity. And we invite the people of the world to join us on this journey.
네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 지속 가능한 미래와 인간 중심의 기업가 정신을 향한 우리의 다짐을 담은 진주 선언이 선포되었습니다. 그럼 계속해서 오준 진주K 기업가 정신 조직위원회 위원장님의 말씀 들어보겠습니다.
네, 여러분 감사합니다. 이 진주 제3차 진주 국제 포럼 기업가 정신 국제 포럼이 성공적으로 끝날 수 있게 해주신 모든 분들께 감사드리고요. 제가 또 외국분이 있으니까 잠깐 영어로도 얘기하겠습니다. I think at this forum, the third international forum, Jinju International Forum on Entrepreneurship, we have been able to, achieve a few different things. For example, we have been able to engage more partners this year. In addition to our traditional partners like International Council for Small Business, we have been able to engage the former president of the United Nations General Assembly. We engage more presidents of universities of different parts of the world. By doing so, we also have been able to expand our agenda this year. In addition to our traditional focus on the role of entrepreneurship for development, for sustainable development, we've been discussing the United Nations. We've been discussing different roles to be played by local government, central government, and international organizations, which broadened our perspectives, which enriched our discussions here at Jinju Forum. So I'm pretty sure that this forum will provide an excellent foundation for our future forums that are coming in a world that will hopefully face the end of wars and conflict, the end of trade tensions created by the United States, and also other issues will be resolved when we meet next year in Jinju. Thank you very much.
네, 계속해서 저희 제57차 유엔총회 얀카반 의장님께 마이크를 넘겨보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 57th United Nations General Assembly, Jan Kaban.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would very much like, first of all, to thank the organizers for inviting myself and my colleagues from the Council of Presidents of the United Nations General Assembly to this fantastically organized and well-established meeting in Jinju. We are very glad to be here, and we will take back to our home this experience and the knowledge which we acquired here. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank you and wish you all the great success for any future meetings. And I promise the support of United Nations for all your endeavors.
네, 감사합니다. Thank you, Mr. Kaban. 네, 다음은 이어서 저희 조규일 진주시장님의 말씀으로 오늘의 행사를 마무리해 보려고 합니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
지난 사흘 동안 우리 이 대한민국 기업가 정신 수도 진주에서 열린 기업가 정신 국제 포럼 3차 회의를 정말 성대하게 잘 마친 것을 저는 고맙게 생각하고, 이 고마운 것은 이 행사를 처음부터 끝까지 이렇게 잘 준비해 주신 오준 위원장님을 비롯한 모든 우리 이 관계자분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 그리고 양카반 의장님을 비롯한 모든 참석자분들, 그리고 이번에 특별히 더 이렇게 참석을 했던 우리 청소년들에게 감사의 말씀을 특별히 드리고 싶습니다. 우리 진주 기업가 정치는 결국은 인간을 존중하고 공동체 가치를 중시하는 그런 이 자세를 가지고 지금의 국내외적 위기를 극복하고자 하는데 근본적인 취지가 있습니다. 이러한 정신이 향후 우리 세계 각국의 어려움을 극복하고 또 지속 가능한 발전을 이루는 그 길에 큰 힘이 되기를 바랍니다. 다음 1년 동안 여러분들께서 우리 진주 기업가 정신을 여러분들의 입장에서 많이 홍보해 주시고 확산해 주시기를 바라며, 내년에도 여러분들을 다시 이 자리에서 뵙기를 진정으로 바랍니다. 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드리고 여러분들의 건강과 건승을 기원합니다. 고맙습니다.
네, 감사드립니다. 그럼 계속해서 저희 사진 촬영으로 오늘 이 행사를 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. Before we conclude, let's take a group photo to commemorate this forum. Please turn your attention to the camera. Alright, everyone, look straight at the camera and give us your biggest smile. 네, 1, 2, 3. 잠시만 기다려 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 다시 사진 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. Thank you. Now let's celebrate this successful forum. Give us your best clapping pose. Let's give a big round of applause. Wonderful. Final, let's go with a fighting, cheering pose to support our future Jinju International Forum. 1, 2, 3, fighting! Please, one more. 1, 2, 3, fighting! Thank you. That concludes our photo session. Thank you so much.